Romances of witches, etc. The cunning man. And as he rode over the moor, ho see a lady where she sate, betwixt an oak and a green holland. She was clad in red scarlet. Then there as should have stood her mouth. Then there was set her eye. The other was in her forehead fast, the way that she might see. Her nose was crooked and turned outward. Her mouth stood full awry. A worse formed lady than she was, never man saw with his eye. The marriage of Sir Gawain. That a deep-rooted belief in the power of the witch still lingers in the remote districts of Cornwall, cannot be denied. A gentleman, who has for many years been actively engaged in a public capacity, gives me, in reply to some questions which I put to him relative to a witch or conjurer, much information, which is embodied in this section. A cunning man was long resident in Bodmin, to whom the people from all parts of the country went to be relieved of spells, under the influence of which either themselves or their cattle were supposed to be suffering. Thomas, who resided at Nanstallen, not far from the town of Bodmin, was waylaid, robbed, and well thrashed on his way home from market. This act, which was accompanied by some appearance of brutality, was generally referred to one of the dupes of his cunning. Howbeit, Thomas appears to have felt that the place was getting too hot for him, for he migrated to one of the parishes on the western side of the Foy River. Numerous instances are within my knowledge of the belief which existed amongst the peasantry that this man really possessed the power of removing the effects of witchcraft. Thomas took up his abode for some time with a small farmer, who had lost some cattle. These losses were attributed to the malign influences of some evil-disposed person. But as Thomas failed to detect the individual, he with the farmer made many journeys to Exeter, to consult the White Witch, who resided in that city. Whether the result was satisfactory or otherwise, I have never learned. Thomas, it must be remembered, was only a witch. The term is applied equally to men as to women. I never heard any uneducated person speak of a wizard. There appears to be, however, some very remarkable distinctions between a male and a female witch. The former is almost always employed to remove the evil influences exerted by the latter. Witches, such as Thomas, had but limited power. They could tell who had been guilty of ill-wishing, but they were powerless to break the spell and unbewitch the sufferer. This was frequently accomplished by the friends of the bewitched, who, in concert with Thomas, would perform certain ceremonies, many of them of an obscene, and usually of a blasphemous character. The White Witch was supposed to possess the higher power of removing the spell, and of punishing the individual by whose wickedness the wrong had been inflicted. Jenny Harris was a reputed witch. This woman, old, poor, and, from the world's ill usage, rendered malicious, was often charged with the evils which fell upon cattle, children, or, indeed, on men and women. On one occasion, a robust and rough-handed washerwoman, who conceived that she was under the spell of Jenny Harris, laid violent hands on the aged crone, being resolved to bring blood from her. The witch's arm was scratched and gouged from the elbow to the wrist, so that a sound inch of skin did not exist. This violent assault became the subject of inquiry before the magistrates, who fined the washerwoman £5 for the assault. My correspondent writes, I was also present at a magistrates' meeting at the Porcupine Inn, near Tywardreath, some years ago, when an old woman from Goland was brought up for witchcraft. One farmer, who appeared against her, stated that he had then 6 bullocks hanging up in chains in his orchard, and he attributed their disease and death to the poor old woman's influence. The case was dismissed, but it afforded a good deal of merriment. There was a dinner at the inn after the meeting, and some of the farmers present were disposed to ridicule the idea of witchcraft. I said, well, knowing their real views and opinions, gentlemen, it is all well enough to laugh, but it appears to me to be a serious matter. Upon which Mr., a farmer of, said, you are right, Mr. 3 tell of 2 cases in which one family suffered severely, and he gave us the details of the cases. All the others present had a case or 2, each one within his own experience to vouch for, and the whole afternoon was spent telling witch stories. The extent to which this belief was carried within a comparatively recent period, may be inferred from the fact that, on one occasion when the visitors were assembled at the county asylum, a man residing at Callington came with the mother of a poor imbecile patient, and sent his card to the boardroom. This was inscribed with his name and M.A. Upon being asked how he became a Master of Arts, he replied that he was a Master of Black Arts. The object of this fellow's visit was, having persuaded the mother of his power, to propose to the visitors that they should place the imbecile girl in his care, upon his undertaking, on their paying him £5, to cure her. Of course this was not listened to. This fellow imposed upon people to such an extent that he was eventually tried at the sessions, under an almost forgotten Act of Parliament, for witchcraft. The impression on the mind of my informant is that the case broke down. Notes on witchcraft. In confirmation of the melancholy facts related of the continuance of the belief in witchcraft. I would give the accompanying cuttings from the West Briton newspaper of a very recent date. Gross superstition. During the week ending Sunday last, a wise man from Iligan has been engaged with about half a dozen witchcraft cases, one a young tradesman, and another a sea captain. It appears that the wise man was in the first place visited at his home by these deluded people at different times, and he declared the whole of them to be spellbound. In one case he said that if the person had not come so soon, in about a fortnight he would have been in the asylum, another would have had his leg broken, and in every case something very direful would have happened. Numerous incantations have been performed. In the case of a captain of a vessel, a visit as paid to the seaside, and while the wise man uttered some unintelligible gibberish, the captain had to throw a stone into the sea. So heavy was the spell under which he labored, and which immediately fell upon the wise man, that the latter pretended that he could scarcely walk back to Hale. The most abominable part of the incantations is performed during the hours of midnight, and for that purpose the wretch sleeps with his victims, and for 5 nights following he had 5 different bedfellows. Having no doubt reaped a pretty good harvest during the week, he returned to his home on Monday. But such was the pretended effect produced by the different spells and witchcraft that tell upon him from his many dupes, that 2 of the young men who had been under his charge were obliged to obtain a horse and cart and carry him to the Hale station. One of the men, having had 2 spells resting on him, the wise man was obliged to sleep with him on Saturday and Sunday nights, having spent the whole of the Sunday in his diabolical work. It is time that the police, or some other higher authorities, should take the matter up, as the person alluded to is well known, and frequently visited by the ignorant and superstitious. The case of gross superstition at Hale. In the West Briton of the 27th ultimate we gave some particulars of several cases of disgraceful fraud and delusion which had been practiced by a pretended wise man from Iligan, and of gross superstition and gullibility on the part of his dupes. A correspondent has furnished us with the following particulars relative to the antecedents of the pretended conjurer. He states that James Thomas, the conjurer from the parish of Iligan, married, some titue since the late celebrated Tammy Blee, of Redruth, who afterwards removed to Helston and carried on as a fortune-teller, but parted from her husband. James Thomas, on account of a warrant for his apprehension having been issued against him by the magistrates of St. Ivia, for attempting to take a spell from Mrs. Painter, through her husband, William Painter, who stated before the magistrates that he wanted to commit a disgraceful offence. Thomas then absconded, and was absent from the west of Cornwall for upwards of 2 years. His wife then stated that the virtue was in her and not in him, that she was of the real Peller blood, and that he could tell nothing but through her. His greatest dupes have been at St. Justin Hale, and other parts of the west of Cornwall. He has been in the habit of receiving money annually for keeping witchcraft from vessels sailing out of Hale. He slept with several of his dupes recently. And about a fortnight since he stated that he must sleep with certain young men at Copperhouse, Hale, in order to protect them from something that was hanging over them, one of them being a mason and another a miner. The 2 latter lately from Street Just. He said himself this week at Truro that he had cured a young man of St. Earth, and was going on Saturday again to take a spell froth the father, a tin smelter. He caused great disturbance amongst the neighbours, by charging some with having bewitched others. He is a drunken, disgraceful, beastly fellow, and ought to be sent to the treadmill. One of the young men is now thoroughly ashamed of himself to think he has been duped so by this scoundrel. We have purposely withheld the names of a number of Thomas's egregious dupes, with which our correspondent has furnished us. Believing that the badgering which they have doubtless received from their friends has proved a sufficient punishment to them, and that their eyes are now thoroughly opened to the gross and disgraceful imposture that has been practiced upon them. The following is from the Western Morning News. Calling a woman a witch. At the Liskeard Police Court, on Monday, Harriet King appeared before the sitting magistrates charged with an assault on Elizabeth Wellington. The complainant had called the mother of defendant a witch, and said she had ill-wished a person, and the ill wish fell on the cat, and the cat died. This annoyed the daughter, who retaliated by bad words and blows. The magistrates expressed surprise at the cause of the assault, as that had been proved, they find defendant is, and the costs, £1 in all. Ill-wishing. I give the following notices as I receive them. I can't altogether exactly believe in witches at all, said a good dame to us. But this I can tell our John's wife quarrelled once with her next-door neighbour's wife, and when John come home, like husband always should, he took up for his wife, nor thin high nat rl cheel was a. Well, the woman took a niff and for a ion time never spoke to our John. At last, after a bit, she used I speak to on, and like as if it was all over, and she used to speak quite sociable, like. Well, John alias was very well when he used to meet her, but as soon as ever he got underground, he took an ill to once. When a didn't meet her, was well John was advised to go to the peller, and off he went hellstun sure enough, and the peller, told on to come so man times in 3 months, and do something in order. And told on who was that hover looked on, and was that veer woomer. Well, the peller told John that if a didn't do it, would ver likely die sudden. Our John, dear fellow, came home, and got unbelieving, and didn't do as was told. What was the consequence? Why, in less than 3 months was a dead man. Not as I believe the woman a witch, no, not I, but she had evil mind, and what's so bad as a evil mind? I used to have a woman meeting me, said a fisherman, when I went fishing. And she used to wish me a good catch every time she seed me, and I was always sure to have no luck whenever I met her. Luck used to be good enough other times. Well, I went to the peller, and done what he told me done, and the woman came and begged my pardon, and my luck was good enough after that. To what purpose he had been lucky I could not divine, for he was miserably clad, and I learned that his family were, like himself, miserable and degraded. In a certain cordwainer's workshop, which we could name, the following important information was afforded by a lady customer. The worthy tradesman was bewailing the loss of a good-sized pig that had sickened, and being afraid it would die, he had drowned it. To make its death easier, if the st only told me afore, the peg would have been well enough in a week, I know. That peg was begrudged thee, that's the way a wouldn't thrive. I'll tell what me father done once. He want half to pow sands 152 and bought a bra putty little peg, and as a wuss cumin horn wed en, a woman seed on, and axed father to sell unto her for 5 shillings for his bargain. Shan't sell on, says father. Might sawl, says she, and off she went. Father tendud on, and a wouldn't grow a mossel. Wi. A was begrudged, that's what a was. Fathier went off, and he was told to go horn and fill a botel with water, and bear on in the call. Father done so, and a wouldn't long afore the woman came to father and axed on what had a done by Burr, for she suffered agonies, and if he'd only forgive her, she'd never do so never no more. So father went to the call huss, and brock the botel. She was at once relieved, and the peg got well enough after. I can tell if these Honel done that, would ben well enough, if a wasn't pisoned. Well, said one of the company, I believe I was ill-wished once. I had a great beautiful cage, full of pretty canaries. I hung them out one Sunday morning, and a woman came along and asked me to let her have one of my birds. Yes, said I, for half a crown. She said she shouldn't buy none. I told her I would not give her one, and off she went. That day week I had not a bird left, everybody said they was bethought me, and I suppose they were, but this I do know, I lost all my canaries. Keyne, in his Legend of Pecora, well expresses the belief in the power of ill wishes. Thriven, said the woman, with a bitter laugh, not if my curse could avail, should they thrive and it has availed, she continued, in a lower tone. You know the wasting illness that's fallen on all that cruel faggot, Dame Tredra's children, that said they ought to thraw me from the head of Tullypedden, and that I should neither be broken nor drowned. And the hard squire of Pendine, that would had me burned in the great bonfire upon the Bicking 153 because King Harry had a son born. Has he ever left his bed since, or will he ever again, ken ye? The Peller. A man who has resided at several places on the south coast was known by this name. He is said to be in possession of no end of charms, and to possess powers, of no common order, over this and the other world. He is able, writes a friend, to put ghosts, hobgoblins, and, I believe, even Satan himself, to rest. I have known farmers well informed in many other matters, and members of religious bodies, go to the Peller to have the spirits that possessed the calves driven out. For the calves, were so wild, they tore down all the wooden fences and gates, and must be possessed with the devil. The Peller always performs a cure. But as the evil spirits must go somewhere, and as it is always to be feared that they may enter into other calves or pigs, or, it may be, even possess the bodies of their owners themselves, the Peller makes it imperative that a stone wall shall be built around the calves, to confine them for 3 times 7 days, or until the next moon is as old as the present one. This precaution always results in taming the devils and the calves, and consequently in curing them. The Peller, usually sending the spirits to some very remote region, and chaining them down under granite rocks. An old woman had long suffered from debility, but she and her friends were satisfied that she had been ill-wished. So she went to the Peller. He told her to buy a bullock's heart, and get a packet of pound pins. She was to stick the heart as full of pins as she could, and the body that ill-wished her felt every pin run into the bullock's heart same as if they had been run into her. The spell was taken off, and the old woman grew strong. An old man living on Lady Downs had a lot of money stolen from his house. He, too, went to the Peller. In this case the magician performed the spells, and the man was told the money would be returned. After a few days, it was so. The money during the night was tied to the handle of the door, and found there by the owner in the morning. Bewitched cattle. A farmer, who possessed broad acres, and who was in many respects a sensible man, was greatly annoyed to find that his cattle became diseased in the spring. Nothing could satisfy him but that they were bewitched, and he was resolved to find out the person who had cast the evil eye on his oxen. According to an anciently prescribed rule, the farmer took one of his bullocks and bled it to death, catching all the blood on bundles of straw. The bloody straw was then piled into a heap, and set on fire. Burning with a vast quantity of smoke, the farmer expected to see the witch either in reality or in shadow, amidst the smoke. In this particular case he was to some extent gratified. An old woman who lived in the adjoining village, noticing the fire and smoke, with all a woman's curiosity, went to Farmer S. field to see what was going on. She was instantly pounced on by this superstitious man, and he would no doubt have seriously ill-treated her, had not the poor, and now terrified, old soul, who roused her neighbors by her cries, been rescued by them. Every person knew this poor woman to be a most inoffensive and good creature, and consequently the farmer was only laughed at for sacrificing thus foolishly one of his oxen. Another farmer living in one of the western parishes was constantly losing his cattle in the spring. Many persons said this was because they were nearly starved during the winter, but he insisted upon it that he was ill-wished, and that a blight was upon him. At length, to break the spell, and discover the witch, he betook himself to a conjurer, White Witch, who lived near the Lizard Point. This learned person, of whom several other facts are told in these pages, told the farmer to bleed the next animal when taken ill, and to receive the blood upon straw, being careful not to lose any of it. Then the straw and blood were to be burnt, and whilst the blood was burning he would be certain of seeing. The witch passed through the smoke. A young steer fell ill first. It was bled as ordered, the blood caught upon the straw, and both carefully burnt. While this was going on, female curiosity induced a poor weak old woman to go into the field and see what was going on. She was well known to all, and as guiltless as a child of ill-wishing anybody, but she was seen through the smoke, darted upon by the farmer, and cruelly ill-treated. How to become a witch. Touch a Logan stone 9 times at midnight, and any woman I will become a witch. A more certain plan is said to be to get on the Giant's Rock at Zenner Church Town 9 times without shaking it. Seeing that this rock was at one time a very sensitive Logan stone, the task was somewhat difficult. Cornish sorcerers. The powers of the sorcerer appear to have been passed on from father to son through a long succession of generations. There are many families the descendants from the ancient Cornish people who are even yet supposed to possess remarkable powers of one kind or another. Several families, which have become extinct, are more especially reputed by tradition to have had dealings with the bad spirits, and mans of them to have made compacts with the evil one himself. Amongst the most curious of the stories once told, I believe they are nearly all forgotten, are those connected with Penjuswick Castle. A small tower alone remains to note the site of a once famous fortified place. This castle was said to have been occupied, in the time of Henry VIII, by a man who had committed some great crime, but long previous to that period the place was famous for its wickedness. 154. How Penjuswick became a sorcerer. The first Penjuswick, by whom the castle, which still bears his name, was built, was a proud man, and desired to ally himself with some of the best families of Cornwall. He wished his son to wed a lady who was very much older than himself, who is said to have been connected with the Godolphin family. This elderly maiden had a violent desire either for the young man or the castle, it is not very clear which. The young Penjuswick gave her no return for the manifestations of love which she lavished upon him. Eventually, finding that all her attempts to win the young man's love were abortive, and that all the love potions brewed for her by the witch of Fradham were of no avail, she married the old lord mainly, it is said, to be revenged on the son. The witch had a niece who, though poor, possessed considerable beauty. She was called Bitha. This young girl was frequently employed by her aunt and the Lady of Godolphin to aid them in their spells on the young Penjuswick, and, as a natural consequence, she fell desperately in love with him herself. Bitha ingratiated herself with the Lady of Penjuswick, now the stepmother of the young man, and was selected as her maid. This gave her many opportunities of seeing and speaking to young Penjuswick, and her passion increased. The old stepdame was still passionately fond of the young man, and never let a chance escape her which she thought likely to lead to the excitement of passion in his heart towards her. In all her attempts she failed. Her love was turned to hate. And having seen her stepson in company with Bitha, this hate was quickened by the more violent jealousy. Every means which her wicked mind could devise were employed to destroy the young man. Bitha had learned from her aunt, the witch of Fradham, much of her art, and she devoted herself to counteract the spells of her mistress. The stepmother, failing to accomplish her ends, resolved to ruin young Penjuswick with his father. She persuaded the old man that his son really entertained a violent passion for her, and that she was compelled to confine herself to her tower in fear. The aged woman prevailed on Lord Penjuswick to hire a gang of outlandish sailors to carry his son away and sell him for a slave, giving him to believe that she should herself in a short time present him with an heir. The young Penjuswick escaped all their plots, and at his own good time he disappeared from the castle, and for a long period was never heard of. The mistress and maid plotted and counterplotted to secure the old Penjuswick's wealth. And when he was on his deathbed, Bitha informed him of the vile practices of his wife, and consoled him with the information that he was dying from the effects of poison given him by her. The young lord, after long years, returned from some eastern lands with a princess for his wife, learned in all the magic sciences of those enchanted lands. He found his stepmother shut up in her chamber, with her skin covered with scales like a serpent. 155 From the effects of the poisons which she had so often been distilling for the old lord and his son. She refused to be seen, and eventually cast herself into the sea, to the relief of all parties. Bitha fared not much better. She lived on the downs in St. Hilary. And from the poisonous fumes she had inhaled, and from her dealings with the devil, her skin became of the colour of that of a toad. The Lord of Pengerswick an enchanter. The Lord of Pengerswick came from some eastern clime, bringing with him a foreign lady of great beauty. She was considered by all an outlandish woman, and by many declared to be a Saracen. 156 No one, beyond the selected servants, was ever allowed within the walls of Pengerswick Castle, and they, it was said, were bound by magic spells. No one dared tell of anything transacted within the walls. Consequently all was conjecture amongst the neighbouring peasantry, miners, and fishermen. Certain it was, they said, that Pengerswick would shut himself up for days together in his chamber, burning strange things, which sent their strong odours not only to every part of the castle but for miles around the country. Often at night, and especially in stormy weather, Pengerswick was heard for hours together calling up the spirits, by reading from his books in some unknown tongue. On those occasions his voice would roll through the halls louder than the surging waves which beat against the neighbouring rocks, the spirits replying like the roar of thunder. Then would all the servants rush in fright from the building, and remain crowded together, even in the most tempestuous night, in one of the open courts. Fearful indeed would be the strife between the man and the demons. And it sometimes happened that the spirits were too powerful for the enchanter. He was, however, constantly and carefully watched by his wife, and whenever the strife became too serious, her harp was heard making the softest, the sweetest music. At this the spirits fled, and they were heard passing through the air towards the land's end, moaning like the soughing of a departing storm. The lights would then be extinguished in the enchanter's tower, and all would be peace. The servants would return to their apartments with a feeling of perfect confidence. They feared their master, but their mistress inspired them with love. Lady Pengerswick was never seen beyond the grounds surrounding the castle. She sat all day in lonely state and pride in her tower, the lattice window of her apartment being high on the seaward side. Her voice accompanying the music of her harp was rarely heard, but when she warbled the soft love strains of her eastern land. Often at early dawn the very fishes of the neighbouring bay would raise their heads above the surface of the waters, enchanted by the music and the voice. And it is said that the mermaids from the Lizard, and many of the strange spirits of the waters, would come near to Pengerswick Cove, drawn by the same influence. On moonlight nights the air has often seemed to be full of sound, and yet the lady's voice was seldom louder than that of a warbling bird. On these occasions, men have seen thousands of spirits gliding up and down the moonbeams, and floating idly on the silvered waves, listening to, and sometimes softly echoing, the words which Lady Pengerswick sang. Long did this strange pair inhabit this lonely castle. And although the Lord of Pengerswick frequently rode abroad on a most magnificent horse which had the reputation of being of satanic origin, it was at once so docile to its master and so wild to any other person. Yet he made no acquaintance with any of the neighbouring gentry. He was feared by all, and yet they respected him for many of the good deeds performed by him. He completely enthralled the giants of the Mount, and before he disappeared from Cornwall, they died, owing, it was said, to grief and want of food. Where the Lord of Pengerswick came from, no one knew. He, with his lady, with 2 attendants, who never spoke in any but an eastern tongue, which was understood by none around them, made their appearance one winter's day, mounted on beautiful horses, evidently from Arabia or some distant land. They soon having gold in abundance got possession of a cottage, and in a marvellously short time the castle, which yet bears his name, was rebuilt by this lord. Many affirm that the lord by the force of his enchantments, and the lady by the spell of her voice, compelled the spirits of the earth and air to work for them. And that 3 nights were sufficient to rear an enormous pile, of which but one tower now remains. Their coming was sudden and mysterious, their going was still more so. Years had rolled on, and the people around were familiarized with those strange neighbors, from whom also they derived large profits, since they paid whatsoever price was demanded for any article which they required. One day a stranger was seen in Market Jew, whose face was bronzed by long exposure to an eastern sun. No one knew him. And he eluded the anxious inquiries of the numerous gossips, who were especially anxious to learn something of this man, who, it was surmised by every one, must have some connection with Penderswick or his lady. Yet no one could assign any reason for such a supposition. Week after week passed away, and the stranger remained in the town, giving no sign. Wonder was on every old woman's lips, and expressed in every old man's eyes, but they had to wonder on. One thing, it was said, had been noticed, and this seemed to confirm the suspicions of the people. The stranger wandered out on dark nights, spent them, it was thought, on the seashore. And some fishermen said they had seen him seated on the rock at the entrance of the valley of Penderswick Quay. It was thought that the Lord kept more at home than usual, and of late no one had heard his incantation songs and sounds. Neither had they heard the harp of the lady. A very tempestuous night, singular for its gloom, when even the ordinary light, which, on the darkest night, is evident to the traveller in the open country, it did not exist, appears to have brought things to their climax. There was a sudden alarm in Market Jew, a red glare in the eastern sky, and presently a burst of flames above the hill, and St. Michael's Mount was illuminated in a remarkable manner. Penderswick Castle was on fire, the servants fled in terror. But neither the Lord nor his lady could be found. From that day to the present they were lost to all. The interior of the castle was entirely destroyed, not a vestige of furniture, books, or anything belonging to the enchanter, could be found. He and everything belonging to him had vanished, and, strange to tell, from that night the bronzed stranger was never again seen. The inhabitants of Market Jew naturally crowded to the fire. And when all was over they returned to their homes, speculating on the strange occurrences of the night. Two of the oldest people always declared that, when the flames were at the highest, they saw two men and a lady floating in the midst of the Lyrae, and that they ascended from amidst the falling walls, passed through the air like lightning, and disappeared. The Witch of Fradham and the Enchanter of Penderswick. Again and again had the Lord of Penderswick reversed the spells of the Witch of Fradham, who was reported to be the most powerful weird woman in the West Country. She had been thwarted so many times by this White Witch, that she resolved to destroy him by some magic more potent than anything yet heard of. It is said that she betook herself to Kynan's Cove, and that there she raised the devil by her incantations, and that she pledged her soul to him in return for the aid he promised. The enchanter's famous mare was to be seduced to drink from a tub of poisoned water placed by the roadside, the effect of which was to render her in the highest degree restive, and cause her to fling her rider. The wounded Lord of Penderswick was, in his agony, to be drenched by the old witch, with some hell broth, brewed in the blackest night, under the most evil aspects of the stars. By this he would be in her power for ever, and she might torment him as she pleased. The devil felt certain of securing the soul of the Witch of Fradham, but he was less certain of securing that of the enchanter. They say, indeed, that the sorcery which Penderswick learned in the East was so potent, that the devil feared him. However, as the proverb is, he held with the hounds and ran with the hare. The witch collected with the utmost care all the deadly things she could obtain, with which to brew her famous drink. In the darkest night, in the midst of the wildest storms, amidst the flashings of lightnings and the bellowings of the thunder, the witch was seen riding on her black ram-cat over the moors and mountains in search of her poisons. At length all was complete, the horse drink was boiled, the hell-broth was brewed. It was in March, about the time of the equinox, the night was dark, and the king of storms was abroad. The witch planted her tub of drink in a dark lane, through which she knew the Lord of Penderswick must pass, and near to it she sat, croning over her crock of broth. The witch woman had not long to wait. Amidst the hurrying winds was heard the heavy tramp of the enchanter's mare, and soon she perceived the outline of man and horse defined sharply against the line of lurid light which stretched along the western horizon. On they came. The witch was scarcely able to contain herself, her joy and her fears, struggling one with the other, almost overpowered her. On came the horse and her rider, they neared the tub of drink. The mare snorted loudly, and her eyes flashed fire as she looked at the black tub by the roadside. Penjuswick bent him over the horse's neck and whispered into her ear. She turns round, and flinging out her heels, with one kick she scattered all to the wild winds. The tub flew before the blow. It rushed against the crock, which it overturned, and striking against the legs of the old witch of Fradham, she fell along with the tub, which assumed the shape of a coffin. Her terror was extreme. She who thought to have unhorsed the conjurer, found herself in a carriage for which she did not bargain. The enchanter raised his voice and gave utterance to some wild words in an unknown tongue, at which even his terrible mare trembled. A whirlwind arose, and the devil was in the midst of it. He took the coffin in which lay the terrified witch high into the air, and the crock followed them. The derisive laughter of Penjuswick, and the savage neighing of the horse, were heard above the roar of the winds. At length, with a satisfied tone, he exclaimed, "She is settled till the day of doom," gave the mare the spurs, and rode rapidly home. The witch of Fradham still floats up and down, over the seas, around the coast, in her coffin, followed by the crock, which seems like a punt in attendance on a jolly boat. She still works mischief, stirring up the sea with her ladle and broom till the waves swell into mountains, which heave off from their crests so much mist and foam, that these wild wanderers of the winds can scarcely be seen through the mist. Woe to the mariner who sees the witch! The Lord of Penjuswick alone had power over her. He had but to stand on his tower, and blow 3 blasts on his trumpet, to summon her to the shore, and compel her to peace. Trua, or Tru, the home of witches. As we walk from Nancledria Bottoms towards Zenner we pass Trua, pronounced Trui, which is said to have been the place where at midsummer all the witches of the West met. Here are the remains of very ancient tin stream works, and these, I was informed, were the remains of bowels which had been worked before the deluge. There was nothing so old anywhere else in Cornwall. Around us, on the hillsides and up the bottoms huge boulders of granite are most fantastically scattered. All these rocks sprang from the ground at the call of the giants. At Embla Green we still see the ruins of the giant's house, but all we know of this Titan is that he was the king. On one side we have the giant's well, and not far off the druid's well, and a little before us is Zenner Coit or Cromlech. From this point the scenery is of the wildest description. The granite cairns are spread around in every direction, and many of those masses are so strangely fashioned by the atmospheric influences ever acting on them, that fancy can readily fashion them into tombs and temples. Rock basins abound on these hills, and of ruined cromlechs there are many. Whatever the local historians may say, local traditions assure us that on Midsummer Eve all the witches in Penwith gathered here, and that they lit fires on every cromlech, and in every rock basin, until the hills were alive with flame, and renewed their vows to the evil ones from whom they derived their power. Hence, to this day this place is called Burn Downs. Amidst these rock masses there was one pile remarkable amidst all the others for its size, and being formed of cubical masses, for its square character. This was known as the Witches' Rock, and here it was said they assembled at midnight to carry on their wicked deeds. This rock has been removed, and with it the witches have died. The last real witch in Zenner having passed away, as I have been told, about 30 years since, and with her, some say, the fairies fled. I have, however, many reasons for believing that our little friends have still a few haunts in this locality. There is but one reason why we should regret the disappearance of the Witches' Rock. Any one touching this rock 9 times at midnight was insured against bad luck. Kenedzek Witch. On the tract called the Gump, near Kenedzek, is a beautiful well of clear water, not far from which was a miner's cot, in which dwelt 2 miners with their sister. They told her never to go to the well after daylight, they would fetch the water for her. However, on one Saturday night she had forgotten to get in a supply for the morrow, so she went off to the well. Passing by a gap in a broken-down hedge, called a gurgo, near the well, she saw an old woman sitting down, wrapped in a red shawl. She asked her what she did there at that time of night, but received no reply. She thought this rather strange, but plunged her pitcher in the well. When she drew it up, though a perfectly sound vessel, it contained no water. She tried again and again, and, though she saw the water rushing in at the mouth of the pitcher, it was sure to be empty when lifted out. She then became rather frightened. Spoke again to the old woman, but receiving no answer, hastened away, and came in great alarm to her brothers. They told her that it was on account of this old woman they did not wish her to go to the well at night. What she saw was the ghost of old Moll, a witch who had been a great terror to the people in her lifetime, and had laid many fearful spells on them. They said they saw her sitting in the gap by the wall every night when going to bed. The witches of the Logan Stone. Who that has travelled into Cornwall but has visited the Logan Stone? Numerous Logan rocks exist on the granite hills of the county, but that remarkable mass which is poised on the cubical masses forming its cyclopean support, at Perran, is beyond all others, the Logan Stone. A more sublime spot could not have been chosen by the bardic priesthood for any ordeal connected with their worship, and even admitting that nature may have disposed the huge mass to wear away, so as to rest delicately poised on a pivot, it is highly probable that the wild worship of the untrained tribes, who had passed to those islands from the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, may have led them to believe that some superhuman power belonged to such a strangely balanced mass of rock. Nothing can be more certain than that through all time, passing on from father to son, there has been a wild reverence of this mass of rock. And long after the days when the Druids ceased to be, there is every reason for believing that the Christian priests, if they did not encourage, did not forbid the use of this and similar rocks to be used as places of ordeal by the uneducated and superstitious people around. Hence the mass of rock on which is poised the Logan Stone has ever been connected with the supernatural. To the south of the Logan Rock is a high peak of granite, towering above the other rocks. This is known as the Castle Peak. No one can say for how long a period, but most certainly for ages, this peak has been the midnight rendezvous for witches, many a man, and woman too, now sleeping quietly in the churchyard of St. Leven, would, had they the power, attest to have seen the witches flying into the Castle Peak on moonlight nights mounted on the stems of the ragwort, Senetia Jacobea Linn, and bringing with them the things necessary to make their charms potent and strong. This place was long noted as the gathering place of the army of witches who took their departure for Wales, where they would luxuriate at the most favoured seasons of the year upon the mill of the Welshman's cows. From this peak many a struggling ship has been watched by a malignant crone, while she has been brewing the tempest to destroy it. And many a rejoicing chorus has been echoed, in horror, by the cliffs around, when the witches have been croaking their miserable delight over the perishing crews, as they have watched man, woman, and child drowning whom they were presently to rob of the treasures they were bringing home from other lands. Upon the rocks behind the Logan Rock it would appear that every kind of mischief which can befall man or beast was once brewed by the Street Leven witches. Magi Figgy's Chair. All those who have visited the fine piles of rocks in th vicinity of the so-called Street Leven, Land's End, called Tolpedenpenwith, and infinitely finer than anything immediately surrounding the most western promontory itself, cannot have failed to notice the arrangement of cubical masses of granite piled one upon the other, known as the chair ladder. This remarkable pile presents to the beat of the Atlantic waves a sheer face of cliff of very considerable height, standing up like a huge basaltic column, or a pillar built by the Titans. The horizontal joints representing so many steps in the so-called ladder. On the top is placed a stone of somewhat remarkable shape, which is by no great effort of the imagination converted into a chair. There it was that Magi Figgy, one of the most celebrated of the Street Leven and Burian witches, was in the habit of seating herself when she desired to call up to her aid the spirits of the storm. Often has she been seen swinging herself to and fro on this dizzy height when a storm has been coming home upon the shores, and richly laden vessels have been struggling with the winds. From this spot she poured forth her imprecations on man and beast, and none whom she had offended could escape those withering spells, and from this chair, which will ever bear her name, Magi Figgy would always take her flight. Often, starting like some huge bird, mounted on a stem of ragwort, Figgy has headed a band of inferior witches, and gone off rejoicing in their iniquities to Wales or Spain. This old hag lived in a cottage not far from Raftraw, and she and all her gang, which appears to have been a pretty numerous crew, were notorious wreckers. On one occasion, Madge from her seat of storms lured a Portuguese Indiaman into Perlo Cove, and drowned all the passengers. As they were washed on shore, the bodies were stripped of everything valuable, and buried by Figgy and her husband in the green hollow, which may yet be seen just above Perlo Cove, marking the graves with a rough stone placed at the head of the corpse. The spoils on this occasion must have been large, for all the women were supplied for years with rich dresses, and costly jewels were seen decking the red arms of the girls who labored in the fields. For a long time gems and gold continued to be found on the sands. Howbeit, amongst the bodies thrown ashore was one of a lady richly dressed, with chains of gold about her. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, and not only so, but valuable treasure was fastened around her, she evidently hoping, if saved, to secure some of her property. This body, like all the others, was stripped. But Figgy said there was a mark on it which boded them evil, and she would not allow any of the gold or gems to be divided, as it would be sure to bring bad luck if it were separated. A dreadful quarrel ensued, and bloodshed was threatened. But the diabolical old Figgy was more than a match for any of the men, and the power of her impetuous will was superior to them all. Everything of value, therefore, belonging to this lady was gathered into a heap, and placed in a chest in Madge Figgy's hut. They buried the Portuguese lady the same evening. And after dark a light was seen to rise from the grave, pass along the cliffs, and seat itself in Madge's chair at Tolpedon. Then, after some hours, it descended, passed back again, and, entering the cottage, rested upon the chest. This curious phenomenon continued for more than 3 months nightly, much to the alarm of all but Figgy, who said she knew all about it, and it would be all right in time. One day a strange-looking and strangely attired man arrived at the cottage. Figgy's man, her husband, was at home alone. To him the stranger addressed himself by signs. He could not speak English, so he does not appear to have spoken at all, and expressed a wish to be led to the graves. Away they went, but the foreigner did not appear to require a guide. He at once selected the grave of the lady, and sitting down upon it, he gave vent to his pent-up sorrows. He sent Figgy's man away, and remained there till night, when the light arose from the grave more brilliant than ever, and proceeded directly to the hut, resting as usual on the chest, which was now covered up with old sails, and all kinds of fishermen's lumber. The foreigner swept these things aside, and opened the chest. He selected everything belonging to the lady, refusing to take any of the other valuables. He rewarded the wreckers with costly gifts, and left them no one knowing from whence he came nor whither he went. Madge Figgy was now truly triumphant. One which knows another which, dead or living, she would say. And the African would have been the death of us if we hadn't kept the treasure, whereas now we have good gifts, and no gainsaying. Some do say they have seen the light in Madge Figgy's chair since those times. Old Madge Figgy and the Pig. Madge Figgy once lived in St. Leven, but she removed to Burien Church Town. She had a neighbor, Tom Trenoweth, who had a very fine sow, and the old creature took it into her head to desire this sow. The pig was worth £1 of any man's money, but Madge offered Tom 5 shillings for it. "No," says Tom, "I shan't sell the sow to you, nor to anybody else. I am going to put her in the house, and feed her for myself against winter." "Well," said old Madge, nodding her head, and shaking her finger at Tom, "you will wish you had." From that time the sow ceased to thrive. The more corn the sow ate, the leaner she became. Old Madge came again. "Will ye sell her now, Tom?" "No." "And be to you," said Tom. "Aria, Tom. You will wish you had, before another week is ended, I can tell ye." By next week the sow was gone to skin and bone, yet eating all the time meat enough for 3. At last Tom took the sow out of the house, and prepared to drive her to Penzance Market, and sell her for what she would fetch. The rope was put round her leg, but more for fashion's sake than anything else. The poor pig could scarcely stand on her legs, consequently there was little chance of her running away. Well, Tom and his pig were no sooner on the highroad than the sow set off like a greyhound, and never stopped, racing over hedges and ditches, until she reached Leah Lanes. Tom kept hold of the rope till his arm was almost dragged from his body, and he was fairly out of breath. He dropped the rope. Piggy went on, as quiet as a lamb, but only the way which pleased her best. At last Tom and the sow arrived at Tregenebres Downs. At the corner of the roads, where they divide, one going to Sancreed, and the other to Penzance, Tom again laid hold of the rope, and said to himself, "I'll surely get thee to Penzance yet." The moment they came to the market road, the sow made a bolt, jerked the rope out of Tom's hand, and ran off at full speed, never stopping until she got in under Tregenebres Bridge. Now that bridge is more like a long drain, locally a bolt than anything else, and is smallest in the middle, so when the sow got halfway in, she stuck fast. She couldn't go forward, she wouldn't come back. Tom fired all the stones he could find, first at the pig's head, and then at her tail, and all he got for his pains was a grunt. There he stopped, watching the sow till near sunset. He had eaten nothing since 5 in the morning, and was starving. He saw no chance of getting the sow out, so he swore at her, and prepared to go home, when who should come by but old Madge Figgy, with her stick in one hand and basket in the other. "Why, Tom, is that you? What in the world are ye doing here at this time o' day?" "Well," says Tom, "I'm cussed if I can tell. Look under the bridge, if you're a mind to know." "Why, I hear the sow grunting, I declare. What will ye sell her for now?" "If you can get her out, take her," says Tom, "but hast anything to eat in your basket?" Madge gave him a 2-penny loaf. "Thank ye," says Tom. "Now the devil take the both of ye. Cheat! Cheat! Cheat!" says Madge. Out came the sow, and followed her home like a dog. Madame Noy and old Joan. They say that, a long time since, there lived an old witch down by Alcia Mill, called Joan. Everybody feared to offend the old woman, and gave her everything she looked for, except Madame Noy, who lived in Pendrea. Madame Noy had some beautiful hens of a new sort, with cops on their heads. One morning early, Joan comes up to Pendrea, so as to catch Madame Noy going out into the farmyard, with her basket of corn to feed her poultry, and to collect the eggs. Joan comes up nodding and curtsying every step. "Good morrow to your honor. How well you are looking, Madame Noy. And, oh, what beautiful hens. I've got an old hen that I do want to set. Will you sell me a dozen of eggs? Those with the cops I'd like to have best." Madame turned round half offended, and said, "I have none to sell, neither with the cops nor yet without the cops, whilst I have so many old clucking hens about, and hardly an egg to be found." "You surely wouldn't send me home empty as I came, Madame dear?" "You may go home the same way you came, for you aren't wanted here." "Now," croaked Joan, hoarse with passion, "as true as I tell you so, if you don't sell me some eggs, you will wish your cakes dough." As the old witch said this, she perched herself on the stile, shaking her finger and nodding her head. Madame Noy was a bit of a virago herself, so she took up a stone and flung it at Joan. It hit her in the face, and made her jaws rattle. As soon as she recovered, she spinned forth. "Madame Noy, you ugly old bitch! You shall have the gout, the palsy, and itch. All the eggs your hens lay henceforth shall be addle. All your hens have the pip, and die with the straddle. And ere I with the mighty fine madam have done, of her favourite coppice she shan't possess one." From that day forward, madam was always afflicted. The doctor from Penzance could do little for her. The fowls' eggs were always bad. The hens died, and madam lost all her copies. This is the way it came about. In the place of cops the brains came out, and all by the spells of old Joan. This forms the subject of one of the old Cornish drolls, which ran in an irregular jingle, such as the above, and was half sung, half said by the droll teller. The Witch of Treva. Once a time, long ago, there lived at Treva, a hamlet in Zenner, a wonderful old lady deeply skilled in necromancy. Her charms, spells, and dark incantations made her the terror of the neighborhood. However, This old lady failed to impress her husband with any belief in her supernatural powers, nor did he fail to proclaim his unbelief aloud. One day this skeptic came home to dinner, and found, being exceedingly hungry, to his bitter disappointment, that not only was there no dinner to eat, but that there was no meat in the house. His rage was great, but all he could get from his wife was, "I couldn't get meat out of the stones, could I?" It was in vain to give the reins to passion, the old woman told him, and he must know, that hard words buttered no parsnips. Well, at length he resolved to put his wife's powers to the proof, and he quietly but determinedly told her that he would be the death of her if she did not get him some dinner. But if in half an hour she gave him some good cooked meat, he would believe all she had boasted of her power, and be submissive to her for ever. St. Ives, the nearest market town, was 5 miles off. But nothing doubting, the witch put on her bonnet and cloak, and started. Her husband watched her from their cottage door, down the hill, and at the bottom of the hill, he saw his wife quietly place herself on the ground and disappear. In her place a fine hare ran on at its full speed. He was not a little startled, but he waited, and within the half-hour in walked his wife with good flesh and toddies all ready for eating. There was no longer any doubt, and the poor husband lived in fear of the witch of Treva to the day of her death. This event took place after a few years, and it is said the room was full of evil spirits, and that the old woman's shrieks were awful to hear. Howbeit, peace in the shape of pale-faced death came to her at last, and then a black cloud rested over the house when all the heavens were clear and blue. She was borne to the grave by 6 aged men, carried, as is the custom, underhand. When they were about halfway between the house and the church, a hare started from the roadside and leaped over the coffin. The terrified bearers let the corpse fall to the ground, and ran away. Another lot of men took up the coffin and proceeded. They had not gone far when Puss was suddenly seen seated on the coffin, and again the coffin was abandoned after long consultation, and being persuaded by the parson to carry the old woman very quickly into the churchyard, while he walked before. 6 others made the attempt, and as the parson never ceased to repeat the Lord's Prayer, all went on quietly. Arrived at the church stile, they rested the corpse, the parson paused to commence the ordinary burial service, and there stood the hare which, as soon as the clergyman began, "I am the resurrection and the life," uttered a diabolical howl, changed into a black, unshapen creature, and disappeared. How Mr. Lenine gave up courting. Mr. Lenine had been, as was his wont, spending his evening hours with the lady of his love. He was a timid man and always returned to Tregenebres early. Beyond this, as the lady was alone, she deemed it prudent to let the world know that Mr. Lenine left her by daylight. One evening, it was scarcely yet dark, and our lover was returning home through Leah lanes. His horse started at a woman, who had crept under the hedge for shelter from a passing shower. As Mr. Lenine saw a figure moving in the shade he was terrified. "To-wit, to-who, ho," sang an owl. "It's only me, Mr. Lenine of Tregenebres," said he, putting the spurs to his horse. Something followed him, fast as he might go, and he forced his horse up the hill by Leek Veen. "To-wit, to-who, ho," sang the owl. "It's only me Aunt Betty Foss," screamed the old woman. "To-wit, to-who, ho, ho," sang the owl again. "Don't ye be afeard, Mr. Lenine," shrieked Aunt Betty, almost out of breath. "To-wit, to-who, ho, ho, ho," also shrieked the owl. "Oh, it's only John Lenine of Tregenebres," stammered the frightened lover, who had, however, reached home. He went no more a-courting. He was fully persuaded that either a highwayman and his crew, or the devil and his imps, were upon him. He died a bachelor, and the charming lady became a peevish old maid, and died in solitude, all owing to the hooting owl. Some do say Betty Foss was a witch, and the owl her familiar. The Witch and the Toad. An old woman called Alcy, usually Aunt Alcy, occupied a small cottage in Anthony. One of a row which belonged to a tradesman living in dock, as Devonport was then designated to distinguish it from Plymouth. The old woman possessed a very violent temper, and this, more than anything else, fixed upon her the character of being a witch. Her landlord had frequently sought his rent, and as frequently he received nothing but abuse. He had, on the special occasion to which our narrative refers, crossed the Tamar and walked to Anthony, with the firm resolve of securing his rent, now long in arrear, and of turning the old termagant out of the cottage. A violent scene ensued, and the vicious old woman, more than a match for a really kind-hearted and quiet man, remained the mistress of the situation. She seated herself in the door of her cottage and cursed her landlord's wife, the child she was carrying, and all belonging to him, with so devilish a spite that Mr. owned he was fairly driven away in terror. On returning home, he, of course, told his wife all the circumstances. And while they were discoursing on the subject, the whole story being attentively listened to by their daughter, then a young girl, who is my informant, a woman came into the shop requiring some articles which they sold. "Sit still, father," said Mrs. to her husband, "you must be tired. I will see to the shop." So she went from the parlor into the shop, and, hearing the wants of her customer, proceeded to supply them, gossiping gaily, as was her wont, to interest the buyer. Mrs. was weighing one of the articles required, when something falling heavily from the ceiling of the shop, struck the beam out of her hand, and both the falling body and the scales came together with much noise on to the counter. At the same instant both women screamed, the shopkeeper calling also, "Father! Father!" meaning her husband thereby with great energy. Mr. and his daughter were in the shop instantly, and there, on the counter, they saw an enormous and most ugly toad sprawling amidst the chains of the scales. The first action of the man was to run back to the parlor, seize the tongs, and return to the shop. He grasped the swollen toad with the tongs, the vicious creature spitting all the tithe, and, without a word, he went back and flung it behind the block of wood which was burning in the grate. The object of terror being removed, the wife, who was shortly to become the mother of another child, though usually a woman who had great command over her feelings, fainted. This circumstance demanding all their attention, the toad was forgotten. The shock was a severe one, and although Mrs. was restored in a little time to her senses, she again and again became faint. Those fits continuing, her medical attendant, Dr. was sent for, and on his arrival he ordered that his patient should be immediately placed in bed, and the husband was informed that he must be prepared for a premature birth. The anxiety occasioned by these circumstances, and the desire to afford every relief to his wife, so fully occupied Mr., that for an hour or two he entirely forgot the cause of all this mischief. Or, perhaps satisfying himself that the toad was burnt to ashes, he had no curiosity to look after it. He was, however, suddenly summoned from the bedroom, in which he was with his wife, by his daughter calling to him, in a voice of terror, "Oh father, the toad, the toad." Mr. rushed downstairs, and he then discovered that the toad, though severely burnt, had escaped destruction. It must have crawled up over the log of wood, and from it have fallen down amongst the ashes. There it was now making useless struggles to escape, by climbing over the fender. The tongs were again put in requisition, with the intention this time of carrying the reptile out of the house. Before, however, he had time to do so, a man from Anthony came hastily into the shop with the information that Aunt Alcy had fallen into the fire, as the people supposed, in a fit, and that she was nearly burnt to death. This man had been sent off with 2 commissions, one to fetch the doctor, and the other to bring Mr. with him, as much of the cottage had been injured by fire, communicated to it by the old woman's dress. In as short a time as possible the parish surgeon and Mr. were at Anthony, and too truly they found the old woman most severely burnt, so seriously, indeed, there was no chance that one so aged could rally from the shock which her system must have received. However, a litter was carefully prepared. The old woman was placed in it, and carried to the workhouse. Every attention was given to her situation, but she never recovered perfect consciousness, and during the night she died. The toad, which we left inside the fender in front of a blazing fire, was removed from a position so trying to any cold-blooded animal, by the servant, and thrown, with a hue and a shudder, upon one of the flower beds in the small garden behind the house. There it lay the next morning dead, and when examined by Mr., it was found that all the injuries sustained by the toad corresponded with those received by the poor old wretch, who had no doubt fallen a victim to passion. As we have only to deal with the mysterious relation which existed between the witch and the toad, it is not necessary that we should attend further to the innocent victim of an old woman's vengeance. Then to say that eventually a babe was born, that babe grew to be a handsome man, was an officer in the navy, and having married, went to sea, and perished, leaving a widow with an unborn child to lament his loss. Whether this was a result of the witch's curse, those who are more deeply skilled in witchcraft than I am may perhaps tell. The Sailor Wizard. This appears to have been, and it may still be, a very common superstition. I have lately received from Mr. T.Q. Couch of Bodmin the story of some sailors, who had reason to suspect that one of their body was a wizard. This was eventually proved to have been the case, by circumstances in every way resembling those of our old witch. There had been a quarrel, and revenge had been talked of. The sailors were all grouped together in the forepart of the ship, except the suspected one, and a toad fell sprawling amongst them. One of the men flung the creature into the fire in the caboose. It struggled for a moment in the fire, and then by a convulsive effort flung itself out. Immediately the toad was caught up by one of the men, and flung into the sea. In the course of some little time the absent sailor made his appearance dripping wet. In a drunken frolic he had first fallen into the fire at a low beer shop or kiddly-wink, and subsequently he fell out of the boat into the sea. Romances of the Miners. Traditions of Tinners. To us our Queen, who, in the central earth, midst fiery lavas or basaltine seas, deep-throned the illimitable waste enjoys, enormous solitude, has given these her subterraneous realms, bids us dwell here, in the abyss of darkness, and exert immortal alchemy, each devious cleft, each secret cell explore, and from its fissures draw the ductile ore. The Mine, a dramatic poem. John Sargent. An ancient story I'll tell you anon, which is older by far than the days of King John. But this you should know, that red-robed sinner robbed the Jew of the gold he had made as a tinner. Old Cornish Song. There is scarcely a spot in Cornwall where tin is at present found, that has not been worked over by the old men, as the ancient miners are always called. Every valley has been streamed, that is, the deposits have been washed for tin. Over every hill where now a tin mine appears, there are evidences, many of them most extensive, of actual mining operations having been carried on to as great a depth as was possible in the days when the appliances of science were unknown. Wherever the streamer has been, upon whatever spot the old miner has worked, there we are told that a Phoenician, has been, or the Jew has mined. 157. There is much confusion in these traditions. The Jew, and the Saracen, and the Phoenician are regarded as terms applied to the same people. Whereas the Phoenicians, who are recorded to have traded with the Cornish Britons for tin, and the Jews, who were the great tin miners and merchants in the days of King John, are separated by wide periods of time. And the Saracens, whom some suppose to have been miners who came from Spain when that country was under the dominion of the Moors, occupy a very undefined position. Tradition, however, tells us that the old Cornish miners shipped their tin at several remarkable islands round the coast. St. Michael's Mount has been especially noticed, but this arises from the circumstance that it still retains the peculiar character which it appears to have possessed when Diodorus wrote. But Loo Island, St. Nicholas's Island in Plymouth Sound, the island at St. Ives, the Chapel Rock at Perran, and many other insular masses of rock, which are at but a short distance from the coast, are said to have been shipping places. Tradition informs us that the Christian churches upon Dartmoor, which are said to have been built about the reign of John, were reared by the Jews. Once, and once only, I heard the story told in more detail. They, the Jews, did not actually work in the tin streams and mines of the moor, but they employed tinners, who were Christians, and the king imposed on the Jew merchants the condition that they should build churches for their miners. That the Phoenicians came to Cornwall to buy tin has been so often told that there is little to be added to the story. It was certainly new, however, to be informed by the miners in Gwennap that there could be no shade of doubt but that St. Paul himself came to Cornwall to buy tin. And that Creekbruz mine still in existence supplied the saint largely with that valuable mineral. Gwennap is regarded by Gwennap men as the center of Christianity. This feeling has been kept alive by the annual meeting of the Wesleyan body in Gwennap Pitton Old Mine working on Whit Monday. This high estate and privilege is due, says tradition, to the fact that St. Paul himself preached in the parish. 158. I have also been told that St. Paul preached to the tinners on Dartmoor. And a certain cross on the road from Plympton to Princestown has been indicated as the spot upon which the saint stood to enlighten the benighted miners of this wild region. Of Saint Piran or Perran we have already spoken as the patron saint of the tinners, and of the discovery of tin a story has been told. And we have already intimated that another saint, whose name alone is preserved, Saint Picrus, has his feast day amongst the tinners of eastern Cornwall, on the second Thursday before Christmas. Amidst the giant stories we have the very remarkable Jack the Tinker, who is clearly indicated as introducing the knowledge of tin, or of the dressing of tin, to the Cornish. This is another version of Wayland Smith, the blacksmith of Berkshire. The blacksmith of the Berkshire legend reappears in a slightly altered character in Jack the Tinker. In Camden's Britannia we read, relative to Ashdown, in Berkshire. The burial place of Bayreg, the Danish chief who was slain in this fight, the fight between Alfred and the Danes, is distinguished by a parcel of stones. Less than a mile from the bill, set on edge, enclosing a piece of ground somewhat raised. On the east side of the southern extremity stand 3 squarish fiat stones, of about 4 or 5 feet over either way, supporting a fourth, and now called by the vulgar, Wayland Smith. From an idle tradition about an invisible smith replacing lost horseshoes there. Gough's Camden. C. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott, who has appropriated Wayland Smith with excellent effect. The Berkshire legend of Wayland Smith, by W. S. Singer, is probably but a prototype of Dedalus, Tubal Cain, and Wilson's Prehistoric Annals of Scotland. See also Mr. Thomas Wright's essay on Wayland Smith. The existence of the terms Jews' houses, Jews' tin, Jews' leavings, or the tall, and the tall Saracen, prove the connection of strangers with the Cornish tin mines. The inquiry is too large to be entered on here. I reserve it for another and more fitting place. I may, however, remark in passing, that I have no doubt the Romans were active miners during the period of their possession. And many relics which have been found and ascribed to the Britons are undoubtedly Roman. See further remarks on, Who are the Knockers? Mr. Edmonds supposes that he found in a bronze vessel discovered near Marazion a cauldron in which tin was refined. In the first place, a bronze vessel would never have been used for that purpose, chemical laws are against it. And in the second place, it is more than doubtful if ever the Jews' tin was subjected to this process. In all probability, the bronze vessel discovered was a Roman camp kettle. A very full description of bronze cadrons of this description will be found in The Archaeology and Prehistoric Annals of Scotland, by Daniel Wilson, page 274. It may not be out of place to insert here the tradition of very important application of this metal. The use of tin as a mordant, for which very large quantities are now used, is said to have been thus discovered. Mr. Crutchy, Bankside, married a Scotch woman. This lady often told her husband that his scarlet was not equal to one she could dye. He set her to work. She dyed a skein of worsted in a saucepan, using the same material as her husband, but produced a better color. She did not know this was owing to the saucepans being tinned, but he detected the fact, and made his fortune as a dyer of scarlet and turkey red. The most important turkey red dye works are even now in the neighborhood of Loch Lomond. Therefore, this Scotch woman may have been better acquainted with the process than the story tells. The Tinner of Cheyenne. See Appendix BB. The village of Trerene, near the Logan Stone, was at one time an important market town. Here came all the tin streamers who worked from Penberth to the hills, and to protect the place and the valuable property which was accumulated here, Castle Trerene was built. Here came, or rather into the cove near it came the Tyrian merchants. They were not allowed to advance beyond the shores, lest they should discover the country from which the tin was brought. But it is not of them that we have now to tell, but of a knot of tinners who came from the low country between Cheyenne and Trengathel. These were assembled round the Garak Zons, which then stood in the centre of the marketplace of Trarine. Times had been bad, and they were consulting together what they had better do. The streams had failed them, and they believed all the tin was worked out. Some of them had heard that there was tin in the country a long way off, some miles beyond Marketjew, but they had but a very dim idea of the place or of the people. One of them, who, though an old man, was more adventurous than any of his comrades, said he would travel there and see what could be done. It was then determined that Tom Tressiter should try his fortune, and the others would wait until he came home again, or sent for them to come to him. This was soon noised about, and all the women, old and young, came to say goodbye to Tom. His parting with his wife was brief but bitter. He bore up well, and with a stout heart started on his adventure. Tom Tressiter arrived at length at a place not far from Goldsmithny, and here he found one of the Jew merchants, who farmed the tin ground, and sold the tin at St. Michael's Mount. And the Jew was very anxious to engage so experienced a streamer as Tom was. Tom, nothing loath, took service for a year. He was to have just enough to live on, and a share of profits at the year's end. Tom worked diligently, and plenty of tin was the result of his experienced labor. The year expired, and Tom looked for his share of the profits. The Jew contrived to put Tom off, and promised Tom great things if he would stop for another year, and persuaded him to send for some of his old comrades, clenching every argument which he employed with a small piece of advice. Never leave an old road for a new one. The other tinners were shy of venturing so far, so that 2 or 3 only could be persuaded to leave the west country. With Tom and with his brethren the year passed by, and at the end he got no money, but only the same piece of advice, never leave an old road for a new one. This went on for a 3rd year, when all of them, being naturally tired of this sort of thing, resolved to go home again. Tom Tressiter was a favourite with his master, and was greatly esteemed for his honesty and industry by his mistress. When they left she gave Tom a good currant cake to take home to his old woman, and told him to remember the advice, never leave an old road for a new one. The tinners trudged on together until they were on the western side of Penzance. They were weary, and they found that since they had left home a new road had been made over the hills, which saved them a considerable distance. In fact, it was a short cut. On they went. "No," says Tom, "never leave an old road for a new one." They all laughed at him, and trudged on. But Tom kept in the old road along the valley round the hill. When Torn reached the other end of the short cut, he thought he would rest a bit, and he sat down by the roadside and ate his fuggen. This his mistress had given him, that he might not break his cake until he got home. He had not sat long when he heard a noise, and, looking up the hill, he saw his comrades, who he thought were miles in advance of him, slowly and sorrowfully descending it. They came at last to where Tom was seated, and a sad tale had they to tell. They had scarcely got into the new road when they were set upon by robbers, who took from them all their little bit of money, and then beat them because they had no more. Tom, you may be sure, thought the piece of advice worth something now, as it had saved his bacon. Tom arrived home at last, and glad was the old woman to see her old man once again, so she made him some herby tea at once. He showed his wife the cake, and told her that all he had received for his share of profits was the piece of advice already given. The ladies who read this story will understand how vexed was Tom's wife. There are but few of them who would not have done as she did, that was to seize the cake from the table and fling it at her husband's head, calling him an old fool. Tom Tressiter stooped to avoid the blow. Slap against the corner of the dresser went the cake, breaking in pieces with the blow, and out on the lime-ash floor rolled a lot of gold coins. This soon changed the aspect of things. The storm rolled back, and sunshine was once more in the cottage. The coins were all gathered up, and they found a scrap of paper, on which, when they got the priest to read it, they discovered was written an exact account of each year's profits, and Tom's share. The 3 years' shares had been duly hoarded for him by his master and mistress, and now this old couple found they had enough to make them comfortable for the rest of their days. Many were the prayers said by Tom and his wife for the happiness and health of the honest Jew tin merchant and his wife. Who are the knockers? Charles Kingsley in his Yeast, a Problem, asks this question. Tregara answers. They are the ghosts, the miners hold, of the old Jews that crucified our Lord. And were sent for slaves by the Roman emperors to work the mines, and we find their old smelting houses, which we call Jews' houses, and their blocks at the bottom of the great bogs, which we call Jews' tin, and then a town among us too, which we call Market Jew, but the old name was Marazion, that means the bitterness of Zion, they tell me. And bitter work it was for them, no doubt, poor souls. We used to break into old shafts and adits which they had made, and find fine old stag's horn pickaxes, that crumbled to pieces when we brought them to grass. And they say that if a man will listen of a still night about these shafts, he may hear the ghosts of them at work, knocking and picking, as clear as if there was a man at work in the next level. In Notes and Queries will be found some learned discussions on the question of the Jews working the Cornish tin mines, as though it were merely one of tradition. That the Jews farmed the tin mines of Cornwall and Devonshire is an historical fact, of which we have evidence in charters granted by several of our kings, especially by King John. Carew in his Survey of Cornwall gives some account of their mode of dealing with the tinners. Hence the terms Jews' houses, given to old and rude smelting works, many of which I have seen, and hence the name of Jews' tin, given to the old blocks of tin, specimens of which may be seen in the Museum of Practical Geology. And in the Museum of the Royal Institution of Cornwall, at Truro. Adel Saracen is another term applied to some of the old waste heaps of the ancient tin mines. The Jews, says Whitaker, Origin of Arianism, p. 334, denominated themselves, and were denominated by the Britons of Cornwall, Saracens, as the genuine progeny of Sarah. Be this as it may, I have often heard in the mining villages, from 20 to 30 years since, a man coming from a distant parish, called a foreigner, a man from a distant country, termed an outlandish man. And any one not British born, designated as a Saracen. But this has led me away from the knockers, who are in some districts called also the Bukas. Many a time have I been seriously informed by the miners themselves that these sprites have been heard working away in the remote parts of a lode, repeating the blows of the miner's pick or sledge with great precision. Generally speaking, the knockers work upon productive loads only, and they have often kindly indicated to the trusting miner, where they might take good tribute pitches. To Wesley, Cornwall owes a deep debt. He found the country steeped in the darkness of superstitious ignorance, and he opened a new light upon it. Associated with the spread of Wesleyan Methodism, has been the establishment of schools. And under the influence of religion and education, many of the superstitions have faded away. We rarely hear of the knockers now. But the following occurrence will shew that the knockers have not entirely left the land. One Saturday night I had retired to rest, having first seen that all the members of the household had gone to their bedrooms. These were my daughters, 2 female servants, and an old woman, named Mary, who was left, by the proprietor, in charge of the house which I occupied. I had been some time in bed, when I distinctly heard a bedroom door open, and footsteps which, after moving about for some time in the passage or landing, from which the bedrooms opened, slowly and carefully descended the stairs. I heard a movement in the kitchen below, and the footsteps again ascended the stairs, and went into one of the bedrooms. This noise continued so long, and was so regularly repeated, that I began to fear lest one of the children were taken suddenly ill. Yet I felt assured, if it was so, one of the servants would call me. Therefore I lay still and listened until I fell asleep. On the Sunday morning, when I descended to the breakfast room, I asked the eldest of the 2 servants what had occasioned so much going up and down stairs in the night. She declared that no one had left their bedrooms after they had retired to them. I then inquired of the younger girl, and of each of my daughters as they made their appearance. No one had left their rooms, they had not heard any noises. My youngest daughter, who had been, after this inquiry of mine, for some minutes alone with the youngest servant, came laughing to me. Papa, Nanny says the house is haunted, and that they have often heard strange noises in it. So I called Nancy, but all I could learn from her was that noises, like that of men going up and down stairs, of threshing corn, and of beating the borer, a mining operation, were not uncommon. We all laughed over Papa's ghost during the breakfast, and by old Mary made her appearance. Yes, she said, it is quite true, as Nanny as I told you. I have often heard all sorts of strange noises. But I believe they all come from the load of tin which runs under the house. Wherever there is a load of tin, you are sure to hear strange noises. What, Mary? Was it the knockers I heard last night? Yes. 'Twas the knackers, down working upon the tin, no doubt of it. This was followed by a long explanation, and numerous stories of mines in the Lelant and St. Ives district, in which the knockers had been often heard. After a little time, Mary, imagining, I suppose, that the young ladies might not like to sleep in a house beneath which the knockers were at work, again came with her usual low courtesy into the parlour. Beg pardon, sir, says she. But none of the young ladies need be afraid. There are no spirits in the house, it is very nearly a new one, and no one has ever died in the house. This makes a distinct difference between the ghost of the departed and those gnomes who are doomed to toil in the earth's dark recesses. 159 The Cornish knocker does not appear to be the kobold of German miners. The former are generally kindly, and often serve the industrious miner, the latter class are always malicious, and, I believe, are never heard but when mischief is near. Miners' superstitions. Miners say they often see little imps or demons underground. Their presence is considered favorable. They indicate the presence of loads, about which they work during the absence of the miners. A miner told my informant that he had often seen them, sitting on pieces of timber, or tumbling about in curious attitudes, when he came to work. Miners do not like the form of the cross being made underground. A friend of my informant, going through some levels, or adits, made a plus by the side of one, to know his way back, as he would have to return by himself. He was compelled to alter it into another form. If miners see a snail when going to ball in the morning, they always drop a piece of tallow from their candles by its side. Christmas Eve in the mines. On Christmas Eve, in former days, the small people, or the Spriggans, would meet at the bottom of the deepest mines, and have a midnight mass. Then those who were in the mine would hear voices melodious beyond all earthly voices, singing, Now well. Now well, 160, and the strains of some deep-toned organ would shake the rocks. Of the grandeur of those meetings, old stories could not find words sufficiently sonorous to speak, it was therefore left to the imagination. But this was certain, the temple formed by the fairy bands in which to celebrate the eve of the birth of a Saviour, in whose mercy they all had hope, was of the most magnificent description. Midsummer Eve and New Year's Day and Eve are holidays with the miners. It has been said they refuse to work on those days from superstitious reasons. I never heard of any warnings and tokens. Amongst the mining population there is a deeply rooted belief in warnings. The following, related by a very respectable man, formerly a miner, well illustrates this. My father, when a lad, worked with a companion, James or Jim, as he was called, in Germo. They lived close by Old Will Grey in Brieg. One evening, the daughter of the person with whom they lodged came in to her mother, crying, Billy and Jim been out there for more than a hour, and I been chasing them among the Killier banks, and they won't let me catch them. As fast as I do go to one, they do go to another. Hood your tongue, child, said the mother, 'twas their forenoon core, and they both been up in bed this hours. I'm sure I been chasing them, said the girl. The mother then went upstairs and awoke the lads, telling them the story. One of them said, 'Tis a warning, something will happen in an old end, and I shan't go to mind this core. Nonsense, said the other, don't let us be so foolish. The child has been playing with some strangers, and it isn't worth while to be spaled for any such foolishness. I tell you, replied the other, I won't go. As it was useless for one man to go alone, both remained away. In the course of the night, however, a run took place in the end they were working in, and tens of thousands of kibblefulls came away. Had they been at work, it was scarcely possible for them to have escaped. At Wilvor it has always been and is now believed that a fatal accident in the mine is presaged by the appearance of a hare or white rabbit in one of the engine houses. The men solemnly declare that they have chased these appearances till they were hemmed in apparently, without being able to catch them. The white rabbit on one occasion being run into a wind boar lying on the ground, and, though stopped in, escaped. In this mine there appears to be a general belief among the men in tokens and supernatural appearances. A few months since, a fine old man reported, on being relieved from his turn as watcher, that during the night he heard a loud sound like the emptying of a cartload of rubbish in front of the account house, where he was staying. On going out, nothing was to be seen. The poor fellow, considering the strange sound as a warning, pined away and died within a few weeks. The ghost on horseback. Billy and John, working at Wilvor, were in the habit, early in the morning, of calling out a dog or two, kept by the occupier of an adjoining farm. And with them hunt over the Godolphin warren adjoining. One morning, while thus engaged, one of them gave the alarm that a man on horseback was coming down the road. "'Tisn't possible," said the other, "no horse can ever come over that road." "There is a horse, and old Captain T. is upon it," replied the first. "Hold thy tongue," rejoined his comrade, "he's dead months ago." "I know that, but 'tis he, sure enough." Both crouched down behind a bush. And my informant, whose father was one of the parties, declared that the appearance of Captain T, on a black horse, passed noiselessly down the road immediately before them, but without noticing their presence. The black dogs. About 30 years since, a man and a lad were engaged in sinking a shaft at Wilvor mine, when the lad, through carelessness or accident, missed in charging a hole. So that a necessity arose for the dangerous operation of picking out the charge. This they proceeded to do, the man severely reprimanding the carelessness of his assistant. Several other miners at the time being about to change their corps, were on the plat above, calling down and conversing occasionally with man and boy. Suddenly the charge exploded, and the latter were seen to be thrown up in the midst of a volume of flame. As soon as help could be procured, a party descended, when the remains of the poor fellows were found to be shattered and scorched beyond recognition. When these were brought to the surface, the clothes and a mass of mangled flesh dropped from the bodies. A bystander, to spare the feelings of the relatives, hastily caught up the revolting mass in a shovel, and threw the whole into the blazing furnace of Wolf's engine, close at hand. From that time the enginemen declared that troops of little black dogs continually haunted the place, even when the doors were shut. Few of them liked to talk about it, but it was difficult to obtain the necessary attendance to work the machine. Pitmen's omens and goblins. It is curious to notice the correspondence between the superstitions of the coal miner and those employed in the metalliferous mines. The following comes very opportunely to our hand. The superstitions of pitmen were once many and terrible, but so far from existing nowadays, they are only matters of tradition among the old men. One class only of superstitions does exist among a few of the older and less educated pitmen, namely, the class of omens, warnings, and signs. If one of these pitmen meet or see a woman, if he catch but a glimpse of her draperies, on his way, in the middle of the night to the pit, the probability is that he returns home and goes to bed again. The appearance of woman at this untimely hour has often materially impeded the day's winning, for the omen is held not to be personal to the individual perceiving it, but to bode general ill luck to all. The walk from home to pit mouth, always performed at dead of the night, was the period when omens were mostly to be looked for. The supernatural appearance of a little white animal like a rabbit, which was said to cross the miner's path, was another warning not to descend. Sometimes the omens were rather mental than visual. The pitmen in the Midland counties have, or had, a belief, unknown in the north, in aerial whistlings, warning them against the pit. Who, or what the invisible musicians were, nobody pretended to know. But for all that, they must have been counted and found to consist of 7, as the 7 Whistlers is the name they bear to this day. 2 goblins were believed to haunt the northern mines. One was a spiteful elf, who indicated his presence only by the mischief he perpetrated. He rejoiced in the name of Cutty Soames, and appears to have employed himself only in the stupid device of severing the rope traces or soames, by which an assistant putter, honored by the title of the Fool, is yoked to the tub. The strands of hemp which were left all sound in the board at Kenner time, were found next morning severed in twain. Cutty Soames has been at work, would the Fool and his driver say, dolefully knotting the cord. The other goblin was altogether a more sensible, and, indeed, an honest and hard-working bogey, much akin to the Scotch brownie, or the hairy fiend, whom Milton rather scurvily apostrophizes as a lubber. The supernatural personage in question was no other than a ghostly putter, and his name was Bluecap. Sometimes the miners would perceive a light blue flame flicker through the air, and settle on a full coal tub, which immediately moved towards the Raleigh way, as though impelled by the sturdiest sinews in the working. Industrious Bluecap was at his vocation, but he required, and rightly, to be paid for his services, which he modestly rated as those of an ordinary average putter. Therefore once a fortnight Bluecap's wages were left for him in a solitary corner of the mine. If they were a farthing below his due, the indignant Bluecap would not pocket a stiver. If they were a farthing above his due, indignant Bluecap left the surplus revenue where he found it. The writer asked his informant, a hewer, whether, if Bluecap's wages were nowadays to be left for him, he thought they would be appropriated. The man shrewdly answered, he thought they would be taken by Bluecap, or by somebody else. Of the above notions it must be understood that the idea of omens is the only one still seriously entertained, and even its hold upon the popular mind, as has been before stated, is becoming weaker and weaker. Colliery Guardian, May 23, 1863. The Dead Hand. "I've seen it, I've seen it!" exclaimed a young woman, pale with terror, approaching with much haste the door of a cottage, around which were gathered several of the miners' wives inhabiting the adjoining dwellings. "God's mercy be with the chield," replied the oldest woman of the group, with very great seriousness. "Aunt Alice," asked one of the youngest women, "and do ye believe any harm will come o' seeing it?" Mary Dobley saw it and pined. Jinny Traistrail was never the same woman after she seed the hand in Will Jewell, and I knows ever so many more, but let us hope, by the blessing o' the Lord, no evil will come on Mary. Mary was evidently impressed with a sense of some heavy trouble. She sighed deeply, and pressed her hand to her side, as if to still the beating of her heart. The thoughtless faith of the old woman promised to work out a fulfillment of her fears in producing mental distress and corporeal suffering in the younger one. While this was passing in the little village, a group of men were gathered around a deserted shaft, which existed in too dangerous proximity with the abodes of the miners. They were earnestly discussing the question of the reality of the appearance of the dead hand, those who had not seen it expressing a doubt of its reality, while others declared most emphatically that in that very shaft they had seen un with a lighted candle in his hand, moving up and down upon the ladders, as though he was carried by a living man. It appears that some time previously to the abandonment of the mine, an unfortunate miner was ascending from his subterranean labors, carrying his candle in his hand. He was probably seized with giddiness, but from that or some other cause, he fell away from the ladders, and was found by his comrades a bleeding corpse at the bottom. The character of this man was not of the best. And after his burial, it was stated by the people that he had been seen. From a vague rumor of his spectral appearance on the surface, the tale eventually settled itself into that of the dead hand moving up and down in the shaft. By the spectral light of the candle, the hand had been distinctly visible to many, and the irregular motion of the light proved that the candle was held in the usual manner between the thumb and finger in its ball of clay, while the fingers were employed in grasping stave after stave of the ladder. The belief in the evil attendant on being unfortunate enough to see this spectral hand, prevailed very generally amongst the mining population about 20 years since. The dead hand was not, however, confined to one shaft or mine. Similar narrations have been met with in several districts. Dorcas, the spirit of Polbreen Mine. Polbreen Mine is situated at the foot of the hill known as St. Agnes Beacon. In one of the small cottages which immediately adjoins the mine once lived a woman called Dorcas. Beyond this we know little of her life, but we are concerned chiefly with her death, which we are told was suicidal. From some cause, which is not related, Dorcas grew weary of life, and one unholy night she left her house and flung herself into one of the deep shafts of Polbreen Mine, at the bottom of which her dead and broken body was discovered. The remnant of humanity was brought to the surface, and after the laws of the time with regard to suicides had been fulfilled, the body of Dorcas was buried. Her presence, however, still remained in the mine. She appears ordinarily to take a malicious delight in tormenting the industrious miner, calling him by name, and alluring him from his tasks. This was carried on by her to such an extent, that when a tributor had made a poor month, he was asked if he had been chasing Dorcas 161. Dorcas was usually only a voice. It has been said by some that they have seen her in the mine, but this is doubted by the miners generally, who refer the spectral appearance to the fears of their comrade. But it is stated as an incontrovertible fact, that more than one man who has met the spirit in the levels of the mine has had his clothes torn off his back, whether in anger or in sport, is not clearly made out. On one occasion, and on one occasion only, Dorcas appears to have acted kindly. Two miners, who for distinction's sake we will call Martin and Jackie, were at work in their end, and at the time busily at work, beating the borer. The name of Jackie was distinctly uttered between the blows. He stopped and listened, all was still. They proceed with their task, a blow on the iron rod. Jackie. Another blow. Jackie. They pause, all is silent. Well, thee wert called, Jackie, said Martin, go and see. Jackie was, however, either afraid, or he thought himself the fool of his senses. Work was resumed, and Jackie, was called more vehemently and distinctly than before. Jackie threw down his heavy hammer, and went from his companion, resolved to satisfy himself as to the caller. He had not proceeded many yards from the spot on which he had been standing at work, when a mass of rock fell from the roof of the level, weighing many tons, which would have crushed him to death. Martin had been stooping, holding the borer, and a projecting corner of rock just above him turned off the falling mass. He was securely enclosed, and they had to dig him out, but he escaped without injury. Jackie declared to his dying day that he owed his life to Dorcas. Although Dorcas's shaft remains a part of Polbreen Mine, I am informed by the present agent that her presence has departed. Hingston Downs. Hingston Down, well y'rot. Is worth London town dearly bought. Carew, Lord de Dunstanville's edition. It may be worthy of consideration whether we have not evidence in this distich of the extent to which mining operations were carried on over this moorland and the adjoining country by the ancient Cornish miners. It is said that this moorland was originally Hengeston. And tradition affirms that the name preserves the memory of a severe contest, when the Welsh joined Egbright, a king of the West Saxons, and defeated the host of Danes, who had come over to West Wales, meaning thereby Cornwall. On this waste Hengist had his fenced camp, and here the Cornish and the Welsh attacked and entirely overthrew him. It is evident, if tradition is to be believed, that the struggle was to gain possession of a valuable tin ground. Romances of Fishermen and Sailors. The Pilot's Ghost Story. On a sudden shrilly sounding, hideous yells and shrieks were heard. Then each heart with fear confounding, a sad troop of ghosts appeared, all in dreary hammocks shrouded, which for winding sheets they wore. Admiral Hosier's Ghost. I prefer giving this story in the words in which it was communicated. For its singular character, it is a ghost story well worth preserving. Just 17 years since, I went down on the wharf from my house one night about 12 and 1 in the morning, to see whether there was any hobble, and found a sloop. The Sally of St. Ives. The Sally was wrecked at St. Ives one Saturday afternoon in the spring of 1862, in the bay, bound for Hale. When I got by the White Hart public house, I saw a man leaning against a post on the wharf. I spoke to him, wished him good morning, and asked him what o'clock it was, but to no purpose. I was not to be easily frightened, for I didn't believe in ghosts, and finding I got no answer to my repeated inquiries, I approached close to him and said, "D'art a queer sort of fellow, not to speak. I'd speak to the devil, if he were to speak to me. Who art at all? Thee'st needn't think to frighten me, that thee wasn't due, if thou wert twice so ugly, who art at all?" He turned his great ugly face on me, glared abroad his great eyes, opened his mouth, and it was a mouth sure enough. Then I saw pieces of seaweed and bits of sticks in his whiskers. The flesh of his face and hands were parboiled, just like a woman's hands after a good day's washing. Well, I did not like his looks a bit, and sheered off. But he followed close by my side, and I could hear the water squashing in his shoes every step he took. Well, I stopped a bit, and thought to be a little bit civil to him, and spoke to him again, but no answer. I then thought I would go to seek for another of our crew, and knock him up to get the vessel, and had got about 50 or 60 yards, when I turned to see if he was following me, but saw him where I left him. Fearing he would come after me, I ran for my life the few steps that I had to go. But when I got to the door, to my horror there stood the man in the door grinning horribly. I shook like as aspen leaf, my hat lifted from my head. The sweat boiled out of me. What to do I didn't know, and in the house there was such a row, as if everybody was breaking up everything. After a bit I went in, for the door was on the latch, that is, not locked, and called the captain of the boat, and got light, but everything was all right, nor had he heard any noise. We went out aboard of the Sally, and I put her into Hale, but I felt ill enough to be in bed. I left the vessel to come home as soon as I could, but it took me 4 hours to walk 2 miles, and I had to lie down in the road, and was carried home to St. Ives in a cart. As far as the terrace from there I was carried home by my brothers, and put to bed. 3 days afterwards all my hair fell off as if I had had my head shaved. The roots, and for about half an inch from the roots, being quite white. I was ill 6 months, and the doctor's bill was £4, 17. 6d, for attendance and medicine. So you see I have reason to believe in the existence of spirits as much as Mr. Wesley had. My hair grew again, and 12 months after I had as good a head of dark brown hair as ever. 162. The Phantom Ship. Years long ago, one night, a gig's crew was called to go off to a hobble, to the westwards of St. Ives Head. No sooner was one boat launched than several others were put off from the shore, and a stiff chase was maintained, each one being eager to get to the ship, as she had the appearance of a foreign trader. The hull was clearly visible, she was a schooner-rigged vessel, with a light over her bows. Away they pulled, and the boat which had been first launched still kept ahead by dint of mechanical power and skill. All the men had thrown off their jackets to row with more freedom. At length the helmsman cried out, "Stand ready to board her." The sailor rowing the bow oar slipped it out of the rowlock, and stood on the forethought, taking his jacket on his arm, ready to spring aboard. The vessel came so close to the boat that they could see the men, and the bow oar man made a grasp at her bulwarks. His hand found nothing solid, and he fell, being caught by one of his mates, back into the boat, instead of into the water. Then ship and lights disappeared. The next morning the Neptune of London, Captain Richard Grant, was wrecked at Gwythian, and all perished. The captain's body was picked up after a few days, and that of his son also. They were both buried in Gwythian churchyard. Jack Harry's lights. The phantom lights are called, they tell me, Jack Harry's lights, because he was the first man who was fooled by them. They are generally observed before a gale, and the ship seen is like the ship which is sure to be wrecked. The man who communicated this to me said, "What or how it is we can't tell, but the fact of its being seen is too plain." The following is another version, which I received from an old pilot. Some 5 years ago, on a Sunday night, the wind being strong, our crew heard of a large vessel in the offing, after we came out of chapel. We manned our big boat, the Ark, she was nearly new then, and away we went, under close-reefed foresail and little mizzen, the sea going over us at a sweet rate. The vessel stood just off the head, the wind blowing WNW. We had gone off 4 or 5 miles, and we thought we were up alongside, when, lo! She slipped to windward a league or more. Well, off we went after her, and a good beating match we had, too. But the Ark was a safe craft, and we neared and neared till, as we thought, we got up close. Away she whizzed in a minute, in along to Gadrivi, just over the course we sailed. So we gave it up for Jack Harry's light, and, with wet jackets and disappointed hopes, we bore up for the harbour, prepared to hear of squalls, which came heavier than ever next day. Scores of pilots have seen and been led a nice chase after them. They are just the same as the Flying Dutchman, seen off the Cape of Good Hope. Another man informed me that, once coming down channel, they had a phantom ship alongside of them for miles. It was a moonlight night, with a thin rain and mist. They could see several men aboard moving about. They hailed her several times, but could not get an answer, and we didn't know what to think of her, when all at once she vanished. The Pirate Wrecker and the Death Ship. One lovely evening in the autumn, a strange ship was seen at a short distance from Cape Cornwall. The little wind there was blew from the land, but she did not avail herself of it. She was evidently permitted to drift with the tide, which was flowing southward, and curving in round Whitesand Bay towards the land's end. The vessel, from her peculiar rig, created no small amount of alarm amongst the fishermen, since it told them that she was manned by pirates, and a large body of men and women watched her movements from behind the rocks at Carriglos. At length, when within a couple of pistol shots off the shore, a boat was lowered and manned. Then a man, whose limited movements shew him to be heavily ironed, was brought to the side of the ship and evidently forced, for several pistols were held at his head, into the boat, which then rowed rapidly to the shore in Priest's Cove. The waves of the Atlantic Ocean fell so gently on the strand, that there was no difficulty in beaching the boat. The prisoner was made to stand up, and his ponderous chains were removed from his arms and ankles. In a frenzy of passion he attacked the sailors, but they were too many and too strong for him, and the fight terminated by his being thrown into the water, and left to scramble up on the dry sands. They pushed the boat off with a wild shout, and this man stood uttering fearful imprecations on his former comrades. It subsequently became known that this man was so monstrously wicked that even the pirates would no longer endure him, and hence they had recourse to this means of ridding themselves of him. It is not necessary to tell how this wretch settled himself at Tregasiel, and lived by a system of wrecking, pursued with unheard-of cruelties and cunning. It's too frightful to tell, says my correspondent, what was said about his doings. We scarcely believed half of the vile things we heard, till we saw what took place at his death. But one can't say he died, because he was taken off bodily. We shall never know the scores, perhaps hundreds, of ships that old sinner has brought on the cliffs, by fastening his lantern to the neck of his horse, with its head tied close to the forefoot. The horse, when driven along the cliff, would, by its motion, cause the lantern to be taken for the stern light of a ship, then the vessel would come right in on the rocks, since those on board would expect to find plenty of sea room. And, if any of the poor sailors escaped a watery grave, the old wretch would give them a worse death, by knocking them on the head with his hatchet, or cutting off their hands as they tried to grasp the ledges of the rocks. A life of extreme wickedness was at length closed with circumstances of unusual terror, so terrible, that the story is told with feelings of awe even at the present day. The old wretch fought lustily with death, but at length the time of his departure came. It was in the time of the barley harvest. 2 men were in a field on the cliff, a little below the house, mowing. A universal calm prevailed, and there was not a breath of wind to stir the corn. Suddenly a breeze passed by them, and they heard the words, "The time is come, but the man isn't come." These words appeared to float in the breeze from the sea, and consequently it attracted their attention. Looking out to sea, they saw a black, heavy, square-rigged ship, with all her sails set, coming in against wind and tide, and not a hand to be seen on board. The sky became black as night around the ship, and as she came under the cliff, and she came so close that the top of the masts could scarcely be perceived, the darkness resolved itself into a lurid storm cloud, which extended high into the air. The sun shone brilliantly over the country, except on the house of the pirate at Tregeseal, that was wrapped in the deep shadow of the cloud. The men, in terror, left their work. They found all the neighbors gathered around the door of the pirate's cottage, none of them daring to enter it. Parson had been sent for by the terrified peasants, this divine being celebrated for his power of driving away evil spirits. The dying wrecker was in a state of agony, crying out, in tones of the most intense terror, "The devil is tearing at me with nails like the claws of a hawk. Put out the sailors with their bloody hands." And using, in the paroxysms of pain, the most profane imprecations. The parson, the doctor, and two of the bravest of the fishermen, were the only persons in the room. They related that at one moment the room was as dark as the grave, and that at the next it was so light that every hair on the old man's head could be seen standing on end. The parson used all his influence to dispel the evil spirit. His powers were so potent that he reduced the devil to the size of a fly, but he could not put him out of the room. All this time the room appeared as if filled with the sea, with the waves surging violently to and fro, and one could hear the breakers roaring, as if standing on the edge of the cliff in a storm. At last there was a fearful crash of thunder, and a blaze of the intensest lightning. The house appeared on fire, and the ground shook, as if with an earthquake. All rushed in terror from the house, leaving the dying man to his fate. The storm raged with fearful violence, but appeared to contract its dimensions. The black cloud, which was first seen to come in with the black ship, was moving, with a violent internal motion, over the wrecker's house. The cloud rolled together, smaller and smaller, and suddenly, with the blast of a whirlwind, it passed from Tregeseal to the ship, and she was impelled, amidst the flashes of lightning and roarings of thunder, away over the sea. The dead body of the pirate wrecker lay a ghastly spectacle, with eyes expanded and the mouth partly open, still retaining the aspect of his last mortal terror. As every one hated him, they all desired to remove his corpse as rapidly as possible from the sight of man. A rude coffin was rapidly prepared, and the body was carefully cased in its boards. They tell me the coffin was carried to the churchyard, but that it was too light to have contained the body, and that it was followed by a black pig, which joined the company forming the procession, nobody knew where. And disappeared nobody knew when. When they reached the church stile, a storm, similar in its character to that which heralded the wrecker's death, came on. The bearers of the coffin were obliged to leave it without the churchyard stile and rush into the church for safety. The storm lasted long and raged with violence, and all was as dark as night. A sudden blaze of light, more vivid than before, was seen, and those who had the hardihood to look out saw that the lightning had set fire to the coffin, and it was being borne away through the air, blazing and whirling wildly in the grasp of such a whirlwind as no man ever witnessed before or since. The Spectre Ship of Porthcurno. Porthcurno Cove is situated a little to the west of the Logan Stone. There, as in nearly all the coves around the coast, once existed a small chapel 163 or oratory, which appears to have been dedicated to Saint Leven. There exists now a little square enclosure about the size of a bougie sheep's house, which is all that remains of this little holy place. Looking up the valley, bottom, you may see a few trees, with the chimney tops and part of the roof of an old-fashioned house. That place is Raftra, where they say St. Leven Church was to have been built. But as fast as the stones were taken there by day, they were removed by night to the place of the present church. These performances are usually the act of the devil, but I have no information as to the saint or sinner who did this work. Raftra House, at the time it was built, was the largest mansion west of Penzance. It is said to have been erected by the Tresillians, and, ere it was finished, they appear to have been obliged to sell house and lands for less than it had cost them to build the house. This valley is in every respect a melancholy spot, and during a period of storms, or at night, it is exactly the place which might well be haunted by demon revellers. In the days of the saint from whom the parish has its name, Saint Leven, he lived a long way up from the cove, at a place called Bodlan, and his influence made that, which is now so dreary, a garden. By his pure holiness he made the wilderness a garden of flowers, and spread gladness where now is desolation. Few persons cared to cross that valley after nightfall. And it is not more than 30 years since that I had a narrative from an inhabitant of Penberth, that he himself had seen the spectre ship sailing over the land. This strange apparition is said to have been observed frequently, coming in from sea about nightfall, when the mists were rising from the marshy ground in the bottoms. Onward came the ill-omened craft. It passed steadily through the breakers on the shore, glided up over the sands, and steadily pursued its course over the dry land, as if it had been water. She is described to have been a black, square-rigged, single-masted affair, usually, but not always, followed by a boat. No crew was ever seen. It is supposed they were below, and that the hatches were battened down. On it went to Bodlan, where Saint Leven formerly dwelt. It would then steer its course to Chigwiden, and there vanish like smoke. Many of the old people have seen this ship, and no one ever saw it, upon whom some bad luck was not sure to fall. This ship is somehow connected with a strange man who returned from sea, and went to live at Chigwiden. It may be 500 years since, it may be but 50. He was accompanied by a servant of foreign and forbidding aspect, who continued to be his only attendant, and this servant was never known to speak to any one save his master. It is said by some they were pirates. Others make them more familiar, by calling them privateers, while some insist upon it they were American buccaneers. Whatever they may have been, there was but little seen of them by any of their neighbors. They kept a boat at Porthcurno Cove, and at daylight they would start for sea, never returning until night, and not unfrequently remaining out the whole of the night, especially if the weather was tempestuous. This kind of sea life was varied by hunting. It mattered not to them whether it was day or night. When the storm was loudest, there was this strange man, accompanied either by his servant or by the devil, and the midnight cry of his dogs would disturb the country. This mysterious being died, and then the servant sought the aid of a few of the peasantry to bear his coffin to the churchyard. The corpse was laid in the grave, around which the dogs were gathered, with the foreigner in their midst. As soon as the earth was thrown on the coffin, man and dogs disappeared, and, strange to say, the boat disappeared at the same moment from the cove. It has never since been seen. And from that day to this no one has been able to keep a boat in Porthcurno Cove. The Lady with the Lantern. The night was dark and the wind high. The heavy waves rolled round the point of the island into St. Ives Bay, as Atlantic waves only can roll. Everything bespoke a storm of no ordinary character. There were no ships in the bay, not a fishing boat was afloat. The few small trading vessels had run into Hale for shelter, or had nestled themselves within that very unquiet resting place, St. Ives Pier. The fishing boats were all high and dry on the sands. Moving over the rocks which run out into the sea from the eastern side of the island, was seen a light. It passed over the most rugged ridges, formed by the intrusive greenstone masses, and over the sharp edges of the upturned slate rocks, with apparent ease. Forth and back, to and from, wandered the light. "Ha!" said an old sailor with a sigh, as he looked out over the sea, "a sad night. A sad night. The lady and the lantern is out." "The lady in the lantern," repeated I, "what do you mean?" "The light out yonder." "Is from the lantern of some fisherman looking for something he has lost," interrupted I. "Never a fisherman nor a salt either would venture there tonight," said the sailor. "What is it, then?" I curiously inquired. "Hast never heard of the Lady and the Lantern?" asked a woman who was standing by. "Never." Without any preface, she began at once to enlighten me. I am compelled, however, to reduce her rambling story to something like order, and to make her long-drawn tale as concise as possible. In the year, there were many wrecks around the coast. It was a melancholy time. For more than a month there had been a succession of storms, each one more severe than the preceding one. At length, one evening, just about dusk, a large ship came suddenly out of the mist. Her position, it was at once discovered, equally by those on board and by the people on the shore, was perilous beyond hope. The sailors, as soon as they saw how near they were to the shore, made every effort to save the ship, and then to prepare for saving themselves. The tempest raged with such fury from the west, that the ship parted her anchors at the moment her strain came upon them, and she swung round, her only sail flying into ribbons in the gale, rushing, as it were, eagerly upon her fate. Presently she struck violently upon a sunken rock, and her masts went by the board, the waves sweeping over her, and clearing her decks. Many perished at once, and, as each successive wave urged her onward, others of the hardy and daring seamen were swept into the angry sea. Notwithstanding the severity of the storm, a boat was manned by the St. Ives fishermen, and launched from within the pier. Their perfect knowledge of their work enabled them, by the efforts of willing hearts, anxiously desiring to succor the distressed, to round the pier head, and to row towards the ship. These fishermen brought their boat near to the ship. It was impossible to get close to her, and they called to the sailors on board to throw them ropes. This they were enabled to do, and some 2 or 3 of the sailors lowered themselves by their aid, and were hauled into the boat. Then a group appeared on the deck, surrounding and supporting a lady, who held a child in her arms. They were imploring her to give her charge into the strong arms of a man ere they endeavored to pass her from the ship to the boat. The lady could not be prevailed on to part with the infant. The ship was fast breaking up, not a moment could be lost. So the lady, holding her child, was lowered into the sea, and eagerly the fishermen drew her through the waves towards the boat. In her passage the lady had fainted, and she was taken into the boat without the infant. The child had fallen from her arms, and was lost in the boiling waters. Many of the crew were saved by these adventurous men, and taken safely into St. Ives. Before morning the shore was strewed with fragments of wreck, and the mighty ship had disappeared. Life returned to the lady, but, finding that her child was gone, it returned without hope, and she speedily closed her eyes in death. In the churchyard they buried her, but, shortly after her burial, a lady was seen to pass over the wall of the churchyard, onto the beach, and walk towards the island. There she spent hours amidst the rocks, looking for her child, and not finding it, she would sigh deeply and return to her grave. When the nights were tempestuous or very dark, she carried a lantern. But on fine nights she made her search without a light. The lady and the lantern have ever been regarded as predictors of disaster on this shore. May not the Lady Sibella, or Sibbets, mentioned by Mr. Blight as passing from the shore to a rock off Morva, be but another version of this story? The drowned, hailing their names. The fishermen dread to walk at night near those parts of the shore where there may have been wrecks. The souls of the drowned sailors appear to haunt those spots, and the calling of the dead has frequently been heard. I have been told that, under certain circumstances, especially before the coming of storms, or at certain seasons, but always at night, these callings are common. Many a fisherman has declared he has heard the voices of dead sailors, hailing their own names. The voice from the sea. A fisherman or a pilot was walking one night on the sands at Porthtowan, when all was still save the monotonous fall of the light waves upon the sand. He distinctly heard a voice from the sea exclaiming, "The hour is come, but not the man." This was repeated 3 times when a black figure, like that of a man, appeared on the top of the hill. It paused for a moment, then rushed impetuously down the steep incline, over the sands, and was lost in the sea. In different forms this story is told all around the Cornish coast. The Smuggler's Token. Until about the time of the close of the last French War, a large portion of the inhabitants of the southwest coast of Cornwall were in some way or other connected with the practice of smuggling. The traffic with the opposite coast was carried on principally in boats or undecked vessels. The risks encountered by their crews produced a race of hardy, fearless men, a few of whom are still living, and it has been said that the government of those days winked at the infraction of the law. From an unwillingness to destroy so excellent a school for seamen. Recently the demand for ardent spirits has so fallen off that there is no longer an inducement to smuggle, still it is sometimes exultingly rumored that, the Coast Guard having been cleverly put off the scent, a cargo has been successfully run. The little coves in the Lizard Promontory formed the principal trading places, the goods being taken as soon as landed to various places of concealment, whence they were withdrawn as required for disposal. About 80 years since, a boat, laden with anchors of spirits, was about, with its crew, to leave Mullion Cove for Newlyn. One of the farmers concerned in the venture, members of whose family are still living, was persuaded to accompany them, and entered the boat for the purpose, but, recollecting he had business at Helston, got out again, and the boat left without him. On his return from Helston, late in the evening, he sat down, exclaiming, "The boat and all on board are lost." I met the men as I passed the top of Housefron, a very high cliff on the road, with their hair and clothes dripping wet. In spite of the arguments of his friends, he persisted in his statement. The boat and crew were never more heard of, and the farmer was so affected by the circumstance, that he pined and died shortly after. The Hooper, or the Hooter, of Sennen Cove. This was supposed to be a spirit which took the form of a band of misty vapor, stretching across the bay, so opaque that nothing could be seen through it. It was regarded as a kindly interposition of some ministering spirit, to warn the fishermen against venturing to sea. This appearance was always followed, and often suddenly, by a severe storm. It is seldom or ever seen now. One profane old fisherman would not be warned by the bank of fog. The weather was fine on the shore, and the waves fell tranquilly on the sands, and this aged sinner, declaring he would not be made a fool of, persuaded some young men to join him. They manned a boat, and the aged leader, having with him a threshing flail, blasphemously declared that he would drive the spirit away, and he vigorously beat the fog with the thresher, so the flail is called. The boat passed through the fog, and went to sea. A severe storm came on. No one ever saw the boat or the men again, and since that time the Hooper has been rarely seen. How to eat pilchards. It is unlucky to commence eating pilchards, or, indeed, any kind of fish, from the head downwards. I have often heard persons rebuked for committing such a grievous sin, which is sure to turn the heads of the fish away from the coasts. The legitimate process, mark this, all fish-eaters, is to eat the fish from the tail towards the head. This brings the fish to our shores, and secures good luck to the fishermen. Pilchards crying for more. When there is a large catch of fish, pilchards, they are preserved, put in bulk, as the phrase is, by being rubbed with salt, and placed in regular order, one on the other, head and tails alternately, forming regular walls of fish. The fish often, when so placed, make a squeaking noise. This is called crying for more, and is regarded as a most favorable sign. More fish may soon be expected to be brought to the same cellar. The noise which is heard is really produced by the bursting of the air bladders, and when many break together, which, when hundreds of thousands are piled in a mass, is not unusual, the sound is a loud one. The pressing stones. Those who are not familiar with the process of curing, salting, pilchards for the Italian markets, will require a little explanation to understand the accompanying story. The pilchards being caught in vast quantities, often, amounting to many thousand hogsheads at a time, in an enclosing net called a seine, are taken out of it, the larger net, in a smaller net, called the tuck net, and from it loaded into boats and taken to the shore. They are quickly transferred to the fish cellars, and put in bulk, that is, they are well rubbed with salt, and carefully packed up, all interstitial spaces being filled with salt, in a pile several feet in height and depth. They remain in this condition for about 6 weeks, when they are removed from the bulk, washed, and put into barrels in very regular order. The barrels being filled with pilchards, pressing stones, round masses of granite, weighing about 100 cwt, with an iron hook fixed into them for the convenience of moving, are placed on the fish. By this they are much compressed, and a considerable quantity of oil is squeezed out of them. This process being completed, the cask is headed, marked, and is ready for exportation. Jem Trigos and his old woman, with 2 sons and a daughter, lived over one of the fish cellars in St. Ives. For many years there had been a great scarcity of fish, 164 their cellar had been empty. Jem and his boys were fishermen, and it had long been hard times with them. It is true they went out, hook and line, fishing now and then, and got a little money. They had gone over to Ireland on the herring fishing, but very little luck attended them. Summer had passed away, and the early autumn was upon them. The same boats were out day after day, but no signs of fish. One evening, when the boys came home, and Jenny Tregose had an unusual smile upon her face, and her daughter Janiper, who had long suffered from the megrims, was in capital spirits. "Well, mother," says one of the sons, "and what ails thee? The press stones have been rolling." "Hoss they, sure enough," says the old man. "Ees. Ees," exclaims Janiper, "they has been making a skimmage." "Hark ye," cries the old woman, "there they go again." And sure enough there was a heavy rolling of the stones in the cellar below them. It did not require much imagination to image these round granite pebbles sliding themselves down on the cous, or stone flooring, and dividing themselves up into sets, as if for a dance, a regular cows courant, or game of romps. "Fish tomorrow," exclaimed the old woman. The ejaculations of each one of the party shewed their perfect faith in the belief, that the stones rolling down from the heap, in which they had been useless for some time, was a certain indication that pilchards were approaching the coast. Early on the morrow the old man and his sons were on their stem, and shortly after daylight the cry of "Heva! Heva!" 165 was heard from the hills. The seine was shot, and ere night a large quantity of fish might be seen in the cellar, and every one joyous. Whipping the hake. It is not improbable that the saying applied to the people of one of the Cornish fishing towns, of who whipped the hake, may be explained by the following. Lastly, they are persecuted by the hakes, who, not long sit hence, haunted the coast in great abundance. But now being deprived of their wonted bait, are much diminished, verifying the proverb, "What we lose in hake we shall have in herring." Carew, Survey, page 34. Annoyed with the hakes, the seiners may, in their ignorance, have actually served one of those fish as indicated. Death tokens and superstitions. The death token of the Vingos. The messenger of God. With golden trump I see. With many other angels more. Which sound and call for me. Instead of music sweet. Go toll my passing bell. The bride's burial. When you cross the brook which divides St. Leven from Sennen, you are on the estate of Treville. Tradition tells us that this estate was given to an old family who came with the Conqueror to this country. This ancestor is said to have been the Duke of Normandy's wine taster, and that he belonged to the ancient Counts of Treville, hence the name of the estate. Certain it is the property has ever been held without poll deeds. For many generations the family has been declining, and the race is now nearly, if not quite, extinct. Through all time a peculiar token has marked the coming death of a Vingo. Above the deep caverns in the Treville cliff rises a cairn. On this, chains of fire were seen ascending and descending, and often accompanied by loud and frightful noises. It is said that these tokens have not been seen since the last male of the family came to a violent end. The death fetch of William Rufus. Robert, Earl of Moreton, in Normandy, who always carried the standard of St. Michael before him in battle, was made Earl of Cornwall by William the Conqueror. He was remarkable for his valor and for his virtue, for the exercise of his power, and his benevolence to the priests. This was the Earl of Cornwall who gave the mount in Cornwall to the monks of Mont Saint-Michel in Normandy. He seized upon the priory of St. Petrock at Bodmin, and converted all the lands to his own use. This Earl of Cornwall was an especial friend of William Rufus. It happened that Robert, the Earl, was hunting in the extensive woods around Bodmin, of which some remains are still to be found in the Glyn Valley. The chase had been a severe one. A fine old red deer had baffled the huntsmen, and they were dispersed through the intricacies of the forest, the Earl of Cornwall being left alone. He advanced beyond the shades of the woods on to the moors above them, and he was surprised to see a very large black goat advancing over the plain. As it approached him, which it did rapidly, he saw that it bore on its back King Rufus, all black and naked, and wounded through in the midst of his breast. Robert adjured the goat, in the name of the Holy Trinity, to tell what it was he carried so strangely. He answered, "I am carrying your king to judgment. Yea, that tyrant William Rufus, for I am an evil spirit, and the revenger of his malice which he bore to the Church of God. It was I that did cause this slaughter. The protomartyr of England, Saint Alban, commanding me so to do, who complained to God of him, for his grievous oppression in this isle of Britain, which he first hallowed." Having so spoken, the spectre vanished. Robert, the Earl, related the circumstance to his followers, and they shortly after learned that at that very hour William Rufus had been slain in the New Forest by the arrow of Walter Tyrrell. Sir John Arundel. In the first year of the reign of Edward IV, the brave Sir John Arundel dwelt on the north coast of Cornwall, at a place called Efford, on the coast near Stratton. He was a magistrate, and greatly esteemed amongst men for his honourable conduct. He had, however, in his official capacity, given offence to a wild shepherd, who had by some means acquired considerable influence over the minds of the people, under the impression of his possessing some supernatural powers. This man had been imprisoned by Arundel, and on his return home he constantly waylaid the knight, and, always looking threateningly at him, slowly muttered, "When upon the yellow sand, thou shalt die by human hand." Notwithstanding the bravery of Sir John Arundel, he was not free from the superstitions of the period. He might, indeed, have been impressed with the idea that this man intended to murder him. It is, however, certain that he removed from Efford on the sands, to the wood-clad hills of Trerris, and here he lived for some years without the annoyance of meeting his old enemy. In the 10th year of Edward IV, Richard de Vere, Earl of Oxford, seized St. Michael's Mount. Sir John Arundel, then Sheriff of Cornwall, gathered together his own retainers and a large host of volunteers, and led them to the attack on St. Michael's Mount. The retainers of the Earl of Oxford, on one occasion, left the castle, and made a sudden rush upon Arundel's followers, who were encamped on the sands near Marazion. Arundel then received his death wound. Although he left Efford to counteract the will of fate, the prophecy was fulfilled, and in his dying moments, it is said his old enemy appeared, singing joyously, "When upon the yellow sand, thou shalt die by human hand." Phantoms of the Dying. A gay party were assembled one afternoon, in the latter days of January, in the best parlour of a farmhouse near the Land's End. The inhabitants of this district were, in many respects, peculiar. Nearly all the land was divided up between, comparatively, a few owners, and every owner lived on and farmed his own land. This circumstance, amongst others, led to a certain amount of style in many of the old farmhouses of the Land's End district, and even now, in some of them, from which, alas, the glory has departed, may be seen the evidences of taste beyond that which might have been expected in so remote a district. The best parlour was frequently panelled with carved oak, and the ceiling, often highly, though it must be admitted, heavily decorated. In such a room, in the declining light of a January afternoon, were some 10 or a dozen farmers' daughters, all of them unmarried, and many of them having an eye on the farmer's eldest son, a fine young man about 20 years of age, called Joseph. This farmer and his wife, at the time of which we speak, had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son was an excellent and amiable young man, possessed of many personal attractions, and especially fond of the society of his sisters and their friends. The next son was of a very different stamp, and was more frequently found in the inn at Church Town than in his father's house. The younger son was an apprentice at Penzance. The 2 daughters, Mary and Honor, had coaxed their mother into a tea and heavy cake party, and Joseph was especially retained to be, as every one said he was, the life of the company. In those days, when, especially in those parts, every one took dinner at noon, and tea not much after 4 o'clock, the party had assembled early. There had been the usual preliminary gossip amongst the young people, when they began to talk about the wreck of a fruit ship which had occurred but a few days before, off the Land's End. And it was said that considerable quantities of oranges were washing into Nangesell Cove. Upon this, Joseph said he would take one of the men from the farm, and go down to the cove, which was not far off, and see if they could not find some oranges for the ladies. The day had faded into twilight, the western sky was still bright with the light of the setting sun, and the illuminated clouds shed a certain portion of their splendor into the room in which the party were assembled. The girls were divided up into groups, having their own pretty little bits of gossip, often truly delightful from its entire freedom and its innocence. And the mother of Joseph was seated near the fireplace, looking with some anxiety through the windows, from which you commanded a view of the Atlantic Ocean. The old lady was restless. Sometimes she had to whisper something to Mary, and then some other thing to Honor. Her anxiety, at length, was expressed in her wondering where Joseph could be tarrying so long. All the young ladies sought to ease her mind by saying that there were no doubt so many orange gatherers in the cove, that Joseph and the man could not get so much fruit as he desired. Joseph was the favorite son of his mother, and her anxiety evidently increased. Eventually, starting from her chair, the old lady exclaimed, "Oh, here he is, now I'll see about the tea." With a pleased smile on her face, she left the room, to return, however, to it in deeper sorrow. The mother expected to meet her son at the door, he came not. Thinking that he might possibly have been wetted by the sea, and that he had gone round the house to another door leading directly into the kitchen, for the purpose of drying himself, or of changing his boots. She went into the dairy to fetch the basin of clotted cream, which had been taken up with unusual care, to see if the junket was properly set, and to spread the flaky cream thickly upon its surface. Strange, as the old lady subsequently related, all the pans of milk were agitated, the milk rising up and down like the waves of the sea. The anxious mother returned to the parlor with her basin of cream, but with an indescribable feeling of an unknown terror. She commanded herself, and, in her usual quiet way, asked if Joseph had been in. When they answered her no, she sighed heavily, and sank senseless into a chair. Neither Joseph nor the servant ever returned alive. They were seen standing together upon a rock, stooping to gather oranges as they came with each wave up to their feet, when one of the heavy swells, the lingering undulations of a tempest, so well known on this coast, came sweeping onward, and carried them both away in its cave of waters, as the wave curved to engulf them. The undertow of the tidal current was so strong that, though powerful men and good swimmers, they were carried at once beyond all human aid, and speedily perished. The house of joy became a house of mourning, and sadness rested on it for years. Day after day passed by, and, although a constant watch was kept along the coast, it was not until the fated 9th day that the bodies were discovered, and they were then found in a sadly mutilated state. Often after long years, and when the consolations derivable from pure religious feeling had brought that tranquillity upon the mind of this loving mother, which so much resembles the poetical repose of an autumnal evening, has she repeated to me the sad tale. Again and again have I heard her declare that she saw Joseph, her son, as distinctly as ever she saw him in her life, and that, as he passed the parlor windows, he looked in upon her and smiled. This is not given as a superstition belonging in any peculiar way to Cornwall. In every part of the British Isles it exists. But I have never met with any people who so firmly believed in the appearance of the phantoms of the dying to those upon whom the last thoughts are centered, as the Cornish did. Another case is within my knowledge. A lady, the wife of an officer in the navy, had been with her husband's sister, on a summer evening, to church. The husband was in the Mediterranean, and there was no reason to expect his return for many months. These two ladies returned home, and the wife, ascending the stairs before her sister-in-law, went into the drawing-room, her intention being to close the windows, which, as the weather had been warm and fine, had been thrown open. She had proceeded about half-way across the room, when she shrieked, ran back, and fell into her sister-in-law's arms. Upon recovery, she stated that a figure, like that of her husband, enveloped in a mist, appeared to her to fill one of the windows. By her friends, the wife's fancies were laughed at, and, if not forgotten, the circumstance was no longer spoken of. Month after month glided by, without intelligence of the ship to which that officer belonged. At length the government became anxious, and searching inquiries were made. Some time still elapsed, but eventually it was ascertained that this sloop of war had perished in a white squall, in which she became involved, near the island of Mitylene, in the Grecian archipelago. On the Sunday evening when the widow fancied she saw her husband. The white hare. It is a very popular fancy that when a maiden, who has loved not wisely but too well, dies forsaken and broken-hearted, that she comes back to haunt her deceiver in the shape of a white hare. This phantom follows the false one everywhere, mostly invisible to all but him. It sometimes saves him from danger, but invariably the white hare causes the death of the betrayer in the end. The following story of the white hare is a modification of several tales of the same kind which have been told me. Many, many years have passed away, and all who were in any way connected with my story have slept for generations in the quiet churchyard of a large landed proprietor engaged a fine, handsome young fellow to manage his farm, which was a very extensive as well as a high-class one. When the young farmer was duly settled in his new farmhouse, there came to live with him, to take the management of the dairy, a peasant's daughter. She was very handsome and of a singularly fine figure, but entirely without education. The farmer became desperately in love with this young creature, and eventually their love passed all the bounds of discretion. It became the policy of the young farmer's family to put down this unfortunate passion, by substituting a more legitimate and endearing object. After a long trial, they thought they were successful, and the young farmer was married. Many months had not passed away when the discharged dairymaid was observed to suffer from illness, which, however, she constantly spoke of as nothing, but knowing dames saw too clearly the truth. One morning there was found in a field a newly born babe strangled. The unfortunate girl was at once suspected as being the parent, and the evidence was soon sufficient to charge her with the murder. She was tried, and, chiefly by the evidence of the young farmer and his family, convicted of, and executed for, the murder. Everything now went wrong in the farm, and the young man suddenly left it and went into another part of the country. Still nothing prospered, and gradually he took to drink to drown some secret sorrow. He was more frequently on the road by night than by day, and, go where he would, a white hare was constantly crossing his path. The white hare was often seen by others, almost always under the feet of his horse, and the poor terrified animal would go like the wind to avoid the strange apparition. One morning the young farmer was found drowned in a forsaken mine. And the horse, which had evidently suffered extreme terror, was grazing near the corpse. Beyond all doubt the white hare, which is known to hunt the perjured and the false-hearted to death, had terrified the horse to such a degree, that eventually the rider was thrown into the mine waste in which the body was found. The hand of a suicide. Placing the hand of a man who has died by his own act is a cure for many diseases. The following is given me by a thinking man, living in one of the towns in the west of Cornwall. There is a young man in this town who had been afflicted with running tumors from his birth. When about 17 years of age he had the hand of a man who had hanged himself passed over the wounds on his back, and, strange to say, he recovered from that time, and is now comparatively robust and hardy. This incident is true. I was present when the charm was performed. It should be observed that the notion appears to be that the touch is only effectual on the opposite sex, but in this case they were both, the suicide and the afflicted one, of the same sex. This is only a modified form of the superstition that a one, or any struma swelling, can be cured by touching it with the dead hand of a man who has just been publicly hanged. I once saw a young woman led on to the scaffold, in the Old Bailey, for the purpose of having a one touched with the hand of a man who had just been executed. The north side of a church. A strong prejudice has long existed against burying on the northern side of the church. In many churchyards the southern side will be found full of graves, with scarcely any on the northern side. I have sought to discover, if possible, the origin of this prejudice, but I have not been able to trace it to any well-defined feeling. I have been answered, "Oh, we like to bury a corpse where the sun will shine on the grave, and, the northern graveyard is in the shadow, and cold, but beyond this I have not advanced." We may infer that this desire to place the remains of our friends in earth on which the sun shines, is born of that love which, forgetting mortality, lives on the pleasant memories of the past. Hoping for that meeting beyond the grave which shall know no shadow. The act of planting flowers, of nurturing an evergreen tree, of hanging eternals on the tomb, is only another form of the same sacred feeling. Popular superstitions. It is, or rather was, believed, in nearly every part of the west of England, that death is retarded, and the dying kept in a state of suffering, by having any lock closed, or any bolt shot, in the dwelling of the dying person. A man cannot die easy on a bed made of fowl's feathers, or the feathers of wild birds. Never carry a corpse to church by a new road. Whenever a guttering candle folds over its cooling grease, it is watched with much anxiety. If it curls upon itself, it is said to form the handle of a coffin, and the person towards whom it is directed will be in danger of death. Bituminous coal not unfrequently swells into bubbles, these bubbles of coal containing carbureted hydrogen gas. When the pressure becomes great they burst, and often throw off the upper section with some explosive force. According to the shape of the piece thrown off, so is it named. If it proves round, it is a purse of money; if oblong, it is a coffin, and the group towards which it flew will be in danger. If a cock crows at midnight, the angel of death is passing over the house, and if he delays to strike, the delay is only for a short season. The howling of a dog is a sad sign. If repeated for 3 nights, the house against which it howled will soon be in mourning. A raven croaking over a cottage fills its inmates with gloom. There are many other superstitions and tokens connected with life and death, but those given shew the general character of those feelings which I may, I think, venture to call the inner life of the Cornish people. It will be understood by all who have studied the peculiarities of any Celtic race, that they have ever been a peculiarly impressible people. They have ever observed the phenomena of nature. And they have interpreted them with hopeful feelings, or despondent anxiety, according as they have been surrounded by cheerful or by sorrow-inducing circumstances. That melancholy state of mind, which is so well expressed by the word wished, leads the sufferer to find a sign or a token in the trembling of a leaf, or in the lowering of the tempest clouds. A collection of the almost infinite variety of these signs and tokens, which still exist, would form a curious subject for an essay. Yet this could only now be done by a person who would skillfully win the confidence of the miner or the peasant. They feel that they might subject themselves to ridicule by an indiscreet disclosure of the religion of their souls. When, if ever, such a collection is made, it will be found that these superstitions have their origin in the purest feelings of the heart, that they are the shadowings forth of love, tinctured with the melancholy dyes of that fear which is born of mystery. One would desire that even those old superstitions should be preserved. They illustrate a state of society, in the past, which will never again return. There are but few reflecting minds which do not occasionally feel a lingering regret that times should pass away during which life was not a reflection of cold reason. But these things must fade as a knowledge of nature's laws is disseminated amongst the people. Yet there is the lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard, and loud lament, from haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale. The parting genius is, with sighing sent. Customs of ancient days, sanding the step on New Year's Day. They say, miracles are past, and we have our philosophical persons, to make modern and familiar things supernatural and causeless. Hence is it that we make trifles of terrors, ensconcing ourselves into seeming knowledge. All's well that ends well, Shakespeare. In the rural districts of Cornwall, it is thought to be unlucky if a female is the first to enter the house on New Year's morning. To ensure the contrary, it was customary to give boys some small reward for placing sand on the doorsteps and in the passage. In many places, not many years since, droves of boys would march through the towns and villages, collecting their fees for sanding your step for good luck. This custom prevails over most parts of England. I know a lady who, at the commencement of the present year, sent a cabman into her house before her, upon promise of giving him a glass of spirits, so that she might ensure the good luck which depends upon a man's taking the new year in. May Day. The 1st of May is inaugurated with much uproar. As soon as the clock has tolled of midnight, a loud blast on tin trumpets proclaims the advent of May. This is long continued. At daybreak, with their tintarems, they proceed to the country, and strip the sycamore trees, called May trees, of all their young branches, to make whistles. With these shrill musical instruments they return home. Young men and women devote May Day to junketing and picnics. It was a custom at Penzance, and probably at many other Cornish towns, when the author was a boy, for a number of young people to sit up until 12 o'clock, and then to march round the town with violins and fifes, and summon their friends to the Maying. When all were gathered, they went into the country, and were welcomed at the farmhouses at which they called, with some refreshment in the shape of rum and milk, junket, or something of that sort. They then gathered the May, which included the young branches of any tree in blossom or fresh leaf. The branches of the sycamore were especially cut for the purpose of making the May music. This was done by cutting a circle through the bark to the wood a few inches from the end of the branch. The bark was wetted and carefully beaten until it was loosened and could be slid off from the wood. The wood was cut angularly at the end, so as to form a mouthpiece, and a slit was made in both the bark and the wood, so that when the bark was replaced a whistle was formed. Prepared with a sufficient number of May whistles, all the party returned to the town, the band playing, whistles blowing, and the young people singing some appropriate song. Shrove Tuesday at St. Ives. Formerly it was customary for the boys to tie stones to cords, and with these parade the town, slinging these stones against the doors, shouting aloud, "Give me a pancake, now, now, now. Or I'll souse in your door with a row, toe, toe." A genteel correspondent assures me this is observed now in the lower parts of the town only. The furry, Hellstone. This ancient custom, which consists in dancing through the streets of the town, and entering the houses of rich and poor alike, is thus well described. On the 8th of May, at Hellstone, in Cornwall, is held what is called the furry. The word is supposed by Mr. Polwheel to have been derived from the old Cornish word fair, a fair or jubilee. The morning is ushered in by the music of drums and kettles, and other accompaniments of a song, a great part of which is inserted in Mr. Polwheel's history, where this circumstance is noticed. So strict is the observance of this day as a general holiday, that should any person be found at work, he is instantly seized, set astride on a pole, and hurried on men's shoulders to the river, where he is sentenced to leap over a wide place, which he, of course, fails in attempting, and leaps into the water. A small contribution towards the good cheer of the day easily compounds for the leap. About 9 o'clock the revellers appear before the grammar school, and demand a holiday for the schoolboys, after which they collect contributions from houses. They then fade into the country, fade being an old English word for go, and, about the middle of the day, return with flowers and oak branches in their hats and caps. From this time they dance hand in hand through the streets, to the sound of the fiddle, playing a particular tune, running into every house they pass without opposition. In the afternoon a select party of the ladies and gentlemen make a progress through the street, and very late in the evening repair to the ballroom. A stranger visiting the town on the 8th of May would really think the people mad, so apparently wild and thoughtless is the merriment of the day. There is no doubt of the furry originating from the floralia, anciently observed by the Romans on the 4th of the calends of May. Everyday Book. Midsummer Superstitious Customs. If on Midsummer Eve a young woman takes off the shift which she has been wearing, and, having washed it, turns it wrong side out, and hangs it in silence over the back of a chair, near the fire, she will see, about midnight, her future husband, who deliberately turns the garment. If a young lady will, on Midsummer Eve, walk backwards into the garden and gather a rose, she has the means of knowing who is to be her husband. The rose must be cautiously sewn up in a paper bag, and put aside in a dark drawer, there to remain until Christmas Day. On the morning of the Nativity the bag must be carefully opened in silence, and the rose placed by the lady in her bosom. Thus she must wear it to church. Some young man will either ask for the rose, or take it from her without asking. That young man is destined to become eventually the lady's husband. At eve last midsummer no sleep I sought, but to the field a bag of hemp seed brought. I scattered round the seed on every side, and 3 times in a trembling accent cried, "This hemp seed with my virgin hand I sow. Who shall my true love be, the crop shall mow." I straight looked back, and, if my eyes speak truth, with his keen scythe behind me came the youth. Gay's Pastorals. The practice of sowing hemp seed on Midsummer Eve is not especially a Cornish superstition, yet it was at one time a favorite practice with young women to try the experiment. Many a strange story have I been told as to the result of the sowing, and many a trick could I tell of, which has been played off by young men who have become acquainted with the secret intention of some maidens. I believe there is but little difference in the rude rhyme used on the occasion. Hemp seed I sow. Hemp seed I hoe. The action of sowing the seed and of hoeing it in, must be deliberately gone through winky face. And he, who will my true love be? Come after me and mow. A phantom of the true lover will now appear, and of course the maid or maidens retire in wild affright. If a young unmarried woman stands at midnight on Midsummer Eve in the porch of the parish church, she will see, passing by in procession, every one who will die in the parish during the year. This is so serious an affair that it is not, I believe, often tried. I have, however, heard of young women who have made the experiment. But every one of the stories relate that, coming last in the procession, they have seen shadows of themselves. That from that day forward they have pined, and ere midsummer has again come round, that they have been laid to rest in the village graveyard. Crying the neck. Owing to the uncertain character of the climate of Cornwall, the farmers have adopted the plan of gathering the sheaves of wheat, as speedily as possible, into Irish mows. These are solid cones from 10 to 12 feet high, the heads of the stalks turned inwards, and the whole capped with a sheaf of corn inverted. Whence the term, I know not. But Irish is commonly applied to a field of corn recently cut, as, turn the geese in upon the Irish, that is, the short stubble left in the ground. After the wheat is all cut, on most farms in Cornwall and Devon, the harvest people have a custom of crying the neck. I believe that this practice is seldom omitted on any large farm in these counties. It is done in this way. An old man, or some one else well acquainted with the ceremonies used on the occasion, when the laborers are reaping the last field of wheat, goes round to the shocks and sheaves, and picks out a little bundle of all the best ears he can find. This bundle he ties up very neat and trim, and plats and arranges the straws very tastefully. This is called the neck of wheat, or wheaten ears. After the field is cut out, and the pitcher once more circulated, the reapers, binders, and the women stand round in a circle. The person with the neck stands in the center, grasping it with both his hands. He first stoops and holds it near the ground, and all the men forming the ring take off their hats, stooping and holding them with both hands towards the ground. They then all begin at once, in a very prolonged and harmonious tone, to cry, the neck, at the same time slowly raising themselves upright and elevating their arms and hats above their heads, the person with the neck also raising it on high. This is done 3 times. They then change their cry to "Wee yen. Wee yen," which they sound in the same prolonged and slow manner as before, with singular harmony and effect, 3 times. This last cry is accompanied by the same movements of the body and arms as in crying the neck. I know nothing of vocal music, but I think I may convey some idea of the sound by giving you the following notes in gamut. Let these notes be played on a flute with perfect crescendos and diminuendos. And perhaps some notion of this wild-sounding cry may be formed. Well, after this they all burst out into a kind of loud joyous laugh, flinging up their hats and caps into the air, capering about, and perhaps kissing the girls. One of them then gets the neck, and runs as hard as he can down to the farmhouse, where the dairymaid, or one of the young female domestics, stands at the door prepared with a pail of water. If he who holds the neck can manage to get into the house in any way unseen, or openly by any other way than the door at which the girl stands with the pail of water, then he may lawfully kiss her. But, if otherwise, he is regularly soused with the contents of the bucket. I think this practice is beginning to decline of late, and many farmers and their men do not care about keeping up this old custom. The object of crying, the neck, is to give notice to the surrounding country of the end of the harvest, and the meaning of, we yen, is, we have ended. It may probably mean, we end, which the uncouth and provincial pronunciation has corrupted into, we yen. The neck is generally hung up in the farmhouse, where it often remains for 3 or 4 years. Drinking to the apple trees on Twelfth Night Eve. In the eastern part of Cornwall, and in western Devonshire, it was the custom to take a milk panful of cider, into which roasted apples had been broken, into the orchard. This was placed as near the centre of the orchard as possible, and each person, taking a clomben cup of the drink, goes to different apple trees, and addresses them as follows. Health to the good apple tree. Well to bear, pocketfuls, hatfuls. Peckfuls, bushel bagfuls. Drinking part of the contents of the cup, the remainder, with the fragments of the roasted apples, is thrown at the tree, all the company shouting aloud. Another account tells us, in certain parts of Devonshire, the farmer, attended by his workmen, goes to the orchard this evening. And there, encircling one of the best bearing trees, they drink the following toast 3 times. Here's to thee, old apple tree. Hence thou mayst bud, and whence thou mayst blow. And whence thou mayst bear apples enow. Hats full. Caps full. Bushel sacks full. And my pockets full, too. Huzzah! This done, they return to the house, the doors of which they are sure to find bolted by the females, who, be the weather what it may, are inexorable to all entreaties to open them, till someone has guessed what is on the spit. Which is generally some nice little thing difficult to be hit on, and is the reward of him who first names it. The doors are then thrown open, and the lucky clodpole receives the titbit as his recompense. Some are so superstitious as to believe that if they neglect this custom, the trees will bear no apples that year. 166. Christmas Eve was selected in some parts of England as the occasion for wishing health to the apple tree. Apples were roasted on a string until they fell into a pan of spiced ale, placed to receive them. This drink was called lamb's wool, and with it the trees were wassailed, as in Devonshire and Cornwall. Herrick alludes to the custom. Wassail the trees, that they may bear you many a plum, and many a pear. For more or less fruits they will bring. And you do give them wassailing. May not Shakespeare refer to this? Sometimes lurk I in a gossip's bowl, in very likeness of a roasted crab. And when she drinks, against her lips I bob, and on her withered dewlap pour the ale. Midsummer Night's Dream. In some localities apples are blessed on St. James's Day, July 25. All Hallows Eve at St. Ives. The ancient custom of providing children with a large apple on All Hallows Eve is still observed, to a great extent, at St. Ives. Allen Day, as it is called, is the day of days to hundreds of children, who would deem it a great misfortune were they to go to bed on Allen night, without the time-honored Allen apple to hide beneath their pillows. A quantity of large apples are thus disposed of, the sale of which is dignified by the term Allen market. The 12th cake. The custom, apparently a very ancient one, of putting certain articles into a rich cake, is still preserved in many districts. Usually, 6pence, a wedding ring, and a silver thimble are employed. These are mixed up with the dough, and baked in the cake. At night the cake is divided. The person who secures the 6pence will not want money for that year, the one who has the ring will be the first married. And the possessor of the thimble will die an old maid. Then also every householder, to his ability, doth make a mighty cake, that may suffice his company. Herein a penny doth he put, before it come to fire. This he divides according as his household doth require. And every piece distributeth, as round about they stand, which in their names unto the poor is given out of hand. But whoso chanceth on the piece, wherein the money lies, is counted king amongst them all, and is with shouts and cries exalted to the heavens up. Neogorgis's Popish Kingdom. Oxen pray on Christmas Eve. I remember, when a child, being told that all the oxen and cows kept at a farm, in the parish of St. Germans, at which I was visiting with my aunt, would be found on their knees when the clock struck 12. This is the only case within my own knowledge of this widespread superstition existing in Cornwall. Brand says, a superstitious notion prevails in the western parts of Devonshire, that at 12 o'clock at night on Christmas Eve, the oxen in their stalls are always found on their knees, as in an attitude of devotion. And that, which is still more singular, since the alteration of the style, they continue to do this only on the eve of Old Christmas Day. An honest countryman, living on the edge of St. Stephen's Down, near Launceston, Cornwall, informed me, October 28, 1790, that he once, with some others, made a trial of the truth of the above, and, watching several oxen in their stalls at the above time, at 12 o'clock at night, they observed the two oldest oxen only, fall upon their knees and, as he expressed it in the idiom of the country, make a cruel moan, like Christian creatures. I could not, but with great difficulty, keep my countenance. He saw, and seemed angry, that I gave so little credit to his tale, and, walking off in a pettish humor, seemed to marvel at my unbelief. There is an old print of the Nativity, in which the oxen in the stable, near the Virgin and the Child, are represented upon their knees, as in a suppliant posture. This graphic representation has probably given rise to the above superstitious notion on this head. St. George, the Christmas Plays. The Christmas play is a very ancient institution in Cornwall. At one time religious subjects were chosen, but those gave way to romantic plays. The arrangements were tolerably complete, and sometimes a considerable amount of dramatic skill was displayed. St. George, and the other tragic performers, are dressed out somewhat in the style of Morris dancers, in their shirt sleeves and white trousers, much decorated with ribbons and handkerchiefs, each carrying a drawn sword in his hand, if they can be procured, otherwise a cudgel. They wear high caps of pasteboard, adorned with beads, small pieces of looking-glass, colored paper, and several long strips of pith generally hang down from the top, with small pieces of different colored cloth strung on them. The whole has a very smart effect. Father Christmas is personified in a grotesque manner, as an ancient man, wearing a large mask and wig, and a huge club, wherewith he keeps the bystanders in order. The doctor, who is generally the Merry Andrew of the piece, is dressed in any ridiculous way, with a wig, three-cornered hat, and painted face. The other comic characters are dressed according to fancy. The female, where there is one, is usually in the dress worn half a century ago. The hobby horse, which is a character sometimes introduced, wears a representation of a horse's hide. Beside the regular drama of St. George, many parties of mummers go about in fancy dresses of every sort, most commonly the males in female attire, and vice versa. Battle of St. George. One of the party steps in, crying out, "Room, a room, brave gallant, room. Within this court I do resort to shew some sport and pastime, gentlemen and ladies, in the Christmas time." After this note of preparation, old Father Christmas capers into the room, saying, "Here comes I, old Father Christmas. Welcome or welcome not. I hope old Father Christmas will never be forgot. I was born in a rocky country, where there was no wood to make me a cradle. I was rocked in a stirring bowl, which made me round-shouldered then, and I am round-shouldered still. He then frisks about the room, until he thinks he has sufficiently amused the spectators, when he makes his exit, with this speech. Who went to the orchard to steal apples to make gooseberry pies against Christmas? These prose speeches, you may suppose, depend much upon the imagination of the actor. Enter Turkish knight. Here comes I, a Turkish knight. Come from the Turkish land to fight. And if St. George do meet me here, I'll try his courage without fear. Enter St. George. Here come I, St. George. That worthy champion bold. And, with my sword and spear, I won 3 crowns of gold. I fought the dragon bold, and brought him to the slaughter. By that I gained fair Sabra, the king of Egypt's daughter. T.K. St. George, I pray, be not too bold. If thy blood is hot, I'll soon make it cold. St. G. Thou Turkish knight, I pray, forbear. I'll make thee dread my sword and spear. They fight until the Turkish knight falls. St. G. I have a little bottle, which goes by the name of Alicampane. If the man is alive, let him rise and fight again. The knight here rises on one knee, and endeavors to continue the fight, but is again struck down. T.K. Oh, pardon me, St. George, oh, pardon me, I crave. Oh, pardon me this once, and I will be thy slave. St. G. I'll never pardon a Turkish knight. Therefore arise, and try thy might. The knight gets up, and they again fight, till the knight receives a heavy blow and then drops on the ground as dead. St. G. Is there a doctor to be found to cure a deep and deadly wound? Enter doctor. Oh yes, there is a doctor to be found to cure a deep and deadly wound. St. G. What can you cure? Doctor. I can cure the itch, the palsy, and gout. If the devil's in him, I'll pull him out. The doctor here performs the cure with sundry grimaces, and St. George and the knight again fight, when the latter is knocked down, and left for dead. Then another performer enters, and, on seeing the dead body, says, Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If Uncle Tom Pierce won't have him, Aunt Molly must. The hobby horse here capers in, and takes off the body. Enter old squire. Here comes I, old squire. As black as any friar. As ragged as a colt. To leave fine clothes for malt. Enter Hubbub. Here comes I, old Hubbub bub bub. Upon my shoulders I carries a club. And in my hand a frying pan. So am I not a valiant man? These characters serve as a sort of burlesque on St. George and the other hero, and may be regarded in the light of an anti-mask. Enter the box holder. Here comes I, great head and little wit. Put your hand in your pocket, and give what you think fit. Gentlemen and ladies, sitting down at your ease. Put your hands in your pockets, and give me what you please. St. G. Gentlemen and ladies, the sport is almost ended. Come pay to the box, it is highly commended. The box it would speak, if it had but a tongue. Come throw in your money, and think it no wrong. The characters now generally finish with a dance, or sometimes a song or two is introduced. In some of the performances, 2 or 3 other tragic heroes are brought forward, as the king of Egypt and his son, Ankh. But they are all of them much in the style of that I have just described, varying somewhat in length and number of characters. The Everyday Book. Of the Cornish mystery plays which were once acted in the famous rounds, it is not necessary, in this place, to say anything. The translations by Mr. Norris preserve their characteristics, which indeed differ in few respects from the mystery plays of other parts. The Perran round is fortunately preserved by the proprietor in its original state. Every one must regret the indifference of the wealthy inhabitants of St. Just to their round, which is now a wretched ruin. Geese dancing, Plough Monday. The first Monday after Twelfth Day is Plough Monday, and it is the ploughman's holiday. At this season, in the islands of Scilly, at St. Ives, Penzance, and other places, the young people exercise a sort of gallantry called geese dancing. The maidens are dressed up for young men, and the young men for maidens. And, thus disguised, they visit their neighbors in companies, where they dance, and make jokes upon what has happened during the year, and every one is humorously told their own, without offense being taken. By this sort of sport, according to yearly custom and toleration, there is a spirit of wit and drollery kept up among the people. The music and dancing done, they are treated with liquor, and then they go to the next house, and carry on the same sport. A correspondent, writing to the Table Book, insists on calling these revels goose dancing. The true Cornish man never uses the term, which is, as I have elsewhere shown, derived from dance de geyser, hence guise dancing, or geese dancing, by corruption. Christmas at St. Ives. The guise dancing. We doubt if there is a spot in merry England where Christmas receives so hearty a welcome, and is made so much of, as in the old-fashioned Entient borough of beloved St. Ives. It is often said that extremes meet. But as well might we expect the extremities of Britain, John O'Groats and Cape Cornwall, to meet, as that the frolic-loving descendants of Albion will ever imitate the cold, mountain-nurtured Caledonians in their observance of Christmas time. For months previous to the merrymaking time, preparations are made for the approaching carnival. We can assure our readers that never were the real carnivals ushered in with greater festivities at Rome or Venice, in the zenith of their glory, than is observed here at Christmas. Were many of the denizens of our large towns to witness the making up of the scores of sugar-loaf, three-cocked, and indescribable-shaped hats, caps, bonnets, bloomer skirts, leggings, jackets, and numberless etceteras of the most grotesque and pantomimic character, color, and shape, which goes on in October and November, they would imagine there was to be a bal masque on a large scale, or a pantomime at the theatre of metropolitan proportions. But not so, for there is not even a singing class in the town, if we except the choirs of the various congregations, and all this wilful waste of long cloth, scarlet, ring-straked, and speckled, is to do honour to King Christmas during the 12 nights which intervene twixt the birth of Christmas common and Christmas proper, which said outward manifestations of honour are known in the neighbourhood as Christmas geese dancing, or guise dancing. But of this presently. Not only are the lovers of pleasure on the alert, but the choirs of the different places of worship strive to get up a piece or two to tickle the ears of their hearers on Christmas night. And the house that boasts the best singing seat is sure to be crammed by persons attracted by the twofold advantage of a short sermon and a good lively tune. A pretty brisk trade is carried on by children in the retailing unquenched lime, in small quantities to suit the convenience of purchasers. And few are the domiciles but have had a lick of the lime brush either on the wall, window-sill, doorpost, or chimney. A slut, indeed, is she declared who refuses to have a thorough clean-out before Christmas. New shoes and clothes are worn for the first time on the great holiday. And woe betide the unlucky Crispin who, by some unaccountable oversight, has neglected to make Jennifer's brand new shoes, for her to go and see how smart the church is on Christmas Day. As in other parts of England, a pretty large sum is spent in evergreens, such as holly, or, as it is called here, prickly Christmas, bays, and laurels. Of mistletoe and cypress there is very little in the neighbourhood, and the windows of shops and private dwellings, as well as the parish church, are profusely and tastefully decorated. As to provisions there is no lack. Many a flock of geese has been bespoken, and set apart for private customers. Whilst the ears of the grocers, who generally do a supplementary trade in swine's flesh, are so accustomed to receive a month's notice for a nice bit of flea, spare, rib, that they are loath to engage any of the porcine fraternity that are not all rib. The Christmas market is not a mean affair at St. Ives. If the butchers cannot boast of many prize oxen or South Downs, they generally manage to make the best of their home-raised and well-fed cattle, and the stalls are titivated off nicely too. This year, however, the inspector of nuisances, who is also market toll collector and police constable, sergeant, and inspector, actually refused to clean, or allow to be cleaned, the St. Ives market on Tuesday for the Christmas Eve market. Because there was no extra tolls payable for the Christmas markets, and, as may be expected, the epithets bestowed on him were by no means flattering or complimentary, we did hear of a suggestion to put the gentleman policeman in an aldermanic stall on the 5th of next November, or maybe during the guise dancing. Tradesmen have for the most part cacked their jobs, and the good housewife done her chas in season, on Christmas Eve. In many families, a crock of fish and tates is discussed in West Cornwall style before the singers commence their time-honored carol, while shepherds, which is invariably sung to the same old tune, struck by some novice in U-flat. There is usually a host of young men and maidens to accompany the singers. These are composed of the choirs of 2 or 3 dissenting bodies, who chiefly select the members of their respective congregations for the honor of being disturbed from a sound nap on the eventful morning. The last 2 or 3 years the choirs have done their caroling amongst the most respectable of the inhabitants on the evening of Christmas Day, after divine service. On Christmas Day the mayor, aldermen, and councillors walk in procession to church from the house of the mayor for the time being. The church is, as we have before remarked, gaily decked with evergreens. 2 or 3 days after the singers make a call for something for singing, the proceeds, which are pretty handsome, being spent in a substantial supper for the choir. But of the guise dancing, which has found a last retreat at St. Ives, this is the only town in the country where the old Cornish Christmas revelry is kept up with spirit. The guise dancing time is the 12 nights after Christmas, i.e., from Christmas Day to Twelfth Day. Guise dancing at St. Ives is no more nor less than a pantomimic representation or ball mask on an extensive scale, the performers outnumbering the audience, who in this case take their stand at the corners of the streets, which are but badly lighted with gas, and rendered still more dismal of late years by the closing of the tradesmen's shops after sunset during this season, on account of the noise and uproar occasioned. The town being literally given up to a lawless mob, who go about yelling and hooting in an unearthly manner, in a tone between a screech and a howl, so as to render their voices as undistinguishable as their buffoon-looking dresses. Here a Chinese is exhibiting Viet Mish and Dutch Dops, there a turbaned Indian asks you if you want a silver vatch. A little further on you meet with a Highlander with Dops to cure the gout. The home-impoverishing packman, or duffer, has also his representative, urging to be allowed just to leave a common low-price dress at an uncommon high price, and a quartern of his success. Slow leaves, of the best quality. Faithless swains not unfrequently get served out by the friends of the discarded one at this time, whilst every little peccadillo meets with a just rebuke and exposure. About 18 years ago, a party of youngsters, to give more variety to the sports, constructed a few nice representations of elephants, horses, and, start not gentle reader, lifelike facsimiles of that proverbially stupid brute, the ass. For several seasons it was quite a treat to witness the antics of the self-constituted elephants, horses, and asses, in the thoroughfares of this little town. On the whole, the character of the guise dancing has degenerated very much this last 20 years. It was formerly the custom for parties to get up a little play, and go from house to recite their droll oddities, and levy contributions on their hearers in the form of cake or plum pudding. Wassailing, as far as I can learn, never obtained much in this neighborhood. Old Father Christmas and bold King George were favorite characters. It is not uncommon to see a most odiously disguised person with a bedroom utensil, asking the blushing bystanders if there is any need of me. Some of the dresses are, indeed, very smart, and even costly. But for the most part they consist of old clothes, arranged in the oddest manner, even frightfully ugly. It is dangerous for children, and aged or infirm persons, to venture out after dark, as the roughs generally are armed with a sweeping brush or a shillelagh. The uproar at times is so tremendous as to be only equalled in a raw Irish row. As may be anticipated, these annual diversions have a very demoralizing influence on the young, on account of the licentious nature of the conversation indulged in. Though we really wonder that there are not many more instances of annoyance and insult than now take place, when we consider that but for such times as Christmas and St. Ives feast, the inhabitants have no place of amusement, recreation, or public instruction. There being no library, reading room, institution, literary or scientific, or evening class, and unless there is one at the national schoolroom, not a night school or even a working men's institution is in the town. We should not omit that one of the old customs still observed is the giving apprentices 3 clear holidays, not including Sunday, after Christmas Day, though we hear of attempts being made to lessen this treat to the youngsters. If we don't wish success to these efforts, we do desire those should succeed who will endeavor to impart to our rising population a thorough contempt for guise dancing and all such unmeaning buffoonery. There is one thing which must not be overlooked, viz., the few drunken brawls that occur at such times. Cases of drunkenness certainly occur, but these are far below the average of towns of its size, the population being in 1861, parliamentary limits, 10,354. St. Ives Correspondent. Lady Lovell's Courtship. By the especial kindness of one who has a more abundant store of old Cornish stories than any man whom I have ever met, I am enabled to give some portion of one of the old Cornish plays, or guise dances. Many parts are omitted, as they would, in our refined days, be considered coarse, but as preserving a true picture of a peculiar people, as they were a century and a half or 2 centuries since, I almost regret the omissions. Scene 1. The squire's kitchen, Duffy sitting on the chimney stool, Jane, the housekeeper, half drunk, holding fast by the table. Jane. Oh, I am very bad, I must go to bed with the wind in my stomach. You can bake the pie, Duffy, and give the squire his supper. Keep a good waking fire on the pie for an hour or more. Turn the glass again, when the sand is half down, take the fire from the kettle. Mind to have a good blazing fire in the hall, for the squire will be as wet as a shag. The old fool, to stay out hunting with this flood of rain. Now, I'll take a cup of still waters, and crawl away to bed. Duffy. Never fear, I'll bake the pie as well as if you were under the kettle along with it, so go to bed, Jane. As soon as Jane turns her back, Hughie Lanyon, comes in with. Hughie. What cheer, Duffy, my dear? How dost thou get on, then? Duffy. Never the better for thee, I blah, Hughie. What do bring thee here this time of night? Hughie. Why, thee art never the worse, man, I'm sure. Nor thee cussen't say that the lanes are longer than the love neither, when I'm come according to thee with this rainy weather. Hughie places himself on the chimney stool, at a good distance from Duffy. D. Why doesn't come a little nearer then, Hughie? H. Near enough, I blah. D. Nearer the fire, I mean. Why doesn't speak to me then, Hughie? H. What shall I say, Nan? D. Why, say thee dost love me, to be sure. H. So I do. D. That's a dear. Fine pretty waistcoat on to you, man, Hughie. H. Cost pretty money too. D. What did it cost, man? H. 2 and 20 pence, buttons and all. D. Take good care of N, man. H. So I will. D. That's a dear. The squire is heard calling the dogs. D. Dost hear? There's the squire close to the door. Where shall I put thee? Oh, I'm in such a fright. Wouldn't for the world that he found thee here this time of night. Get in the wood corner, quick, out of sight, and I'll cover thee up with the furs. H. No. D. Then jump into the oven. A little more baking will make thee no worse. Duffy pushes Hughie back into the oven with the fire prong, till he gets out of sight, when the squire comes in, calling. Squire. Jane, take the hares and rabbits, be sure hang them out of the way of the dogs. D. Give them to me, master. Jane is gone to bed. The wind from her stomach is got up in her head, at least so she said. S. Why, who is here, then? I heard thee speaking to some one as I opened the door. D. I was driving away a great owl, master, that fell out of the ivy bush on the top of the chimney, and came tumbling down through the smoke, perched himself there on the end of the chimney stack. There he kept blinking and peeping, like a thing neither waking nor sleeping, till he heard the dogs barking, when he stopped his winking, cried out, "Who? Who?" flapped his wings, and fled up the chimney the same way he came down. D. Now, master, you had better go up in the hall, you will find there a good blazing fire. The squire examines his legs by the firelight. Well, I declare, these are the very best stockings I ever had in my life. I've been hunting, since the break of day, through the bogs and the brambles, the furze and the thorns, in all sorts of weather, and my legs, look, Duffy, look, are still as dry and sound as if they had been bound up in leather. D. Then take good care of them, master, for I shall soon have a man of my own to knit for. Hughie and I are thinking to get married before the next turfy season. You think of having a man. A young girl like you. If I but catch the boy Hughie Lenine here, I'll break his neck, I declare. I can never wear old Jane's stockings any more. Why, thee dost ought to be proud to know that the people from all over the parish, who were never to church before in their lives, come, and from parishes round, that they may see my fine stockings. And don't I stop outside the church door, sometimes 2 hours or more, that the women may see thy fine work? Haven't I stopped at the cross till the parson came out to call the people in, because he and the clerk, he said, wanted to begin? The squire places himself beside Duffy on the chimney stool. The devil comes out of the wood corner, and ranges himself behind them. Whenever the squire is backward, the devil tickles him behind the ear or under the ribs. His infernal highness is supposed to be invisible throughout. Hughie shews a wry face now and then, with clenched fist, through the oven door. The following portion, which is the squire's courtship of Duffy with the help of the devil, is a sort of duet in the old play. I don't remember the whole, yet sufficient, I think, to give some idea of the way it is intended to be carried out. No, I'll marry thee myself, rather than Hughie Lenine. Shall ever wear stockings the equal of mine. Thou shalt have the silk gowns, all broidered in gold. In the old oak chest. Besides jewels and rings. With such other fine things. In the old oak chest, as thee didst never behold. I'd rather work all the day by any young man's side. Than sit in the bower, and be an old man's bride. Thou shalt have silver and gold, and riches untold. I'll buy my true love his shirt, rather than your silver and gold. With one like yourself, both feeble and old. You must say I'm old. Though I'm near 60. I'm stronger still than many a man of 20. Thou shalt ride to church behind me, upon a new pillion. As grand as Madame Noy, or Madame Trezillion. O master, hold your flattering tongue. I'm very foolish, and very young. But. Here the devil tickles the squire sharply under the ribs, when the squire attempts to hug and kiss Duffy, who takes the fire prong and brandishes it in the squire's face. The devil tickles them both. Stand off, keep your distance, and none of your hugging. No man shall kiss me till he takes me to church. I'll never cry at Michaelmas for Christmas laughing. Like the poor maid left in the lurch. Look, the sand is all down, the pie is burned black. And the crust is too hard for your colt's teeth to crack. Up to the hall now, and take your supper. Here Duffy pushes the squire off the stool. The squire jumps up and begins to dance, singing the old dancing tune, Here's to the devil, with his wooden pick, and Duffy and the devil soon join in the dance, and cut all sorts of capers, till the squire dances off to the hall, followed by the devil. When Hughie crawls out of the oven, Duffy opens the kitchen, drives Hughie out, saying, Now take thyself outside the door. And never shew thy face here any more. Don't think I'd have a poor pitiac like thee. When I may marry a squire of high degree. Then takes up the pie, and dances away. During the old pitch-hand pass dance, they beat time with the fire-prong and hunting staff. Scene 2. The first appearance of Lady Lovell, Duffy, after the wedding. She is seen walking up and down the hall dressed in all sorts of ill-assorted, old-fashioned finery, that might have been forgotten in the old oak chest for many generations of Lovells. The high-heeled shoes, train, fan, ruff, high-tet. All sorts of rings on her fingers, and in her ears are de rigueur. Then she sings something like the following. Now I have servants to come at my call. As I walk in grand state in the hall, decked in silks and satins fine. But I grieve all the day, and fret the long night away, to think of my true love, young Hughie Leonine. Many a weary long hour I sit all alone in my bower, where I do nothing but pine, whilst I grieve all the day, and fret the night away, to think of my true love, young Hughie Leonine. Would the devil but come at my call, and take the old squire, silks, satins, and all, with jewels and rings so fine. Then merry and gay I'd work all the day, and pass the night away, kissing my true love, young Hughie Leonine. Another Cornish droll is preserved, in part, as an example of the kind of doggerel verse in which many of those stories were told. Bet of the Mill tells the squire and company that, one Christmas night, all the inmates of Trevither House were gone off to a guise dance, except Madam Penderyn herself, and that they agreed to spin for pastime. One Christmas night. From Trevither Hall. They were off in a guise dance, big and small. Nobody home but Madam Pender and I. So to pass away time we agreed to try, which would spin the finest yarn, the length of the hall, while the holly and bays decked window and wall. We took the rushes up from the floor, from up by the chimney down to the door. When we had the wool carded, ready to spin, it came into our heads, before we'd begin, we'd have a jug of hot spiced beer, to put life in our heels, our hearts to cheer. So we drank to the healths of one and all, while the holly and bays looked bright on the wall. The night was dark, the wind roared without, and whirled the cold snow about and about. But the best part of that night, by the bright firelight, while the Christmas stock did burn, we danced forth and back as light as a feather, spinning and keeping good time together, to the music of the turn. 167. And we never felt weary that night at all, while the holly and bays hung so gay on the wall. We pulled out the yarn as even and fine, as a spinner can spin the best of twine, all the length of the hall, from window to wall, from up by the chimney, down to the door, full a dozen good paces and more, and never felt weary at all, while the holly and bays were so green on the wall. At the turn of the night, old Nick, out of spite, to see the log burn, and to hear the gay turn, made my yarn to crack, and I fell on my back, down the steps of the door. I thought I was dead, or, twice as bad, should never be good any more, if I had broken my bones on the cursed hard stones. 'Twas no wonder. But, worst of all, with the force of the fall, my twaddling string burst asunder. Old Madam was seized with frights and fears. She thought the house falling about her ears. And, to save herself, she tore upstairs, where they found her next morning under the bed, with the brandy bottle close to her head. Bed is found in a similar plight, and all is attributed to spinning. However, the squire orders that Madam Pender shall spin no more, and dance, one and all, with the holly and bays so bright on the wall. The game of hurling. The game of hurling was, until a recent period, played in the parishes to the west of Penzance on the Sunday afternoon. The game was usually between two parishes, sometimes between Burien and Sancreed, or against St. Leven and Sennen, or the higher side of the parish played against the lower side. The run was from Burien Cross in the church town, to the Pipers in Boloite. All the gentry from the surrounding parishes would meet at Boloite to see the ball brought in. Hurling matches are peculiar to Cornwall. They are trials of skill between two parties, consisting of a considerable number of men, 40 to 60 a side, and often between two parishes. These exercises have their name from hurling, a wooden ball, about 3 inches in diameter, covered with a plate of silver, which is sometimes gilt, and has commonly a motto, Guer we gio guer tig, fair play is good play. The success depends on catching the ball dexterously when thrown up, or dealt, and carrying it off expeditiously, in spite of all opposition from the adverse party. Or, if that be impossible, throwing it into the hands of a partner, who, in his turn, exerts his efforts to convey it to his own goal, which is often 3 or 4 miles distance. This sport, therefore, requires a nimble hand, a quick eye, a swift foot, and skill in wrestling, as well as strength, good wind, and lungs. Formerly it was practiced annually by those who attended corporate bodies in surveying the bounds of parishes, but from the many accidents that usually attended that game, it is now scarcely ever practiced. Silver prizes used to be awarded to the victor in the games. A correspondent at St. Ives writes, "Hurling the silver ball. This old custom is still observed at St. Ives. The custom is also kept up at St. Columb and St. Blaise, on the anniversary of the dedication of the church. St. Ives' feast is governed by the Candlemas Day, it being the nearest Sunday next before that day. On the Monday after, the inhabitants assemble on the beach, when the ball, which is left in the custody of the mayor for the time being, is thrown from the churchyard to the crowd. The sides are formed in this way: Toms, Wills, and Yonts. Take off alls on the sands. That is, all those of the name of Thomas, John, or William are ranged on one side, those of any other Christian name on the other. Of late years the odd names outnumber the Toms, Wills, and Yonts. There is a pole erected on the beach, and each side strives to get the oftenest at the gould, i.e., the pole. The other side as manfully striving to keep them out, and to send their opponents as great a distance from the pole as possible. The tradition is, that the contest used to be between the parishes of Ludghan, Lelant, and St. Ives then being part of the living of Ludghan, and that they used to have a friendly hurling at Ludghan. And that afterwards the contest was between Lelant and St. Ives. A stone near to Captain Perry's house is shown, where the two parishes used to meet at the feast, and the struggle was to throw the ball into the parish church, the successful party keeping the ball, the unsuccessful buying a new one. St. Ives is said to have outnumbered the Lelant folks, so that they gave up the contest, and the ball was left with St. Ives. Thus much is certain, that the feasts of St. Ives, Lelant, and Ludghan fall properly on one Sunday, though a misunderstanding has arisen, Lelant claiming to be governed by the day before Candlemas Day, which will alter the 3 every 7 years. The game of hurling is now but rarely played, and the Sabbath is never broken by that or by any other game. Sham Mayors. The mayor of Mylor. There was a curious custom in the town of Perran in Cornwall, which long outlived all modern innovations. On some particular day in September or October, I forget the exact date, about when the hazelnuts are ripe, the festival of Nutting Day is kept. The rabble of the town go into the country to gather nuts, returning in the evening with boughs of hazel in their hands, shouting and making a great noise. In the meantime the journeyman tailors of the town have proceeded to the adjoining village of Mylor, and elected one of their number, mayor of Mylor, taking care the selection falls on the wittiest. Seated in a chair shaded with green boughs, and borne on the shoulders of 4 stalwart men, the worthy mayor proceeds from his good town of Mylor to his ancient borough of Perran. The van being led by the bodyguard of stout fellows well armed with cudgels, which they do not fail to use should their path be obstructed, torch-bearers, and 2 town sergeants, clad in official gowns and cocked hats, and carrying each a monstrous cabbage on his shoulder in lieu of a mace. The rear is brought up by the rabble of the Thnutters. About midday a band of music meets them, and plays them to Perran, where they are received by the entire population. The procession proceeds to the town hall, in front of which the mayor delivers a speech, declaratory of his intended improvements, and for the coming year, being generally an excellent sarcastic burlesque on the speeches of parliamentary candidates. The procession then moves on to each public house door, where the mayor, his council, and officers are liberally supplied with liquor, and the speech is repeated with variations. They then adjourn to the council chamber, in some public house, and devote the night to drinking. At night the streets are filled with people bearing torches, throwing fireballs, and discharging rockets. And huge bonfires are kindled on the green and bold wall. The legal mayor once made an effort to put a stop to this saturnalia, but his new-made brother issued prompt orders to his bodyguards, and the posse comitatus had to fly. The popular opinion is, that there is a clause in the borough charter compelling the legitimate mayor to surrender his power to the mayor of Myler on the night in question, and to lend the town sergeant's paraphernalia to the gentlemen of the shears. 2. The mayor of St. Germans. One of the first objects that attracts attention on entering the village of St. Germans is the large walnut tree, at the foot of what is called Nut Tree Hill. In the early part of the present century there was a very ancient dwelling a few yards southeast of this tree, which was supposed to have been the residence of some ecclesiastic of former times. Many a gay May fair has been witnessed by the old tree. In the morning of the 28th of the month splendid fat cattle, from some of the largest and best farms in the county, quietly chewed the cud around its trunk. In the afternoon the basket swing dangled from its branches, filled with merry laughing boys and girls from every part of the parish. On the following day, the mock mayor, who had been chosen with many formalities, remarkable only for their rude and rough nature, starting from some bush house, where he had been supping too freely of the fair ale, was mounted on wain or cart, and drawn around it, to claim his pretended jurisdiction over the ancient borough, until his successor was chosen at the following fair. Leaving the old nut tree, which is a real ornament to the town, we pass by a stream of water running into a large trough, in which many a country lad has been drenched for daring to enter the town on the 29th of May without the leaf or branch of oak in his hat. 3. The mayor of Halgaver Moor. The people of Bodmin had an old custom of assembling in large numbers on Halgaver Moor in the month of July, and electing a mayor of misrule, for the punishment of petty offenders. Our old historian gives a quaint description. The youthlier sort of Bodmin townsmen use sometimes to sport themselves by playing the box with strangers, whom they summon to Halgaver. The name signifieth the Goat's Moor, and such a place it is, lying a little without the town, and very full of quagmires. When these mates meet with any raw serving man or other young master, who may serve and deserve to make pastime, they cause him to be solemnly arrested for his appearance before the mayor of Halgaver, where he is charged with wearing one spur, or wanting a girdle, or some such like felony, and after he hath been arraigned and tried with all requisite circumstances, judgment is given in formal terms, and executed in some one ungracious prank or other, more to the scorn than hurt of the party condemned. Hence is sprung the proverb, when we see one slovenly apparelled, to say, he shall be presented in Halgaver court. The faction fight at Curry Great Tree. On a green knoll in the centre of the intersection of the roads from Helston to the Lizard, and Mawgon to Curry, flourished an ash tree of magnificent dimensions. The peculiarity of its position, together with its unusual size, in the midst of a district singularly destitute of trees, rendered it famous throughout the surrounding neighbourhood. And in designating a special locality, reference was, and still continues to be, made to Curry Great Tree, as a position generally known. During the last 50 years the tree has been gradually decaying, and at present only a portion of the hollow trunk remains, which is rapidly disappearing. It stands about halfway up a gentle rise facing the north. And in passing over the road, the country people speak of a dim tradition of a time when the road ran with blood. The occasion of this, which is almost forgotten, was a faction fight, on a large scale, between the men of the parishes of Wendron and Brieg, happening about 100 years since. A wreck took place near the Lizard, and the Wendron men being nearest, were soon upon the spot to appropriate whatever flotsam and jetsam might come in their way. Returning laden with their spoils, they were encountered at the great tree by the Wendron men bound on a similar errand, and a fight, as a matter of course, ensued, which was prolonged till the following day. The contest is said to have been a most terrible one, each party being armed with staves. The savage nature of the fight may be inferred from the following fact: a Wendron man named Gluyas, having been disabled, was put upon the top of the roadside hedge, out of the melee. When he was seen by a Brieg termagant known as Prudy the Wicked, and by her quickly dragged into the road, Prudy, exclaiming, "Ef thee art dead, I make thee," suiting the action to the word by striking Gluyas with her patent iron until he was dead. There is some account of Prudy's having been taken before the justice, but she does not appear to have been punished. These fights between parishes were so common in those days that any death occurring in the fray was quietly passed over as a thing of course, and soon forgotten. So late as 30 years since it was unsafe to venture alone through the streets of the lower part of this town, Helston, after nightfall on a market day, owing to the frays of the Brieg, Wendron, and Sithne men. So writes a friend residing in Helston. Toadknack Cuckoo Feast. The parish feast takes place on the nearest Sunday to the 28th of April. It happened in very early times, when winters extended further into the spring than they now do, that one of the old inhabitants resolved to be jovial notwithstanding the inclemency of the season. So he invited all his neighbors, and to warm his house he placed on the burning faggots the stump of a tree. It began to blaze, and, inspired by the warmth and light, they began to sing and drink. When, lo, with a whiz and a whir, out flew a bird from a hollow in the stump, crying, "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" The bird was caught and kept by the farmer, and he and his friends resolved to renew the festal meeting every year at this date, and to call it their Cuckoo Feast. Previous to this event Toadknack had no feast on Sunday, which made this parish a singular exception to the rule in Cornwall. This feast is sometimes called Crowder Feast, because the fiddler formed a procession at the church door, and led the people through the village to some tune on his crowd. The Duke of Restormel. A very singular custom formerly prevailed at Lostwithiel, in Cornwall, on Easter Sunday. The freeholders of the town and manor having assembled together, either in person or by their deputies, one among them, each in his turn, gaily attired and gallantly mounted, with a sceptre in his hand, a crown on his head, and a sword borne before him, and respectfully attended by all the rest on horseback, rode through the principal street in solemn state to the church. At the churchyard stile, the curate, or other minister, approached to meet him in reverential pomp, and then conducted him to church to hear divine service. On leaving the church, he repaired, with the same pomp and retinue, to a house previously prepared for his reception. Here a feast, suited to the dignity he had assumed, awaited him and his suite. And, being placed at the head of the table, he was served, kneeling, with all the rites and ceremonies that a real prince might expect. This ceremony ended with the dinner. The prince being voluntarily disrobed, and descending from his momentary exaltation, to mix with common mortals. On the origin of this custom but one opinion can be reasonably entertained, though it may be difficult to trace the precise period of its commencement. It seems to have originated in the actual appearance of the prince, who resided at Restormel Castle in former ages. But, on the removal of royalty, this mimic grandeur stepped forth as its shadowy representative, and continued for many generations as a memorial to posterity of the princely magnificence with which Lostwithiel had formerly been honored. 168. This custom is now almost forgotten, and Lostwithiel has little to disturb its quiet. Popular superstitions. The carrion crow, that loathsome beast, which cries against the rain, both for her hue, and for the rest. The devil resembleth plain. And as with guns we kill the crow, for spoiling our relief, the devil so must we o'erthrow, with gunshot of belief. George Gascoigne. Charming, and prophetic power. Late yestreen I saw the new moon. Why, the auld moon in her arm. And I fire, my dear master, that we will calm to harm. Sir Patrick Spence. I cannot more appropriately preface this section, than by quoting the remarks of a medical gentleman in large practice, on the subject of charms, in common with most of the lower classes of the west of England. The miner is not free from many absurd superstitions, though I am glad to observe, even in the last few years, a great change has taken place, and such follies are gradually declining. Some think themselves endowed with a species of supernatural agency, and, like the Egyptian alluded to by Othello, call themselves charmers, and profess to stop the flowing of blood, no matter from what cause, a divided artery even. To remove specks from the cornea, which, in the dialect of the country, are called cannons. And cure erysipelas, by charming. But I have never been able to ascertain by what means the charm is supposed to work. I only know that it is an everyday occurrence for mothers to bring children to the surgery, afflicted with either of the diseases mentioned, and say that they have had them charmed. But they were no better, such want of improvement having obviously excited the greatest feelings of astonishment. I knew a person connected with the mines, who felt himself endowed with prophetic powers. And in his case the divination was not confined to events momentous and terrible, but extended to the most trifling minutiae of life. He with grave simplicity told me one day, by way of exemplifying the proper estimation in which his prophetic powers were held by his wife, that on one occasion, his pig having wandered from his sty, she came to him to ascertain in what direction it was to be sought for. And on his professing utter ignorance of the animal's peregrinations, she exclaimed, in reproachful tones, "Ah, you are not so pious as you used to be. I remember the time when you could have told me in an instant the exact spot to have found it." 169. Fortune-telling, charms, etc. In relation to this subject, and confirming an opinion already expressed in the existence still of a belief in magic and charms, I print the following communication from a lady of considerable literary ability. Every country, it may be safely inferred, has its own individual, perhaps characteristic, charm record. An inquiry into it would more than probably recompense the labor, by the light it would let in on the still but little investigated philosophy of the human mind, and the growth of popular superstitions. The portion of our country best known to the writer of these remarks is Cornwall, remarkable for the picturesque wildness of its scenery, and not less so for its numerous superstitions. The Rev. Charles Kingsley, in his Yeast, has availed himself, with his usual tact and power, of one of the most striking of these, having reference to the cruel treatment of the Jews, who were sold as slaves to work in the mines. The evil treatment they experienced being avenged on modern miners, by the terrors the souls of the departed Hebrews inflicted, in returning to the scene of their former compulsory toil. And echoing the sounds of the workmen now laboring in flesh and blood. But this is a digression from the main object of this article, viz., the belief in charms. Several years ago, while residing at Falmouth, I remember to have heard of a man in humble life, named Thomas Martin, whose abode was said to be at a village in the neighborhood of Redruth, and who accomplished wonderful cures of children subject to fits, or personally injured by any deformity, by his power of charming. This man also practiced soothsaying to a considerable extent, and revealed, with unquestionable accuracy, where articles mysteriously abstracted were concealed. If a cow suddenly lost her milk, whether witchcraft had exerted its malignant influence on the non-producing animal or no, such a personage could not but exercise an important power over the rustic population of the neighborhood. But belief in the mysterious intelligence of Martin was by no means confined to the peasant class. A highly respected and even ladylike person told the writer, with all the gravity becoming such a communication, that she had once made an appointment with Thomas Martin to meet him at a certain stile, for the purpose of receiving from him the prediction of her future lot, in other words, having her fortune told. And hastening thither at the time appointed, was horrified to find the stile occupied by a large black snake. As Martin did not make his appearance, she inferred that he had assumed the serpent form, and not being disposed to hold any intercourse with a being of such questionable exterior, she hastened away, determined never more to risk the attainment of the knowledge she coveted through a probably diabolic channel. This anecdote is given as veritable experience of the belief which may prevail in a mind fairly intelligent, and generally rational in conducting the ordinary business of life. Martin's reputation was disputed by no one, and that it continued unimpaired to the close of his life reflects no inconsiderable credit on the shrewdness and sagacity of his mind and his power of guessing. In the town where the writer has been residing for the last 4 months, there is a female, advanced in years and of good character, who, according to the report of many persons, one a relative of her own, is peculiarly endowed with the power of charming away the disease called the kennel, an affection of the eye, which causes extreme pain. A young lady's father was one evening suffering severe pain in the right eye, and after trying various remedies without effect, the agony having greatly increased, in her despair she sought an occasion to leave the house, and hastened at once to the abode of the charmer. She told her errand to the woman, who said that many had come to her for the purpose of ridiculing her, and she did not like to say anything about charming, she did not wish to be laughed at. On this the young lady assured her that her object in true faith was to obtain relief for her suffering father, and by no means to indulge the spirit of ridicule. On this representation she was satisfied, and desired to know the kind of kennel which affected the gentleman's eye. This information the daughter was unable to give her, being unacquainted with their peculiarities. Because, said the charmer, there are 9 kinds of kennels, intimating at the same time that a different charm might be said or applied to each, so that, to avoid omitting any, she must say the charms for all, in order that the one especially affecting the diseased eye should be certainly included in the charm. She went upstairs, and remained about half an hour. On her return she addressed the young lady, and told her she might go home, where she would learn whether the eye had been relieved. She took no money for her incantation. Any little present might be offered at a subsequent visit, but no direct payment was ever requested, and indeed would have been declined. The amazement and pleasure of the anxious daughter, on her arrival at home, will be imagined, on learning from her father that the intense pain in the eye had ceased during her absence, though he had not been made acquainted with her errand. The influence of the faith of another, in this case, on the relief of the afflicted person, has no verisimilitude save with that of the father of the demoniac in the Gospel, or the removal of the son's fever in consequence of the faith of the father. I have no reason whatever to question the truth of this story, which was confirmed by the wife of the gentleman thus relieved. A still more curious instance of the effect of charm, though quite of another character, was related to me by the same party. The gentleman referred to being much afflicted with cramp. His wife was earnestly advised, by a country woman to whom she mentioned the circumstance, to request her husband to place his slippers, with the toes turned upward, at the foot of the bed. Half smiling at the wise counsel, yet perhaps not altogether incredulous, he followed the good woman's advice, and to his great comfort found himself unaffected by his dreaded enemy throughout the night. His faith being thus established in the anti-cramp influence of upturned slippers, he took care to place them, or to have them placed, in the prescribed attitude on several successive nights. One night, however, he was again seized with some appalling twinges, and bethinking himself of the cause, suddenly recollected that in hastening into bed he had not observed the important rule. Instantly he had the slippers restored to their proper position, and, to his astonishment and delight, the pain ceased, and visited him no more. After this experience of the wonderful effects that followed so simple a specific, it may be easily imagined that he did not again risk the return of the cramp from neglecting it. Such phenomena seem beyond the power of explanation on any known medical principles. If any one more than usually versed in the subtle power exercised on the body by the mind, can throw light on the slipper cure of the cramp, he will deserve much at the hands of physiological and mental science. Sem. The Zenner Charmers. Both men and women in this parish possessed this power to a remarkable degree. They could stop blood, however freely it might be flowing. Even should a pig be sticked in the very place, if a charmer was present, and thought of his charm at the time, the pig would not bleed. This statement, made by a Zenner man, shews a tolerably large amount of faith in their power. The charmers are very cautious about communicating their charms. A man would not on any account tell his charm to a woman, or a woman communicate hers to a man. People will travel many miles to have themselves or their children charmed for wildfires, erysipelas, ringworms, pains in the limbs or teeth, kennels, on the eyes, ulcerations. A correspondent writes me, near this lives a lady charmer, on whom I called. I found her to be a really clever, sensible woman. She was reading a learned treatise on ancient history. She told me there were but 3 charmers left in the West, one at New Mill, one in Morva, and herself. Their charm for stopping blood is but another version of one given on another page. Christ was born in Bethlehem. Baptized in the river Jordan. The river stood. So shall thy blood. Mary Jane Polgrain, or whatever the person may be called. In the name of the Father, and J. H., the conjurer of St. Column. This old man was successful in persuading his dupes that he owed his powers over evil spirits to his superior learning and his unblemished life. This assumption of piety was well preserved, and to the outside world his sanctity was undoubted. The only practice which can be named as peculiar to H. was that of lighting scores of candles and placing them around the meadow near his house. Of course such a display would attract much attention, and J. succeeded in conveying an impression to the minds of the country people that this process was required to counteract the spells of the witches. When this old fellow has been summoned, as he often was, to the houses supposed to be under the influence of evil, or to be bewitched, his practice was not a little original, though wanting in all that dignifies the office of an exorcist. When he arrived at the house, before speaking to any one, he would commence operations by beating with a heavy stick on the wooden partitions, screens, or pieces of furniture, so as to make the greatest possible noise, shouting loudly all the time. Out! Out! Out, away! Away! Away, to the Red Sea, to the Red Sea, to the Red Sea. Frequently he would add, with violent enunciation and much action, a torrent of incoherent and often incomprehensible words, locally, gibberish. The proceeding being brought to a close, and the spirits of evil flown, every part of the house was ordered to be well cleansed, and the walls and ceilings to be thoroughly lime-washed, certainly the only sensible part of the whole operation. When J. H. was applied to respecting stolen property, his usual practice was to shoe the face of the thief in a tub of water. J. drove a considerable trade in selling powders to throw over bewitched cattle. 170. Cures for warts. I. The vicar of Bodmin found, not long since, a bottle full of pins laid in a newly made grave. I have heard of this as an unfailing remedy. Each wart was touched with a new pin, and the pin then dropped into the bottle. I am not quite certain that it was necessary that the bottle should be placed in a newly made grave. In many cases burying it in the earth, and especially at a crossroads, was quite sufficient. As the pins rust, the warts decay. 2. A piece of string should be taken, and as many knots tied on it as there are warts on the body. Each wart being carefully touched with the knot dedicated to it. The string is then to be buried, and the warts fade away as it decays. A few years since a shipwright in Devonport dockyard professed to cure warts by merely receiving from an indifferent person a knotted string, the knots of which had been tied by the afflicted. What he did with the string I know not. 3. To touch each wart with a pebble, place the pebbles in a bag, and to lose the bag on the way to church, was for many years a very favorite remedy, but the unfortunate person who found the bag received the warts. A lady once told me that she picked up such a bag, when a child, and out of curiosity, and in ignorance, examined the contents. The result was that she had, in a short time, as many warts as there were stones in the bag. 4. Another remedy was to steal a piece of meat from a butcher's stall in the public market, and with this to touch the warts, and bury it. As the meat putrefied the warts decayed. V. I remember, when quite a child, having a very large, seedy wart, on one of my fingers. I was taken by a distant relation, an elderly lady, residing in Gwynedd, to some old woman, for the purpose of having this wart charmed. I well remember that 2 charred sticks were taken from the fire on the hearth, and carefully crossed over the fleshy excrescence, while some words were muttered by the charmer. I know not how long it was before the wart disappeared, but certainly, at some time, it did so. A cure for paralysis. Marjorie Penworn, a paralyzed woman, about 50 years of age, though from her affliction looking some 10 years older, sat in the church porch of St. and presented her outstretched withered arm and open palm to the congregation as they left the house of God after the morning service. Penny after penny fell into her hand, though Marjorie never opened her lips. All appeared to know the purpose, and 30 pennies were speedily collected. Presently the parson came with his family, and then she spoke for the first time, soliciting the priest to change the copper coins into 1 silver one. This wish was readily acceded to, and the paralytic woman hobbled into the church, and up the aisle to the altar rails. A few words passed between her and the clerk. She was admitted within the rails, and the clerk moved the communion table from against the wall, that she might walk round it, which she did 3 times. Now, said Marjorie, with God's blessing, I shall be cured. My blessed bit of silver must be made into a ring. This was addressed to the clerk, half aside winky face. And within 3 weeks after it is on my finger I shall get the use of my limbs again. This charm is common throughout the 3 western counties for the cure of rheumatism, the Devonshire halt, or for any contraction of the limbs. A cure for rheumatism. Crawl under a bramble which has formed a second root in the ground. Or get a woman who has been delivered of a child, feet foremost, to tread the patient. Sundry charms. The vicar of a large parish church informs me that a woman came to him some time since for water from the font after a christening. She required it to undo some spell. The vicar states, that all the fonts in the country were formerly locked, to prevent people from stealing the holy water, as they called it. Cure for colic in Toadknack. To stand on one's head for a quarter of an hour. For a scald or burn. There came 3 angels out of the east. 1 brought fire and 2 brought frost. Out fire and in frost. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. Bramble leaves, or sometimes the leaves of the common dock, wetted with spring water, are employed in this charm, as also in the following one. Charms for inflammatory diseases. A similar incantation to that practiced for a burn is used. 3 angels are invoked to come from the east, and this form of words is repeated 3 times to each one of 9 bramble leaves immersed in spring water, making passes with the leaves from the diseased part. Charms for the prick of a thorn. I. Christ was of a virgin born. And he was pricked by a thorn. And it did never bell 171 nor swell. As I trust in Jesus this never will. 2. Christ was crowned with thorns. The thorns did bleed, but did not rot. No more shall thy finger. In the name, 172 and Charms for stanching of blood. Sanguis main in te. Sicut Christus fuit in se. Sanguis main in tua vena. Sicut Christus in sua pena. Sanguis main fixus. Sicut Christus quando crucifixus. As this is repeated by ignorant old men or women, it becomes a confused jargon of unmeaning words, but it impresses the still more ignorant sufferer with awe, approaching to fear. The following is more common. Christ was born in Bethlehem. Baptized in the river Jordan. There he digged a well. And turned the water against the hill. So shall thy blood stand still. In the name, and charm for a tetter. Tetter, tetter, thou hast 9 brothers. God bless the flesh and preserve the bone. Perish, thou tetter, and be thou gone. In the name, and tetter, tetter, thou hast 8 brothers. God bless the flesh and preserve the bone. Perish, thou tetter, and be thou gone. In the name, and tetter, tetter, thou hast 7 brothers. And thus the verses are continued until tetter, having no brother, is imperatively ordered to be gone. Charm for the sting of a nettle. Many a time do I remember, when a child playing in the fields, having suffered from the stings of the nettle, and constantly seeking for the advantages of the charm of the dock leaf. The cold leaf was placed on the inflamed spot, and the well-known rhyme 3 times repeated. Out nettle. In dock. Dock shall have a new smock. Charm for toothache. Christ passed by his brother's door. Saw his brother lying on the floor. What aileth thee, brother? Pain in the teeth. Thy teeth shall pain thee no more. In the name, and charm for serpents. The body of a dead serpent bruised on the wound it has occasioned, is said to be an infallible remedy for its bite. Common report is sufficient to warrant a poetical allusion. The beauteous adder hath a sting, yet bears a balsam too. Polwheel sketches. The cure of boils. The sufferer is to pass 9 times against the sun, under a bramble bush growing at both ends. This is the same as the cure prescribed for rheumatism. Rickets, or a crick in the back. The hold stone, menentole, in Lanyon, is commonly called by the peasantry the crick stone. Through this the sufferer was drawn 9 times against the sun, or, if a man, he was to crawl through the hole 9 times. Strumus children were not unfrequently treated after another fashion. A young ash tree was cleft vertically, and the parts being drawn forcibly asunder, the child was passed 3 times against the sun through the tree. This ceremony having been performed, the tree was carefully bound together. If the bark grew together and the tree survived, the child would grow healthy and strong. If the tree died, the death of the child, it was believed, would surely follow. The club moss, Lycopodium inundatum. If this moss is properly gathered, it is good against all diseases of the eyes. The gathering is regarded as a mystery not to be lightly told. And if any man ventures to write the secret, the virtues of the moss avail him no more. I hope, therefore, my readers will fully value the sacrifice I make in giving them the formula by which they may be guided. On the 3rd day of the moon, when the thin crescent is seen for the first time, shew it the knife with which the moss is to be cut, and repeat. As Christ healed the issue of blood. Do thou cut what thou cuttest, for good. At sundown, having carefully washed the hands, the club moss is to be cut kneeling. It is to be carefully wrapped in a white cloth, and subsequently boiled in some water taken from the spring nearest to its place of growth. This may be used as a fomentation. Or the club moss may be made into an ointment, with butter made from the milk of a new cow. Moon superstitions. The following superstitions are still prevalent on the north coast of Cornwall. This root, the sea poppy, so much valued for removing all pains in the breast, stomach, and intestines, is good also for disordered lungs. And is so much better here than in other places, that the apothecaries of Cornwall send hither for it. And some people plant them in their gardens in Cornwall, and will not part with them under 6d a root. A very simple notion they have with regard to this root, which falls not much short of the Druids' superstition in gathering and preparing their seligo and samolus. This root, you must know, is accounted very good both as an emetic and cathartic. If, therefore, they design that it shall operate as the former, their constant opinion is that it should be scraped and sliced upwards, that is, beginning from the root, the knife is to ascend towards the leaf. But if that it is intended to operate as a cathartic, they must scrape the root downwards. The senecio also, or groundsel, they strip upwards for an emetic and downwards for a cathartic. In Cornwall they have several such groundless opinions with regard to plants, and they gather all the medicinal ones when the moon is just such an age, which, with many other such whims, must be considered as the relics of the Druid superstition. 173. They, the Druids, likewise used great ceremonies in gathering an herb called samolus, marshwort, or fanberries, which consisted in a previous fast, in not looking back during the time of their plucking it, and, lastly, in using their left hand only. From this last ceremony, perhaps, the herb took the name of samel, which, in the Phoenician tongue, means the left hand. This herb was considered to be particularly efficacious in curing the diseases incident to swine and cattle. C. S. Gilbert. Cures for whooping cough. I. Gather 9 spar stones from a running stream, taking care not to interrupt the free passage of the water in doing so. Then dip a quart of water from the stream, which must be taken in the direction in which the stream runs. By no means must the vessel be dipped against the stream. Then make the 9 stones red hot, and throw them into the quart of water. Bottle the prepared water, and give the afflicted child a wineglass of this water for 9 mornings following. If this will not cure the whooping cough, nothing else can, says the believer. 2. A female donkey of 3 years old was taken, and the child was drawn naked 9 times over its back and under its belly. Then 3 spoonfuls of milk were drawn from the teats of the animal, and 3 hairs cut from the back and 3 hairs cut from the belly were placed in it. This was to stand for 3 hours to acquire the proper virtue, and then the child drank it in 3 doses. This ceremony was repeated 3 mornings running, and my informant said the child was always cured. I knew of several children who were treated in this manner in one of the small villages between Penzance and Madron Church Town, some 20 or 30 years since. There were some doggerel lines connected with the ceremony, which have escaped my memory, and I have endeavored, in vain, to find any one remembering them. They were to the effect that, as Christ placed the cross on the ass's back when he rode into Jerusalem, and so rendered the animal holy, if the child touched where Jesus sat, it should cough no more. Cure of toothache. One good man informed me that, though he had no faith in charming, yet this he knew, that he was underground one day, and had the toothache awful bad, sure enough. And Uncle John asked me, "What's the matter?" says he. "The toothache," says I. "Shall I charm it?" says he. "Yes," says I. "Very well," says he, and off he went to work in the next pitch. Ho! Dead my toothache, Lord bless ye, just dead ye know. Just as if the charm were tugging my very life out. At last Uncle John comed down to the solar, and singed out, "Hullo! How's your tooth in there?" says he. "Very bad," says I. "How's a feeling?" says he. "Pulling away like an old hoss with the squitches," says I. "How'll drag my jaw off directly," says I. "Es the charm working," says he. "Es, sure enough," says I. "Yes," says he, "I'll be better directly." "Hope a will," says I. "Goodness gracious. Didn't a ache, I believe a did you, then a stopped most to once." "Es better," says I. "I thought so," says he, "and you won't have un no more for a long time," says he. "Thank ye, Uncle John," says I. "I'll give ye a pint o' beer payday," and so I did, and I haven't had the toothache ever since. Now, if he didn't charm un, how did a stop? And if he didn't know I would be better a long time, how did he say so? No, nor I haven't had un never since. So that's a plain proof as he gnawed all about it, wasn't you? I nodded assent, convinced it was useless to argue against such reasoning as that. The convalescent's walk. If an invalid goes out for the first time and makes a circuit, this circuit must be with the sun. If against the sun, there will be a relapse. Adders, and the Millpreeve. The country people around the Land's End say that in old times no one could live in the low grounds, which were then covered with thickets, and these swarming with adders. Even at a much later period, in the summer time, it was not safe to venture amongst the firs on the downs without a Millpreeve. I have never seen a Millpreeve. But it is described to me as being about the size of a pigeon's egg, and I am told that it is made by the adders when they get together in great numbers. Is it not probable that the Millpreeve may be one of the madrepore corals, millpore, found sometimes on the beaches around Land's End? A friend writes me, "I was once shown a Millpreeve. It was nothing more than a beautiful ball of coralline limestone, the section of the coral being thought to be entangled young snakes. When some old men were streaming the bottoms up near Partamy, they were often obliged to leave work on account of the number of adders that would get together as if by agreement, and advance upon them. One day one of the tin streamers chanced to leave his pot of milk, uncovered, out of the Moore house, when an adder got into it. The man cut a turf and put over the pot to prevent the reptile from escaping. In a few minutes the tinners saw the ugly things crawling and leaping from all quarters towards the pot. The streamers were obliged to run, and take which way they would. The adders seemed to be coming from every direction, further and further off. At last, they formed a heap round the pot as large as a cock of hay. Towards night all the reptiles were quite still, then the men gathered together, around the mass of adders, a great quantity of furs, being summer, there was plenty cut and dry close at hand, and piled it up like sheaves to make a mow, laying a circle of well-dried turf without it. They then fired the turf on every side, and when it was well ignited, they fired the furs. Oh, it was a sight to see the adders when they felt the smoke and the flame. They began to boil, as it were, all in a heap, and fell back into the flaming furs, those which leaped through perishing on the brilliant ring of burning peat. Thus were killed thousands upon thousands of adders, and the moors were clear for a long, long period. This is related nearly as the story was told. But it appears necessary to make some allowance for that spirit of exaggeration which is a characteristic of all Celtic people, ere they have been tutored to know the dignity of truth. The country people retain a conceit, that the snakes, by their breathing upon a hazel wand, do make a stone ring of blue colour, in which there appeareth the yellow figure of a snake, and that beasts which are stung, being given to drink of the water wherein this stone hath been socked, will therethrough recover. 174. This was clearly one of the so-called Druidic rings, examples of which may be seen in our museums, which have been found in England and in Ireland. It is curious that at the glassworks of Murano, near Venice, they still make rings, or beads, precisely resembling the ancient ones, and these are used largely as money in Africa. Snakes were formerly held in great reverence. And Camden asserts that one of the prevailing superstitions concerning them was that, about Midsummer Eve, they all met together in companies, and, joining their heads, began a general hiss, which they continued until a kind of bubble was formed, which immediately hardened, and gave to the finder prosperity in all his undertakings. 175. Lewid, in a letter written in 1701, gives a curious account of the then superstitious character of the people in this district. The Cornish retain variety of charms, and have still towards the land's end the amulets of Main Magle and Glain Meter, which latter they call a melper, 1,000 worms, and have a charm for the snake to make it, when they have found one asleep, and struck a hazel wand in the centre of its spiry. Camden mentions the use of snake stones as a Cornish superstition. The very same story, in fact, is told of the adder stane in the popular legends of the Scottish lowlands, as Pliny records of the origin of the ovum anguinum. The various names by which these relics are designated all point to their estimation as amulets or superstitious charms. And the fact of their occurrence, most frequently singly, in the sepulchral cist or urn, seems to prove that it was as such, and not merely as personal ornaments, that they were deposited with the ashes of the dead. They are variously known as adder beads, serpent stones, druidical beads, and, amongst the Welsh and Irish, by the synonymous terms of Glaini na Drod and Glain nan Druid, signifying the magician's or druid's glass. Wilson's Archaeology in Prehistoric Annals of Scotland, page 304. Snakes avoid the ash tree. It is said that no kind of snake is ever found near the ashen tree, and that a branch of the ash tree will prevent a snake from coming near a person. A child, who was in the habit of receiving its portion of bread and milk at the cottage door, was found to be in the habit of sharing its food with one of the poisonous adders. The reptile came regularly every morning, and the child, pleased with the beauty of his companion, encouraged the visits. The babe and adder were close friends. Eventually this became known to the mother, and, finding it to be a matter of difficulty to keep the snake from the child whenever it was left alone, and she was frequently, being a laborer in the fields, compelled to leave her child to shift for itself, she adopted the precaution of binding an ashen twig about its body. The adder no longer came near the child, but from that day forward the child pined, and eventually died, as all around said, through grief at having lost the companion by whom it had been fascinated. To charm a snake. When an adder or snake is seen, a circle is to be rapidly drawn around it, and the sign of the cross made within it, while the 2 first verses of the 68th Psalm are repeated. Let God arise. Let his enemies be scattered, let them also that hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away, as wax melteth before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of God. When a child, I well remember being shown a snake, not yet dead, within a circle of this kind. The gardener who drew my attention to the reptile informing me that he had charmed it in the manner related. The ASH tree. Weakly children that wouldn't good, or thrive, were sometimes drawn through the cleft ash tree. I have seen the ceremony performed but in one case. The tree was young, and it was taken by the 2 forks, bifurcation having taken place, and by force rend longitudinally. The cleft was kept open, and the child, quite naked, was passed head first through the tree 9 times. The tree was then closed and carefully tied together. If the severed parts reunited, the child and the tree recovered together. If the cleft gaped in any part, the operation was certain to prove ineffectual. I quote another example. A large knife was inserted into the trunk of the young tree, about a foot from the ground, and a vertical rending made for about 3 feet. 2 men then forcibly pulled the parts asunder, and held them so, whilst the mother passed the child through it 3 times. This passing alone was not considered effective. It was necessary that the child should be washed for 3 successive mornings in the dew from the leaves of the charmed ash. In the Athenaeum for September 1846, Ambrose Merton, Mr. Toms, has some interesting notices of the widespread belief in, and the antiquity of, this superstition. Rhyme on the even ash. Even ash, I thee do pluck, hoping thus to meet good luck. If no luck I get from thee, I shall wish thee on the tree. A test of innocency. A farmer in Toadnack, having been robbed of some property of no great value, was resolved, nevertheless, to employ a test which he had heard the bold people resorted to for the purpose of catching the thief. He invited all his neighbors into his cottage, and when they were assembled, he placed a cock under the brandis, an iron vessel formerly much employed by the peasantry in baking, when this process was carried out on the hearth. The fuel being furze and ferns. Every one was directed to touch the brandis with his, or her, 3rd finger, and say, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, speak. Every one did as they were directed, and no sound came from beneath the brandis. The last person was a woman, who occasionally labored for the farmer in his fields. She hung back, hoping to pass unobserved amidst the crowd. But her very anxiety made her a suspected person. She was forced forward, and most unwillingly she touched the brandis, when, before she could utter the words prescribed, the cock crew. The woman fell faint on the floor, and, when she recovered, she confessed herself to be the thief, restored the stolen property, and became, it is said, a changed character from that day. The bonfire test. A bonfire is formed of faggots of furze, ferns, and the like. Men and maidens by locking hands form a circle, and commence a dance to some wild native song. At length, as the dancers become excited, they pull each other from side to side across the fire. If they succeed in treading out the fire without breaking the chain, none of the party will die during the year. If, however, the ring is broken before the fire is extinguished, bad luck to the weak hands, as my informant said. Lights seen by the converted. There is, in many parts of the county, a belief, derived no doubt from the recollection of St. Paul's conversion, that, when sinners are converted, they see shining lights about themselves. I have many times heard this, but every one seems to have his own particular mode of describing the phenomenon, where they can be prevailed on to describe it at all. And usually that is derived from some picture which has made an impression on their minds, such as, exactly like the light shining round the angel appearing to St. Peter, in Father's Bible. The migratory birds. I find a belief still prevalent amongst the people in the outlying districts of Cornwall, that such birds as the cuckoo and the swallow remain through the winter in deep caves, cracks in the earth, and in hollow trees. And instances have been cited of these birds having been found in a torpid state in the mines, and in hollow pieces of wood. This belief appears to be of some antiquity, for Carew writes in his Survey of Cornwall as follows. In the west parts of Cornwall, during the winter season, swallows are found sitting in old deep tin works and holes in the sea cliffs, but touching their lurking places, Olaus Magnus maketh a far stranger report. For he saith that in the north parts of the world, as summer weareth out, they clap mouth to mouth, wing to wing, and leg to leg, and so, after a sweet singing, fall down into certain lakes or pools amongst the caves. From whence at the next spring they receive a new resurrection. And he addeth, for proof thereof, that the fishermen who make holes in the ice, to dip up such fish in their nets as resort thither for breathing, do sometimes light on these swallows congealed in clods, of a slimy substance, and that, carrying them home to their stoves, the warmth restored them to life and flight. A man employed in the granite quarries near Perran, informed me that he found such a slimy substance in one of the pools in the quarry where he was working, that he took it home, warmth proved it to be a bird. But when it began to move it was seized by the cat, who ran out on the downs and devoured it. Shooting stars. A mucilaginous substance is found on the damp ground near the granite quarries of Perran. This is often very phosphorescent at night. The country people regard this as the substance of shooting stars. A tradesman of Perran once brought me a bottle full of this substance for analysis, informing me that the men employed at the quarries, whenever they observed a shooting star, went to the spot near which they supposed it to fall. And they generally found a hat full of this mucus. It is curious that the Belgian peasants also call it the substance of shooting stars, phosphorescence, page 109. By T. L. Phipson. This author says, I have sketched the history of this curious substance in the journal de Médecine et de Pharmacologie of Bruxelles, for 1855. It was analyzed chemically by Mulder, and anatomically by Carus, and from their observations appears to be the peculiar mucus which envelopes the eggs of the frog. It swells to an enormous volume when it has free access to water. As seen upon the damp ground in spring, it was often mistaken for some species of fungus. It is, however, simply the spawn of frogs, which has been swallowed by some large crows or other birds, and afterwards vomited, from its peculiar property of swelling to an immense size in their bodies. In Mulder's account of its chemical composition, given by Berzelius in his Rapport Annual, he distinguishes it by designation of mucilage atmospherique. The sun never shines on the perjured. There appears to exist a very old superstition, to the effect that when a man has deeply perjured himself, especially if by his perjury he has sacrificed the life of a friend, he not merely loses the enjoyment of the sunshine, but he actually loses all consciousness of its light or its warmth. Howsoever bright the sun may shine, the weather appears to him gloomy, dark, and cold. I have recently been told of a man living in the western part of Cornwall, who is said to have sworn away the life of an innocent person. The face of this false witness is the color of one long in the tomb, and he has never, since the death of the victim of his forswearing, seen the sun. It must be remembered the perjured man is not blind. All things around him are seen as by other men, but the sense of vision is so dulled that the world is forever to him in a dark, vapory cloud. Characteristics. An esteemed and learned correspondent, himself a Cornish man, writing to me on the Cornish character, says, there are some adages in which beetledom receives various hard knocks, that abstraction mostly taking the shape of some unlucky mayor. And I have heard in Cornwall, but never elsewhere, that the greatest fool in the place for the time being is always made the mayor. There is an adage of the mayor of Callanick, and yet I doubt if ever that hamlet had such an officer. Callanick is 1 mile from Truro, and the mayor's hackney was pastured 2 miles from home. So, as his worship would by no means compromise his dignity by walking to Truro, he invariably walked to his horse to ride there, so that it was said of any one who would keep up appearances at great trouble, that he was like the mayor of Callanick, who walked 2 miles to ride one. The class who never know on which side their bread is buttered, are said to be like the mayor of Market Jew, sitting in their own light. And the stupid man whose moods, whether of sadness or merriment, are inopportune, is, as may be, said to be like the mayor of Falmouth, who thanked God when the town jail was enlarged. Many persons are chronicled in the same manner. Like Nicholas Kemp, he's got occasion for all. Nicholas was said to be a voter in a Cornish borough, who was told to help himself, so that no one should have given him a bribe, from a table covered with gold, in the election committee room. Taking off his hat, he swept the whole mass into it, saying, "I've occasion for all." Like Uncle Aki Stoddern, the picture of ill luck. This was always applied to a once well-known Gwennap man. When a boy is asked what he will be, it is sometimes answered on his behalf, "I'll be like Nucky, be as I am." Like Nanny Painter's hens, very high upon the legs, is applied to a starveling or threadpaper. Like Malachi's chield, choke full of sense, applied derisively to anyone boasting of himself or of his children. This is, I believe, purely Cornish. Like a toad under a harrow, I don't know which course to steer. The first division of this adage is common property, the last is confined to Cornwall. He is coming home with penny liggin, sometimes, Peter lack ken, signifies the return of a penniless scapegrace. The term was probably penny lacking originally. Are the Cornish folk given to making bulls, like the Irish? Asks my correspondent. I have heard of one or two curious inversions of speech. Once upon a time a little boy having vainly importuned his seniors for a penny to go and buy sweets, being determined not to be disappointed, went off, exclaiming, "I don't care, I'll go and trust Betty Rule, the sweetmeat vendor." This is native and genuine Gwennapian. The common people are fond of figures of speech. Portwine negus was christened by the miners, black wine toddy. They go on Midsummer Day to Falmouth or Penzance, to get a penn'orth o' say, that is, they go out in a boat on payment of a penny. With them, when their health is inquired after, every man is brave, and every woman charming. And friendship takes dear household names into its mouth for more expressiveness. Well, Billy, my son, how's Faither? Brave, thank ye. How are you, Coden, cousin, John, and how's Betty? She's charming, thank ye. Trade is a word of special application, a passello, trade. A precious mess is a brave shape. Of an undecided person it is said, he is neither Nim nor Dull. Does this mean he is neither Nimrod nor Dorothy? A phrase descriptive of vacuity of expression is, he looks like anybody that has neither got nor lost. Years since it was a common custom to assign some ridiculous action to the people of a small town or village. For example, the people of one place were called Buckas, because some one of them was frightened at his shadow. Those of another town were named Gulls, because two of the townsmen threw a gull over a cliff to break its neck. The men of a fishing village were nicknamed Congers, because they threw a conger overboard to drown it. Who whipped the hake? Was applied to the inhabitants of another town, because hake, it is said, being excessively plenty, the fishermen flogged one of those fish, and flung it back into the sea, upon which all the hakes left that coast, and kept away for years. 176. Who drowned the man in a dry ditch, belongs especially to another place. Certain Cornish men built a wall around the cuckoo, to prevent that bird from leaving the county, and thus to ensure an early spring. When built, the bird flew out, crying, "Cuckoo! Cuckoo! If we had put one course more on the wall we should ha' kept an inn," said they. Camborne is so called from Camborne, a crooked well pit of water. This crooked well was at one time far famed for the cure of many diseases. The persons who washed in this well were called Merisic. I know not the meaning of the word. According to an old Cornish custom of fixing nicknames on people, the inhabitants of Camborne are called Mirageeks, signifying perverse, or obstinate. Lanyon. The church was anciently called Mariadosi. I therefore suspect that the above terms have some connection with this name. By an easy corruption, and the addition of geeks, or gawks, meaning awkward, either word can be produced. Of the Goran men it is asked, who tried to throw the moon over the cliffs. The mutton feast. An old tradition, the particulars of which I have failed to recover, says that a flock of sheep were blown from the Gwythian sands over into St. Ives Bay, and that the St. Ives fishermen caught them, believing them to be a new variety of fish, either in their nets, or with hook and line, and brought them ashore as their night's catch. I learned that Mr. Fortescue Hitchens, some 50 or 60 years since, wrote a copy of verses on this tradition, but I have never seen this production. The floating grindstone. I have already told of St. Piran and his grindstone. I have, however, another and a more modern story, which is told with great glee at some of the social meetings of the fishermen. This is given merely to indicate the simplicity of this honest race. A party was got together on a promontory at the extremity of the bay which enclosed a fishing town. They were gathered to see a wonder, a floating grindstone. Seeing that grindstones were grindstones in those days, and worth many pounds sterling, a boat was manned, and away they went, the mover of the expedition being in the bow of the boat. As they approached the grindstone, this man planted his foot on the gunwale, ready for a spring. They were close aboard the circular mass, all my own, and none for nobody, he cries, and sprang off, as he fancied, on to the grindstone. Lo! To his great surprise, he sank under water, presently popping up again within his charmed circle, to be greeted with roars of laughter. He had leaped into a sheet of salt sea foam, which had gathered, and was confined within a large hoop. Celts, flint arrowheads, etc. The common people believe these to be produced by thunder, and thrown down from the clouds, and that they shew what weather will ensue by changing their color. I have also found a belief prevailing in many districts, that celts impart a virtue to water in which they have been soaked, and that diseases have been cured by drinking it. Horns on the church tower. When the masons were building the tower of Toadnack Church, the devil came every night and carried off the pinnacles and battlements. Again and again this work was renewed during the day, and as often was it removed during the night, until at length the builders gave up the work in despair, feeling that it was of no use to contend with the evil one. Thus it is that Toadnack Church stands lonely, with its squat and odd-looking tower, a mark of the power of evil to the present day. Associated with this tower is a proverb, "There are no cuckolds in Toadnack, because there are no horns on the church tower." Tea stalks and smut. Stems of tea floating in that beverage indicate strangers. Flakes of smut hanging loose to the fire bars do the same thing. The time of the stranger's arrival may be known by placing the stem on the back of one hand, and smacking it with the other. The number of blows given before it is removed indicates the number of days before his arrival. The flake of carbon is blown upon, and according as it is removed by the first, second, or third blow, so is the time at the end of which the visitor may be expected. An old Cornish rhyme. When the corn is in the shock, then the fish are on the rock. The pilchard visits this coast in the early autumn. These are the fish par excellence of the Cornish, and they are thus distinguished. To choose a wife. Ascertain the day of the young woman's birth, and refer to the last chapter of Proverbs. Each verse from the 1st to the 31st is supposed to indicate, either directly or indirectly, the character, and to guide the searcher, the verse corresponding with her age indicating the woman's character. The robin and the wren. Those who kill a robin or a wren will never prosper, boy or man. This feeling is deeply impressed on every young mind. There are few, therefore, who would injure either of those birds. I remember that a boy in Redruth killed a robin, the dead robin was tied round his neck, and he was marched by the other boys through the town, all of them singing the above lines. To secure good luck for a child. Give the first person whom you meet between your own house and the church to which you are taking the infant to be christened, a piece of bread and salt. Innocency. To wash the hands is an attestation of innocency. To call a man dirty fingers, is to accuse him of some foul or unjust deed. Rain at bridal or burial. Blessed is the bride whom the sun shines on. Blessed is the dead whom the rain rains on. If it rains while a wedding party are on their way to the church or on returning from it, it betokens a life of bickering and unhappiness. If the rain falls on a coffin, it is supposed to indicate that the soul of the departed has arrived safe. Crowing hens, etc. A whistling maid and a crowing hen in one house, is a certain sign of a downfall to someone in it. I have known hens killed for crowing by night. The braying of an ass is a sign of fair weather, so is also the crowing of a cock. The quacking of ducks foretells rain. The new moon. To see the new moon for the first time, through glass, is unlucky. You may be certain that you will break glass before that moon is out. I have known persons whose attention has been called to a clear new moon, hesitate. I seed her out at doors afore, if not, they will go into the open air, and if possible shew the moon a piece of gold, or, at all events, turn their money. Looking glasses. Breaking a looking glass is certain to ensure 7 years of misfortune. The magpie. 1 is a sign of anger. 2 is a sign of mirth. 3 is a sign of a wedding. 4 is a sign of a birth. Death. A scolding woman is called a magpie. Whenever you see a magpie, take off your hat to it, this will turn away the anger. The month of May unlucky. May is regarded by many as an unhealthy and unlucky month. Children born in the month of May are called May-chets, and kittens cast in May are invariably destroyed, for May-chets. Bad luck begets. Another rhyme is a hot May. Fat church hay. Meaning that funerals will be plenty. On the births of children. Sunday's child is full of grace. Monday's child is full in the face. Tuesday's child is solemn and sad. Wednesday's child is merry and glad. Thursday's child is inclined to thieving. Friday's child is free in giving. Saturday's child works hard for his living. On washing linen. They that wash Monday got all the week to dry. They that wash Tuesday are pretty nearby. They that wash Wednesday make a good housewife. They that wash Thursday must wash for their life. They that wash Friday must wash in need. They that wash Saturday are sluts indeed. Itching ears. When the ears are red and itch, it is a sign that someone is talking of the suffering individual. If it is the left ear, they are being scandalized. If the right ear, they are being praised. Often have I heard, when the lower and middle class people have been indulging in some gossip of their neighbors or friends, I'll bet how their ears do itch. The spark on the candle. A bright spark on the candle wick indicates a letter coming to the house. The person towards whom it shines will receive it. The time of its arrival is determined by striking the bottom of the candlestick on the table. If the spark comes off on the first blow, it will be received tomorrow, if 2 blows are required, on the second day, and so on. The blue vein. A fond mother was paying more than ordinary attention to a fine healthy-looking child, a boy about 3 years old. The poor woman's breast was heaving with emotion, and she struggled to repress her sighs. Upon inquiring if anything was really wrong, she said, the old lady of the house had just told her that the child could not live long, because he had a blue vein across his nose. The croaking of the raven. There is a common feeling that the croaking of a raven over the house bodes evil to some member of the family. The following incident, given to me by a really intelligent man, illustrates the feeling. 177. One day our family were much annoyed by the continued croaking of a raven over our house. Some of us believed it to be a token, others derided the idea. But one good lady, our next-door neighbor, said, just mark the day, and see if something does not come of it. The day and hour were carefully noted. Months passed away, and unbelievers were loud in their boastings and inquiries after the token. The 5th month arrived, and with it a black-edged letter from Australia, announcing the death of one of the members of the family in that country. On comparing the dates of the death and the raven's croak, they were found to have occurred on the same day. Whistling. To whistle by night is one of the unpardonable sins amongst the fishermen of St. Ives. My correspondent says, I would no more dare go among a party of fishermen at night whistling a popular air than into a den of untamed tigers. No miner will allow of whistling underground. I could never learn from the miners whether they regarded it as unlucky or not. I rather think they feel that whistling indicates thoughtlessness, and they know their labor is one of danger, requiring serious attention. Meeting on the stairs. It is considered unlucky to meet on the stairs, and often one will retire to his or her room rather than run the risk of giving or receiving ill luck. I find this superstition prevails also in the Midland counties. Treading on graves. To see a man tread over graves. I hold it no good mark. 'Tis wicked in the sun and moon. And bad luck in the dark. So sings Coleridge in his ballad of The Three Graves. Whenever a person shivers from a sensation of cold down the spine, it is said someone is walking over his or her grave. Persons believing this will give directions that they may be buried in some secluded corner of the churchyard, so that their corpse may not be disturbed by unholy footsteps. A loose garter. If an unmarried woman's garter loosens when she is walking, her sweetheart is thinking of her. To cure the hiccup. Wet the forefinger of the right hand with spittle, and cross the front of the left shoe or boot 3 times, repeating the Lord's Prayer backwards. The sleeping foot. This irregularity in the circulation is at once removed by crossing the foot with saliva. The horse's shoe. To nail a horseshoe, which has been cast on the road, over the door of any house, barn, or stable, is an effectual means of preventing the entrance of witches. The black cat's tail. Those little gatherings which occur on the eyelids of children, locally called wilks, are cured by passing a black cat's tail 9 times over the place. If a ram cat, the cure is more certain. Unlucky things. To put the loaf on the table upside down, to cut the butter at both ends, to place the bellows on the table, to upset the salt, to cross your knife and fork, to pour gravy out of a spoon backwards, or backhanded, is each unlucky. And leads to quarrels. To borrow or lend a bellows is most unlucky, and many would rather give than lend one. If you are going on an errand, never turn back to your house, it presages ill luck to do so. If, however, you are compelled to it, fail not to sit down. By doing this, some mischief may be avoided. The limp corpse. If a corpse stiffens shortly after death, all is thought to proceed naturally. But if the limbs remain flexible, someone of the family is shortly to follow. If the eyes of a corpse are difficult to close, it is said, they are looking after a follower. To find a louse on one's linen, is a sign of sickness. To find 2, indicates a severe illness. If 3 lice are so found within a month, it is a token to prepare. Talking backwards, or putting one word incorrectly before another, the cart before the horse, is considered to foretell that you will shortly see a stranger. If 2 young people, in conversation, happen to think of the same thing at the same time, and one of them utters the thought before the other, that one is certain to be married first. By hook or by crook. In the parish of Eggleshale are 2 crosses, known as Peveril's crosses. And near Mount Charles, also in this parish, is another moorstone cross, called the Prior's Cross, whereon is cut the figure of a hook and a crook, in memory of the privileges granted by a prior, belonging to the family of the Peverils, who are said to have possessed lands in this parish since the time of Richard II. The poor of Bodmin were greatly distressed through the scarcity of fuel, the turf, or peat of the moors being insufficient to supply their wants. The prior gave privilege and freedom to the poor of Bodmin for gathering, for fire boot and house boot, such boughs and branches of oak trees in his woods of Dunmere, as they could reach to or come at, with a hook and a crook, without further damage to the trees. Hence the proverb concerning filching, that they will have it by hook or by crook. Weather signs. The weather dog. It frequently happens in unsettled weather that banks of rain cloud gather around the horizon, and that, over isolated tracts, the rain falls. If these depositions from this low stratum of clouds occur opposite to the sun, the lower limb of a bough is formed, often appearing like a pillar of decomposed light. And sometimes two of these colored bands will be seen, forming indeed the two extremities of the arch. These are weather dogs, and they are regarded as certain prognostications of showery or stormy weather. 178. The usual proverb with regard to the full bow, which prevails generally, is common in Cornwall. The rainbow in the morning is the shepherd's warning. The rainbow at night is the shepherd's delight. But, as far as I know, the weather dog is peculiarly Cornish. Weather at Liscard. The south wind always brings wet weather. The north wind, wet and cold together. The west wind always brings us rain. The east wind blows it back again. If the sun in red should set, the next day surely will be wet. If the sun should set in grey, the next will be a rainy day. Bond's Loo. The first butterfly. One of the superstitions prevailing in Devonshire is, that any individual neglecting to kill the first butterfly he may see for the season, will have ill luck throughout the year. 179. The following recent example is given by a young lady. The other Sunday, as we were walking to church, we met a man running at full speed, with his hat in one hand, and a stick in the other. As he passed us he exclaimed, "I shan't hat, and now, I believe." He did not give us time to inquire what he was so eagerly pursuing. But we presently overtook an old man, whom we knew to be his father, and who, being very infirm, and upwards of 70, generally hobbled about by the aid of two sticks. Addressing me, he observed, "My zin took away one o' my sticks, miss. Won't be able to kill en now though, I believe." "Kill what?" said I. "Why, 'tis a butterfly, miss, the first he th a zeed for the year, and they say that a body will have cruel bad luck if a ditnen kill a first a zeeth." I have found this belief prevailing in the east, but never in the west, of Cornwall. Peculiar words and phrases. The people in the west, writes a correspondent, have adopted many words from the Danish invaders. Tradition assures us that the sea-rovers of the north frequently landed at Whitsand Bay, burned and pillaged the villages of Escalles and Mayon, sometimes took off the women, but never made a settlement. Certain red-haired families are often referred to as Danes, and the dark-haired people will not marry with a red-haired Dane. He continues, "If you were in Berrien Church Town this evening, you might probably hear Betty Trenoweth say, 'I'll take off my towser, tout serve, and run up to Janie Angwin's to Cowsey, causer, a spell.' There's a lot of boys gone in there, so there'll be a grand courant, de career, I expect. In a short time Betty may come back disappointed, saying, 'Twas a mere cow's courant after all, cheld veen, all hammer and tongs.' The towser is a large apron or wrapper to come quite round and keep the undergarments clean. By a courant with the boys, they mean a game of running romps. It is not at all uncommon in other parts of the country to hear the people say, 'It was a fine courant, we've had a good courant,' when they intend to express the enjoyment of some pleasure party. These are, however, probably more nearly allied to Norman French. There are some proverbial expressions peculiar to the West. "Sow barley in dree, and wheat in pool 180. To make an old nail good, write it on wood. Fill the sack, then it can stand." The last meaning that neither man nor beast can work on an empty stomach. The following are a few of less common expressions, preserving remarkable words. "'Tis not bezibbed, it is not allotted me. He will never scrip it, he will never escape it. He is nothing pridey, he is not handsome. Give her dula, give her some comfort or consolation. Hark to his lid den, listen to his word or talk. It was 20 or some, it was about 20. The wind brings the pilm, the wind raises the dust. How thick the brus lies, how thick the dust lies. He is throiding, he is cutting chips from sticks. He came of a good havage, he belongs to a good or respectable family. Hame, a straw collar with wooden collar trees, to which are fastened the rope traces. Scalpions, buckthorn, or rather buckhorn, salt dried fish, usually the whiting. Eating fair maids, or for maids, fumados, pilchards, and drinking mahogany, gin and treacle. Miscellaneous Stories. Farewell, rewards and fairies. Good housewives now may say. For now foul sluts in dairies do fare as well as they. A telltale in their company they never could endure. And who kept not secretly their mirth, was punished sure. Farewell to the fairies, Richard Corbett. The bells of Forbury Church. The Cornish drolls are dead, each one. The fairies from their haunts have gone. There's scarce a witch in all the land. The world has grown so learned and grand. Henry Quick, the Zenner poet. To this day the Tower of Forbury Church, or, as it is called by Mr. Hawker, the Silent Tower of Bottrose, remains without bells. At Forbury the chimes have never sounded for a marriage, the knell has never been heard for a funeral. Collins. In days long ago, the inhabitants of the parish of Forbury, which does not cover a square mile, but which now includes the chief part of the town of Boscastle and its harbour, resolved to have a peal of bells which should rival those of the neighbouring church of Tintagel, which are said to have rung merrily at the marriage, and tolled solemnly at the death, of Arthur. The bells were cast, the bells were blessed, and the bells were shipped for Forbury. Few voyages were more favourable. And the ship glided, with a fair wind, along the northern shores of Cornwall, waiting for the tide to carry her safely into the harbour of Bottrose. The vesper bells rang out at Tintagel, and the pilot, when he heard the blessed sound, devoutly crossed himself, and bending his knee, thanked God for the safe and quick voyage which they had made. The captain laughed at the superstition of the pilot, as he called it, and swore that they had only to thank themselves for the speedy voyage, and that, with his arm at the helm, and his judgment to guide them, they should soon have a happy landing. The pilot checked this profane speech, but the wicked captain, and he swore more impiously than ever that all was due to himself and his men, laughed to scorn the pilot's prayer. "May God forgive you," was the pilot's reply. Those who are familiar with the northern shores of Cornwall will know that sometimes a huge wave, generated by some mysterious power in the wide Atlantic, will roll on, overpowering everything by its weight and force. While yet the captain's oaths were heard, and while the inhabitants on the shore were looking out from the cliffs, expecting, within an hour, to see the vessel, charged with their bells, safe in their harbour, one of these vast swellings of the ocean was seen. Onward came the grand billow in all the terror of its might. The ship rose not upon the waters as it came onward. She was overwhelmed, and sank in an instant close to the land. As the vessel sank, the bells were heard tolling with a muffled sound, as if ringing the death knell of the ship and sailors, of whom the good pilot alone escaped with life. When storms are coming, and only then, the bells of Forbury, with their dull, muffled sound, are heard from beneath the heaving sea, a warning to the wicked, and the tower has remained to this day silent. The Tower of Minster Church. The Minster of the Trees. A lonely dell, deep with old oaks, and, mid their quiet shade, grey with the moss of years, yon antique cell. Sad are those walls, the cloister lowly laid, where pacing monks at solemn evening made their chanted orisons, and as the breeze came up the vale, by rock and tree delayed, they heard the awful voice of many seas blend with thy pausing hymn, thou Minster of the Trees. Hawker. On a visit to this old church, which is allowed to perish under the influences of damp and the accompanying vegetable growth, in a way which is but little creditable to the parishioners, I was struck at the evidence that the tower had either been taken down or that it had fallen. Amidst the long grass of the churchyard I found many remains of carved stones, which clearly belonged at one time to the tower. I sought for some information, but I could obtain none. The officiating clergyman, and several gentlemen of Boscastle, were alike ignorant of any tradition connected with the tower, the prevalent idea being that it was left unfinished. At length, the ostler at the inn informed me that the story of the destruction of the tower ran thus. The tower of the church of the ancient abbey was seen through the gorge which now forms the harbour of Boscastle, far out at sea. The monks were in the habit of placing a light in one of the windows of the tower to guide the worshippers, at night, to the minster. Frequently sailors mistook this, by day for some landmark, and at night for a beacon, and were thus led into a trap from which they could not easily extricate themselves, and within which they often perished. This accident occurred so frequently that the sailors began at last to declare their belief that the monks purposely beguiled them to their fate, hinting, indeed, that plunder was their object. Eventually, a band of daring men, who had been thus lured into Boscastle, went to the abbey, and, in spite of the exertions made by the monks, they pulled down the tower, since which time it has never been rebuilt. Temple Moors. The parish of Temple in 1851 had a population of 24. Yet once the Knights Templars built a church here. And with the purpose of civilizing the inhabitants of the moors in the midst of which it was founded, they secured for their temple some special privileges. Many a bad marriage bargain, says Tonkin, is there yearly slubbered up, and grass widows with their fatlings put to lie in and nurse here. Send her to Temple Moors, implied that any female requiring seclusion might at one time secure it under the charge of these Christian knights in this their preceptory, and be returned to the world again, probably, in all respects, a better woman. At all events, the world, being in ignorance, did not repudiate the erring sister. Stories linger over this wilderness of mixed good and evil. The church, which was consecrated to the great cause of saving sinners, has perished. No stone remains to tell us where it stood, and to send her to Temple Moors, is to proclaim a woman an outcast from society. The legend of Tamara. The lovely nymph Tamara was born in a cavern. Although her parents were spirits of the earth, the child loved the light of day. Often had they chided her for yielding to her desires and visiting the upper world. And often had they warned her against the consequences which would probably arise from her neglect of their advice. The giants of the moors were to be feared, and it was from these that the earth spirits desired to protect their child. Tamara, beautiful, young, heedless, never lost an opportunity of looking on the glorious sun. Two sons of Dartmoor giants, Tavy and Torridge, had seen the fair maid, and longed to possess her. Long was their toil, and the wild maiden often led them over mountain and moor in playful chase. Under a bush in Morwinstow, one day, both Tavy and Torridge came upon Tamara. They resolved now to compel her to declare upon which of them her choice should fall. The young men used every persuasion, and called her by every endearing name. Her parents had missed Tamara, and they sought and found her seated between the sons of the giants whom they hated. The gnome father caused a deep sleep to fall on the eyes of Tavy and Torridge, and then he endeavored to persuade his daughter to return to his subterranean cell. Tamara would not leave her lovers. In his rage the gnome cursed his daughter, and, by the might of his curse, changed her into a river, which should flow on forever to the salt sea. The lovely Tamara dissolved in tears, and, as a crystal stream of exceeding beauty, the waters glided onward to the ocean. At length Tavy awoke. His Tamara was gone, he fled to his father in the hills. The giant knew of the metamorphosis, and, to ease the anguish of his son, he transformed him into a stream. Rushing over rocks, running through morasses, gliding along valleys, and murmuring amidst the groves, Tavy still goes on seeking for Tamara, his only joy being that he runs by her side, and that, mingling their waters, they glide together to the eternal sea. Torridge awakened after a long sleep. He divined what had taken place, and fled to the hills to an enchanter. At his prayer he, too, was changed to a stream. But he mistook the road along which Tamara had gone, and onward, ever sorrowing, he flows, away, away, away from his Tamara forever. Thus originated the Tamar, the Tavy, and the Taw. The church and the barn. The Donnais were great people in their day, but many of them bore indifferent characters. Sir John de Donnay was a strange mixture of ostentatious pride and penuriousness. His Lady Emlyn was as proud as her husband, but extravagant to a fault. The priests of St. Germans persuaded Sir John to build a church on his lands at Cheviot. He commenced the work, and, notwithstanding his great wealth, his heart failed him and he curtailed the fair proportions on which he had at first decided. Emlyn was enraged at this. And it is said, that, prompted by the devil invisible presence, she resolved to build a barn which should exceed in beauty the house of God. The barn rose with astonishing rapidity. Stones were laid at night, and the work proceeded as if the most lavish expenditure had been bestowed upon it. The church progressed but slowly, and was, after all, a very inferior structure to the barn. The devil, without doubt, having assisted Lady Donnay in her wicked work. There runneth a tale amongst the parishioners how one of the Donnay family's ancestors undertook to build the church, and the wife the barn adjoining. And that, casting up accounts on finishing their work, the barn was found to have cost 1/2 d. more than the church. 181. The Donnay aisle in Cheviot Church still preserves the name of this family, who appear to have possessed at one time nearly all this, and much of the adjoining parish. The Penryn Tragedy. News from Penryn, in Cornwall, of a most bloody and unexampled murder. Such was the title of a black-letter pamphlet of 8 pages referred to by license. This curious book does not appear to be in existence. Mr. Davies Gilbert, who possessed much property in the parish of Gluvias, was especially interested in the farm of Bohelland, the place which has been rendered for ever notorious, as having been the scene of Lillo's tragedy of Fatal Curiosity. From a work entitled The Reign and Death of King James of Great Britain, Mr. Gilbert quotes as follows. He had been blessed with ample possessions and fruitful issue, unhappy only in a younger son, who, taking liberty from his father's bounty, and with a crew of like condition, that wearied on land, they went roving to sea, and in a small vessel southward, took boot from all they could master. And so increasing force and wealth, ventured on a Turk's man in the straits, but by mischance their own powder fired themselves, and our gallant, trusting to his skilful swimming, got on shore upon Rhodes, with the best of his jewels about him. Where, offering some to sale to a Jew, who knew them to be the governors of Algiers, he was apprehended, and, as a pirate, sentenced to the galleys among other Christians, whose miserable slavery made them all studious of freedom. And with wit and valor took opportunity and means to murder some officers, got on board of an English ship, and came safe to London. Where his misery, and some skill, made him servant to a surgeon, and sudden preferment to the East Indies. There, by this means, he got money, with which returning back, he designed himself for his native county, Cornwall. And in a small ship from London, sailing to the west, was cast away upon that coast. But his excellent skill in swimming, and former fate to boot, brought him safe to shore. Where, since his 15 years' absence, his father's former fortunes much decayed, now retired him not far off to a country habitation, in debt and danger. His sister he finds married to a mercer, a meaner match than her birth promised. To her, at first, he appears a poor stranger, but in private reveals himself, and withal what jewels and gold he had concealed in a bowcase about him. And concluded that the next day he intended to appear to his parents, and to keep his disguise till she and her husband should meet, and make their common joy complete. Being come to his parents, his humble behavior, suitable to his suit of clothes, melted the old couple to so much compassion as to give him covering from the cold season under their outward roof. And by degrees his travelling tales, told with passion to the aged people, made him their guest so long by the kitchen fire, that the husband took leave and went to bed. And soon after his true stories working compassion in the weaker vessel, she wept, and so did he, but compassionate of her tears, he comforted her with a piece of gold, which gave assurance that he deserved a lodging, to which she brought him. And being in bed, shewed her his girdled wealth, which he said was sufficient to relieve her husband's wants, and to spare for himself, and being very weary, fell fast asleep. The wife tempted with the golden bait of what she had, and eager of enjoying all, awakened her husband with this news, and her contrivance what to do. And though with horrid apprehensions he oft refused, yet her puling fondness, Eve's enchantments, moved him to consent, and rise to be master of all, and both of them to murder the man, which instantly they did. Covering the corpse under the clothes till opportunity to convey it out of the way. The early morning hastens the sister to her father's house, where she, with signs of joy, inquires for a sailor that should lodge there the last night. The parents slightly denied to have seen any such, until she told them that he was her brother, her lost brother, by that assured scar upon his arm, cut with a sword in his youth, she knew him. And were all resolved this morning to meet there and be merry. The father hastily runs up, finds the mark, and with horrid regret of this monstrous murder of his own son, with the same knife cuts his own throat. The wife went up to consult with him, where, in a most strange manner beholding them both in blood, wild and aghast, with the instrument at hand, readily rips herself up, and perishes on the same spot. The daughter, doubting the delay of their absence, searches for them all, whom she found out too soon, with the sad sight of this scene, and being overcome with horror and amaze of this deluge of destruction, she sank down and died. The fatal end of that family, the truth of which was frequently known, and flew to court in this guise, but the imprinted relation conceals their names, in favor to some neighbor of repute and kin to that family. The same sense makes me therein silent also. Gilbert, Volume 2. Page 100. Mr. Harris of Salisbury, in his Philological Inquiries, says of Lillo's tragedy: "It is no small praise to this affecting fable that it so much resembles the Oedipus Tyrannus of Sophocles. In both tragedies, that which apparently leads to joy, leads in its completion to misery. Both tragedies concur in the horror of their discoveries, and both in those great outlines of a truly tragic revolution, according to the nervous sentiment of Lillo himself. The two extremes of life. The highest happiness, the deepest woe. With all the sharp and bitter aggravations of such a vast transition. Goldsmithny Fair and the Glove. On the 5th of August, St. James's Day, Old Style, a fair is held here, which was originally held in the church town of Sithny, near Helston. In olden time the good St. Perran the Little gave to the wrestlers in his parish a glove as the prize, and the winner of the glove was permitted to collect the market toll on the day of the feast, and to appropriate the money to his own use. The winner of the glove lived in the church town of Sithny, and for long years the right of holding the fair remained undisputed. At length the miners of Goldsmithny resolved to contest the prize, and they won it, since which time the fair has been held in that village, they paying to the poor of the parish of Sithny 1 shilling as compensation. Gilbert remarks, the displaying of a glove at fairs is an ancient and widely extended custom. Mr. Lysons says it is continued at Chester. The editor has seen a large ornamented glove over the Guildhall at Exeter during the fairs. 182. The Harlan Pie. Adjoining the church of Constantine, in the parish of St. Maron, was a cottage which a family of the name of Edwards held for generations, under the proprietors of Harlan, by the annual render of a pie, made of limpets, raisins, and various herbs. On the eve of the festival in honor of the saint to whom the church was dedicated. The pie, as I have heard from my family, and from more ancient members of the family, and from old servants, was excellent. The Edwards had pursued for centuries the occupation of shepherds on Harlan and Constantine Commons. The last died about 40 years ago, and the wreck of their cottage is almost buried in the sand. 183. Packs of wool, the foundation of the bridge of Wadebridge. Lovebone was the vicar of Wadebridge, and there was a ferry across the river. It was a frequent custom for the farmers to ride their horses and to drive their cattle across when the tide was low, and frequently men and beasts were lost in the quicksands formed on the rising of the tide. A sad accident of this kind happened, and Lovebone resolved on building a bridge. As Leland says in his Itinerary, then one Lovebone, vicar of Wadebridge, moved with pity, began the bridge, and with great pain and studi, good people putting their help thereto, finished it with the 17th fair in great uniform arches of stone. Great was the labor, and frequent the disappointment. Pier after pier were built, and then they were lost in the sands. A fair structure was visible at night, in the morning there was no trace of the work of the masons. Lovebone almost despaired of success, indeed he was about to abandon the work, when he dreamed that an angel came with a flock of sheep, that he sheared them, let the wool fall into the water, and speedily built the bridge upon the Wool. Lovebone awoke with a new idea. He gathered from the farmers around all the wool they would give him, he put it loosely into packs, placed these thickly upon the sand, and built his piers. The work remains to this day in proof of the engineering skill of the suggesting angel. 184. Quoting Beaumont and Fletcher's Night of the Burning Pestle, we find the citizen saying to the prologue, "Why could you not be content as well as others, with the legend of Whittington? Or the life and death of Sir Thomas Gresham, with the building of the Royal Exchange? Or the story of Queen Eleanor, with the rearing of London Bridge upon Woolsacks? The last wolf in England. The extirpation of the wolves, which once existed in every part of these islands, is an oft-told story. But it is not generally known that the last native wolf lived in the forests of Ludghan, near Penzance. The last of his race was a gigantic specimen, and terrible was the havoc made by him on the flocks. Tradition tells us that at last he carried off a child. This could not be endured, so the peasantry all turned out, and this famous wolf was captured at Rospeth, the name of a farm still existing in Ludghan. Churches built in performance of vows. There are several churches which, tradition tells us, owe their origin to vows made by terrified men that they would, if relieved from their dangers, build a temple to God. Amongst these may be named Brent Tor, thus spoken of by Mr. Bray. The church of Brent Tor is dedicated to Saint Michael. And there is a tradition among the vulgar that its foundation was originally laid at the foot of the hill. But that the enemy of all angels, the Prince of Darkness, removed the stones by night from the base to the summit, probably to be nearer his own dominion, the air, but that, immediately on the church's being dedicated to Saint Michael, the patron of the edifice hurled upon the devil such an enormous mass of rock, that he never afterwards ventured to approach it. Others tell us that it was erected by a wealthy merchant, who vowed, in the midst of a tremendous storm at sea, possibly addressing himself to his patron, Saint Michael, that if he escaped, he would build a church on the first land he descried. 185. Brent Tor is a very remarkable hill, and can be seen far off at sea. This may possibly lend some support to the latter tradition. Saint Anthony, in Carrier, is likewise stated to be the consequence of a vow. Soon after the conquest, as some persons of rank and fortune were coming to England from Normandy, they were overtaken by a violent storm, from which they expected immediate destruction. In the midst of their distress, they directed their prayers to Saint Anthony, and laid themselves under a solemn vow to erect a church to his memory, if he would save them from shipwreck. And that this church should be erected on the very spot where they should first get on shore. Driven by the tempest, they were conducted, by a power fully equal to that which Saint Anthony might be supposed to possess, into Street Mawes harbour, and happily landed on that very spot where the church now stands. And it appears that the materials with which the tower is built, and the situation which the church and tower occupy, are calculated to give sanction to this tradition. Bolate, the Field of Blood. Tradition asserts that it was on the spot, so called in the parish of Burien, that the last battle was fought between the Cornish Britons and Athelstan. This is in some measure confirmed by the discovery of flint arrowheads, in considerable quantities, from time to time, in and near this field of slaughter. We have little beyond the evidence of tradition to guide us in regard to any of the triumphs of Athelstan in Cornwall. It appears tolerably certain that this Saxon king confined the Cornish Britons to the western side of the Tamar, thus breaking up the division known as Danmonium, and limiting the territory over which the kings of the west ruled. Scattered over Cornwall, we have the evidence, in the names of places, of Saxon possession. In all probability these were the resting places of portions of the Saxon army, or the district in which fortified camps were placed by Athelstan, to restrain a turbulent people. Be this as it may, the battle at Bolate is said to have raged from morning until night, and then, overpowered by numbers, the Cornish who still survived fled to the hills, and thus left Athelstan the conqueror. It was after this fight that Athelstan, seeing the islands of Scilly illumined by the setting sun, determined, if possible, to achieve their conquest. He then recorded his vow, that he would, if he returned victorious, build a church, which should be dedicated to Saint Bariana. Of this church Halls writes as follows. Burian. This church was founded and endowed by King Athelstan, about the year 930, after such time as he had conquered the Scilly Islands, as also the county of Devon, and made Cornwall tributary to his sceptre. To which church he gave lands and tithes of a considerable value for ever, himself becoming the first patron thereof, as his successors the kings of England have been ever since. For which reason it is still called the Royal Rectory, or Regal Rectory, and the Royal or Regal Peculiar. Signifying thereby that this is the church or chapel pertaining to the king, or immediately under the jurisdiction of him, as the supreme ordinary from whom there is no appeal. Whereas other peculiars, though exempt from the visitation or jurisdiction of the diocesan bishop within whose see they stand, yet are always subject to the provincial archbishops of Canterbury and York, or other persons. This church or college consisted of canons, Augustines or regular priests, and 3 prebendaries, who enjoyed the revenues thereof in common, but might not marry. And the Lord Chancellors of England of old visited this peculiar, which extended only over the parishes of Burian, Sennen, and St. Leven, for the king. One of the popes of Rome, about the time of Edward III, obtruded upon this church, the canons and prebends thereof, a dean to be an inspector and overseer over them, whom he nominated to be the Bishop of Exon for the time being, who for some time visited this church as its governor. As the Lord Chancellor did before. Which encroachment of the Pope being observed by Edward III, as appears from the Register of the Writs, folio 40 and 41, 8 Edward III, Rot. 97, this usurpation of the Pope was taken away. Woeful Moor, and Bodrigan's Leap. The Bodrigans, from a very early period, were connected with the borough of Looe. Otto, or Otho de Bodrigan, was lord of the manor of Pendrum and Looe in the reign of Edward II. Another Otho de Bodrigan was sheriff of Cornwall in the 3d of Richard II, AD 1400. Sir Henry Bodrigan was attainted for taking part with King Richard III. Against Henry VII, and, after flying into Ireland, Sir Richard Edgecombe, father of Sir Piers Edgecombe, had Bodrigan, and other parcels of Bodrigan's lands. And Trevanion had part of Bodrigan's lands, as Restronget and Newham, both in Falmouth Haven. On the Barton of Bodrigan there exists what are evidently the remains of ancient fortifications, and near them a piece of waste land known as the Woeful Moor. Here Sir Henry Edgecombe and Trevanion defeated the great Bodrigan. He fled, and tradition preserves, on the side of the cliff, the spot known as Bodrigan's Leap, from which he leapt into the sea, and swam to a ship which kept near the shore. As he leapt the precipice, he bequeathed, with a curse, his extravagance to the Trevanions, and his folly to the Edgecombes. These families divided between them an estate said to be worth, in those days, £10,000 per annum. At that period in our history when the law of the strongest was the rule, 3 families in Cornwall were engaged in a series of domestic wars, these were Bodrigan, Trevanion, and Edgecombe. And when Richard III obtained sovereign power, on the division which then took place in the York faction, Bodrigan endeavoured to seize the property of Edgecombe, with little respect, as it would seem, for the life of the possessor. But in the final struggle at Bosworth Field, where Henry Tudor put an entire end to this contest for power under the guise of property, by seizing the whole to himself, Trevanion and Edgecombe had the good fortune to appear on the winning side, and subsequently availed themselves to the utmost of belligerent rights against Bodrigan, as he had attempted to do before against them. The last of that family was driven from his home, and seems to have perished in exile. His property was divided between the 2 families opposed to him, and, after the lapse of 350 years, continues to form a large portion of their respective possessions. Gilbert, Volume 3, page 204. William de Bodrigan was lord of the manor of Restronget, in the 12th of Henry IV. The family possessed it till the beginning of the reign of Henry VII, when, on the attainder of Bodrigan, it was given to William Trevanion. 186. Pengerswick Castle. This castellated building, for it does not now admit of being called a castle, notwithstanding its embattled turrets and its machicolated gate, is situated in a hollow running down to Penjuswick Cove, in the Mounts Bay, where there never could have been anything to defend. And certainly there is nothing to induce anyone to incur the cost of such a building. Mr. Milly Tunn, in the reign of Henry VIII, slew in the streets of London a man in a drunken brawl. He fled, and went to sea. It is not known to what part of the world he went, but we are told that he became excessively rich, so rich, indeed, that, when he loaded his ass with his gold, the weight was so great as to break the poor animal's back. Returning to his country, and not daring to appear in any of the large towns, he bought the manor of Penjuswick, and built this castle, to defend himself, in the event of his being approached by any of the officers of the law. A miserable man, Milly Tunn is said to have lived in a secret chamber in this tower, and to have been visited only by his most trusted friends. Deeply deploring the crime that had condemned him to seclusion from the world, he spent his dreary hours in ornamenting his dwelling. His own story is supposed to be told in the painting of an overladen ass in one room, with a black-letter legend, importing that a miser is like an ass loaded with riches, who, without attending to his golden burden, feeds on thistles. There is also a carving of water wearing a hollow in a stone, and under it the word perseverance. Of the death of Milly Tunn we have no account. There is very little doubt but that Penjuswick Castle is very much older than the time of Milly Tunn. Indeed, tradition informs us that he purchased the place. The legends previously given, and others in my possession, refer to a much earlier period. This castle was, it is said, surrounded by trees. But John Halls, who inherited the property, had all the timber cut down and sold. The clerks of Cornwall. In the last age there was a familiarity between the parson and the clerk and the people which our feelings of decorum would revolt at, e.g., I have seen the ungodly flourish like a green bay tree. How can that be, Maester? Said the clerk of St. Clement's. Of this I was myself an ear witness. 2. At Kenwyn, 2 dogs, one of which was the parson's, were fighting at the west end of the church. The parson, who was then reading the second lesson, rushed out of the pew and went down and parted them. Returning to his pew, and doubtful where he had left off, he asked the clerk, Roger, where was I? Why, down parting the dogs, Maester, said Roger. 3. At Mevagissey, when non-resident clergymen officiated, it was usual with the squire of the parish to invite them to dinner. Several years ago, a non-resident clergyman was requested to do duty in the church of Mevagissey on a Sunday when the creed of St. Athanasius is directed to be read. Before he had begun the service, the parish clerk asked him whether he intended to read the Athanasian creed that morning. Why, said the clergyman. Because if you do, no dinner for you at the squire's, at Penworn. 4. A very short time since parish clerks used to read the first lesson. I once heard the St. Agnes clerk cry out, to the mouth of the burning Viri Vernus, and spake, and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come both and come hither, Daniel 3. V. The clerk of Lamoran, in giving out the psalm, like a timorous bird to distant mountains fly, always said, like a timorsome bird, and, with a shake of the head, and a quivering voice, which could not but provoke risibility. 187. A fairy caught. The following, communicated to me on the 8th of August, is too good to be lost. I therefore give it in my correspondent's own words. I heard last week of 3 fairies having been seen in Zennor very recently. A man who lived at the foot of Trendrine Hill, in the valley of Treyridge, I think, was cutting firs on the hill. Near the middle of the day he saw one of the small people, not more than a foot long, stretched at full length and fast asleep, on a bank of Griglan's heath, surrounded by high brakes of firs. The man took off his furze cuff, and slipped the little man into it, without his waking up, went down to the house. Took the little fellow out of the cuff on the hearthstone, when he awakened, and seemed quite pleased and at home, beginning to play with the children, who were well pleased with the small body, and called him Bobby Griglan's. The old people were very careful not to let Bob out of the house, or be seen by the neighbors, as he promised to shew the man where the crocks of gold were buried on the hill. A few days after he was brought from the hill, all the neighbors came with their horses, according to custom, to bring home the winter's reek of furs, which had to be brought down the hill in trusses on the backs of the horses. That Bob might be safe and out of sight, he and the children were shut up in the barn. Whilst the furs carriers were in to dinner, the prisoners contrived to get out, to have a courant round the furs reek, when they saw a little man and woman, not much larger than Bob, searching into every hole and corner among the trusses that were dropped round the unfinished reek. The little woman was wringing her hands and crying, "Oh, my dear and tender Skillywidden, wherever canst thou be gone to? Shall I ever cast eyes on thee again?" "Go ye back," says Bob to the children, "my father and mother are come here too." He then cried out, "Here I am, mammy." By the time the words were out of his mouth, the little man and woman, with their precious Skillywidden, were nowhere to be seen, and there has been no sight nor sign of them since. The children got a sound thrashing for letting Skillywidden escape. The Lizard People. There is a tradition that the Lizard People were formerly a very inferior race. In fact, it is said that they went on all fours, till the crew of a foreign vessel, wrecked on the coast, settled among them, and improved the race so much that they became as remarkable for their stature and physical development as they had been before for the reverse. At this time, as a whole, the lizard folks certainly have among them a very large population of tall people, many of the men and women being over 6 feet in height. Prussia Cove and Smugglers' Holes. Smugglers' hiding places, now, of course, unused, are numerous. On the banks of the Helford River are several, and 2 or 3 have lately been discovered on the coast about Street Cavern by the falling in of their roofs. In a part of Penzance Harbour, 9 years ago, a hiding place of this kind was discovered. It still contained 1 or 2 kegs, and the skeleton of a man, with his clothes in good preservation. It is presumed that the poor fellow while intoxicated was shut in, and the place never more opened by his companions. Speaking of Penzance, about 50 years since, in the back of the harbour, was an old adit called Germer's Hole, and in the cliff over its entrance, on a dark night, a phosphorescent appearance was always visible from the opposite side. It could not be seen from beneath, owing to the projection of the face of the cliff. A fall of the part taking place, the phenomenon disappeared. 60 or 70 years since, a native of Brieg called Carter, but better known, from a most remarkable personal resemblance to Frederick the Great, as the King of Prussia, monopolized most of the smuggling trade of the West. By all accounts he was a man of uncommon mental power, and chose as the seat of his business a sequestered rocky cove about 2 miles east of Marazion, which continues to bear the name of Prussia Cove, and where deep channels, cut in hard rock, to allow of the near approach of their boats, still shew the determination of the illicit traders. Although constantly visited by the excise officers, the king rarely failed to remove his goods, the stocks of which were at times very large, suffering for a long period comparatively little from seizures. On one occasion his boats, while landing a cargo, being hard pressed by the revenue cutter, Carter had some old cannon brought to the edge of the cliff and opened fire on the unwelcome intruder, and after a short but sharp engagement, fairly beat her off. The cutter was, of course, back again early in the morning, and part of the crew, with the captain, landed. The only traces, however, of the engagement to be seen was the trampled ground. On approaching Carter's house, the officer was met by the king himself, with an angry remonstrance about practicing the cutter's guns at midnight so near the shore, and disturbing his family at such unseemly hours. Although the principal parties concerned were well known, no evidence could be obtained, and the matter was allowed to drop. Toward the close of his career, Carter ventured in larger ships, became less successful, and was at last exchequered. He died, at a very advanced age, in poor circumstances. Cornish Teeny Tiny. Mr. Halliwell gives us, in his Popular Rhymes and Nursery Tales, the story of Teeny Tiny. In this a little old woman takes a bone from the churchyard to make soup. She goes to bed, and puts the bone in the cupboard. During the night someone comes demanding the bone, and at length the terrified old woman gives it up. A similar story is told in Cornwall. An old lady had been to the church in the sands of Perran. She found, amidst the numerous remains of mortality, some very good teeth. She pocketed these, and at night placed them on her dressing table before getting into bed. She slept, but was at length disturbed by someone calling out, "Give me my teeth, give me my teeth." At first the lady took no notice of this, but the cry, "Give me my teeth," was so constantly repeated, that she at last, in terror, jumped out of bed, took the teeth from the dressing table, and, opening the window, flung them out, exclaiming, "Drat the teeth, take 'em." They no sooner fell into the darkness on the road, than hasty retreating footsteps were heard, and there were no more demands for the teeth. The Spaniard at Perran. In the reign of James I. There happened to be upon our coast a Spanish vessel of war. Favored by the mists of evening in the growing darkness, the ship entered Falmouth harbour unseen. The crew armed themselves, and taking to their boats, proceeded with great caution to the town of Perran, situated at the head of the harbour. There they landed, formed themselves into proper order, and marched into the town, purposing to plunder the inhabitants and burn the town. With steady tramp they cautiously proceeded up the dark main street, resolving to attack the principal dwellings first. Suddenly a great shout was heard, drums and trumpets sounded, the noise of many feet rushing to and fro fell on the ears of the Spaniards. Believing that they were discovered, and that preparations had been made for their reception, fear seized them, and they fled precipitately to their boats and left the town. The martial music proceeded, however, from a temporary theatre, in which a troupe of strolling players were entertaining the people. Bowyer, Mayor of Bodmin. In the reign of Edward VI. Bowyer was the mayor of Bodmin, and he appears to have been suspected of aiding in an insurrection of the men of Devonshire and Cornwall. However this may be, Sir Anthony Kingston, Provost Marshal of the King's Army, sent orders to Bowyer to have a gibbet erected in the street opposite his own house by the next day at noon. He, at the same time, sent his compliments to the mayor, telling him that he should dine with him, in order to be present at the execution of some rebels. The unsuspecting mayor obeyed the command, and at the time appointed provided an entertainment for his guest. Kingston put about the wine, and when he observed the mayor's spirits were exhilarated, asked him if the gibbet was ready. Being told that it was, with a wanton and diabolical sneer he ordered the mayor to be hanged upon it. At the same time a miller was ordered to be hanged. His servant was so deeply attached to him, that he went to Kingston and begged him to spare his master's life, even if he hung him in his place. "If you are so fond of hanging," said Kingston, "you shall not be disappointed," and he hanged the miller and his servant together. A similar story is told of a mayor of St. Ives. Thomasine Bonaventure. In the reign of Henry VI. About the year 1450, in the parish of Week St. Mary, on the northern coast of Cornwall, was born of humble parents a girl, to whom the name of Thomasine was given. This child was in no way distinguished from other Cornish children. They ever have been, and still are, remarkable for their healthful beauty, and Thomasine, like others, was beautiful. Her father was a small farmer, and the daughter was usually employed in minding the sheep upon Greenamore, or preventing the geese from straying too far from his dwelling. Thomasine appears to have received no education beyond that which nature gave her. She grew to womanhood a simple, artless maiden, who knew nothing of the world or its cares beyond the few sorrows which found their way into the moorland country of Week and Temple. Thomasine was watching her flocks when a mounted traveller, with well-filled saddle-bags, passing over the moors observed her. Struck by the young woman's beauty, he halted and commenced a conversation with her. Her discreet answers, suitable to the beauty of her face, much beyond her rank or degree, says the quaint Halls, won upon him, and he desired to secure her as a servant in his family. This traveller, who was a draper from London, sought out the parents of the shepherdess, and proposed to relieve them of this daughter, by taking her to the metropolis, promising her good wages and many privileges. And beyond this he agreed that, in case he should die, seeing she would be so far removed from her friends, she should be carefully provided for. Having satisfied themselves of the respectability of this merchant traveller, the parents agreed to part with their daughter, and Thomasine, full of girlish curiosity to see the city, of which she had heard, was willing to leave her home. We next find Thomasine in London as a respected servant to this city draper. His wife and family are pleased with the innocent Cornish girl. And by her gentle manners and great goodness of heart, she won upon all with whom she was brought in contact. Years passed away, and the draper's wife died. In the course of time he proposed to make the faithful Thomasine his wife. The proposal was accepted, and Thomasine and her master were solemnly married together as man and wife, who then, according to his promise, endowed her with a considerable jointure in case of her survivorship. Within 2 years of this marriage the draper died, and Thomasine was left sole executrix. The poor servant, who but a few years previous was minding sheep on the moors, was now a rich widow, courted by the wealthy of the metropolis. With that good sense which appears ever to have distinguished her, she improved her mind, and following the examples by which she had been for some time surrounded, she added to her natural graces many acquired elegances of manner. The youth and beauty of the widow brought her numerous admirers, but all were rejected except Henry Gale, of whom we know little, save that he was an eminent and wealthy citizen. He was accepted, and Thomasine Gale was the most toasted of all city madams. After a few years passed in great happiness, Thomasine became again a widow. Gale left her all his property, and she became, when not yet 30 years of age, one of the wealthiest women in London. So beautiful, so rich, and being yet young, the widow was soon induced to change her state again. She chose now for her companion John Percival, who was already high in the honours of the corporation. At the feast of Sir John Colet, who was Lord Mayor in the 2nd year of the reign of Henry VII. In 1487, Percival was the mayor's carver, at which time, according to the custom of that city, Sir John drank to him in a silver cup of wine, in order to make him sheriff thereof for the year ensuing. Whereupon he covered his head and sat down at table with the Lord Mayor of London. John Percival was elected Lord Mayor himself in 1499, and he was knighted in the same year by Henry VII. Sir John Percival and Dame Thomasine Percival lived many years happily together, but he died, leaving all his fortune to his widow. Lady Percival was now advanced in years. She had had 3 husbands, but no children. The extraordinary accession of fortune made no change in her simple honest heart. The flattery of the great, by whom she had been surrounded, kindled no pride in the beautiful shepherdess. The home of her childhood, from which she had been so long separated, was dear to her, and she retired in her mourning to the quiet of that distant home. She spent her declining years in good works. Roads were made and bridges built at her cost. Almshouses for poor maids were erected, she relieved prisoners, fed the hungry, and clothed the naked. In week St. Mary, Thomasine founded a chantry and free school, to pray for the souls of her father and mother, and her husbands and relatives. To the school she added a library, and a dwelling for the chanters and others, and endowed the same with £20 lands for ever. Cholwell, a learned man and great linguist, was master here in Henry VIII's time. And here he educated in the liberal arts and sciences, says Carew, many gentlemen's sons. Such were a few of the benefits conferred on Week by the girl who once had tended the flocks upon the moors. But who, by great good fortune, and more by the exercise of good sense, became Lady Mayoress. Dame Thomasine Percival died, respected by all who knew her, in 1530, having then reached the good old age of 80 years. It appears probable that the name Bonaventure, by which this remarkable female is usually known, was given to her, likely enough, by the linguist Cholwell, to commemorate her remarkable fortune. Barry Combe, in Jacob's Toe, was once the residence of Thomasine, and it was given at her death to the poor of St. Mary Week. The last of the Killigrews. Lady Jane, the widow of Sir John Killigrew, sate in one of the windows of Arwenack House, looking out upon the troubled waters of Falmouth Harbour. A severe storm had prevailed for some days, and the Cornish coast was strewn with wrecks. The tempest had abated, the waves were subsiding, though they still beat heavily against the rocks. A light scud was driving over the sky, and a wild and gloomy aspect suffused all things. There was a sudden outcry amongst a group of men, retainers of the Killigrew family, which excited the attention of Lady Jane Killigrew. She was not left long in suspense as to the cause. In a few minutes 2 Dutch ships were seen coming into the harbour. They had evidently endured the beat of the storm, for they were both considerably disabled, and with the fragments of sail which they carried, they laboured heavily. At length, however, these vessels were brought round within the shelter of Pendennis, their anchors were cast in good anchoring ground, and they were safe, or at least the crew thought so, in comparatively smooth water. As was the custom in those days, the boat belonging to the Killigrew family, manned by the group of whom we have already spoken, went off as soon as the ships were anchored and boarded them. They then learnt that they were of the Hanse towns, laden with valuable merchandise for Spain, and that this was in the charge of 2 Spanish factors. On the return of the boat's crew, this was reported to Lady Killigrew. And she being a very wicked and most resolute woman, at once proposed that they should return to the ships, and either rob them of their treasure, or exact from the merchants a large sum of money in compensation. The rude men, to whom wrecking and plundering was but too familiar, were delighted with the prospect of a rare prize, and above all, when Lady Killigrew declared that she would herself accompany them, they were wild with joy. With great shouting, they gathered together as many men as the largest boat in the harbour would carry, and armed themselves with pikes, swords, and daggers. Lady Jane Killigrew, also armed, placed herself in the stern of the boat after the men had crowded into their places, and with a wild huzzah they left the shore, and were soon alongside of the vessel nearest to the shore. A number of the men immediately crowded up the side and onto the deck of this vessel, and at once seized upon the captain and the factor, threatening them with instant death if they dared to make any outcry. Lady Jane Killigrew was now lifted on to the deck of the vessel, and the boat immediately pushed off, and the remainder of the crew boarded the other ship. The Dutch crew were overpowered by the numbers of Cornish men, who were armed far more perfectly than they. Taken unawares as they were, at a moment when they thought their troubles were for a season at an end, the Dutchmen were almost powerless. The Spaniards were brave men, and resisted the demands made to deliver up their treasure. This resistance was, however, fatal to them. At a signal, it is said by some, given by their leader, Lady Jane Killigrew, although this was denied afterwards, they were both murdered by the ruffians into whose hands they had fallen, and their bodies cast overboard into the sea. These wretches ransacked the ships and appropriated whatsoever they pleased, while Lady Jane took from them 2 hogsheads of Spanish pieces of 8, and converted them to her own use. As one of the Spanish factors was dying, he lifted his hands to heaven, prayed to the Lord to receive his soul, and turning to the vile woman to whose villainy he owed his death, he said, "My blood will linger with you until my death is avenged upon your own sons." This dreadful deed was not allowed to pass without notice even in those lawless times. The Spaniards were then friendly with England, and upon the representation made by the Spanish minister to the existing government, the Sheriff of Cornwall was ordered to seize and bring to trial Lady Jane Killigrew and her crew of murderers. A considerable number were arrested with her, and that lady and several of her men were tried at Launceston. Since the Spaniards were proved to be at the time of the murder foreigners under the Queen's protection, they were all found guilty, and condemned to death. All the men were executed on the walls of Launceston Castle. But by the interest of Sir John Arundel and Sir Nicholas Hulls, Queen Elizabeth was induced to grant a pardon for Lady Jane. How Lady Jane Killigrew lived, and when she died, are matters on which even tradition, by which the story is preserved, is silent. We know, however, that her immediate descendant, John Killigrew, who married one of the monks, and his son William Killigrew, who was made a baronet in 1660 by Charles II, were only known for the dissoluteness of character, and the utter regardlessness of every feeling of an exalting character, which they displayed. Sir William Killigrew, by his ill conduct and his extravagant habits, wasted all the basely gotten treasure, and sold the manor and Barton of Arwenack to his younger brother, Sir Peter Killigrew. With the son of this Peter the baronetcy became extinct. The last Sir Peter Killigrew, however, improved his fortune by marrying one of the co-heirs of Judge Twisden. Sir Peter and his wife, of whom we know nothing, died, leaving one son, George Killigrew, who connected himself with the Street Aubin family by marriage. This man appears to have inherited many of the vices of his family. He was given to low company, and towards the close of his life was remarkable only for his drunken habits. He was one evening in a tavern in Perran, surrounded by his usual companions, and with them was one Walter Vincent, a barrister at law. The wine flowed freely, songs and loose conversation were the order of the night. At length all were in a state of great excitement through the extravagance of their libations, and something was said by George Killigrew very insultingly to Walter Vincent. Walter Vincent does not appear to have been naturally a depraved man, but of violent passions. Irritated by Killigrew, he made some remarks on the great-grandmother being sentenced to be hanged. Swords were instantly drawn by the drunken men. They lunged at each other. Vincent's sword passed directly through Killigrew's body, and he fell dead in the midst of his revelries, at the very moment when he was defending the character of her who had brought dishonor upon them. This Walter Vincent was tried for the murder of George Killigrew, but acquitted. We are told by the Cornish historian, yet this Mr. Vincent, through anguish and horror at this accident, as it was said, within 2 years after, wasted of an extreme atrophy of his flesh and spirits. That, at length, at the table whereby he was sitting, in the Bishop of Exeter's palace, in the presence of divers gentlemen, he instantly fell back against the wall and died. George Killigrew left one daughter. But of her progress in life we know nothing. Thus the Cornish Killigrews ceased to be a name in the land. Such a tale as this does not, of course, exist without many remarkable additions. Ghosts and devils of various kinds are spoken of as frequenting Arwenack House, and the woods around it. Those spectral and demoniacal visitations have not, however, any special interest. They are only, indeed, repetitions of oft-told tales. Saint Gerenius. This reached me at too late a period to be included with the legends of the saints. The beacon at Veryen stands on the highest ground in Roseland, at a short distance from the cliff which overlooks Pendower and Gerrans Bay. Dr. Whitaker, in his Cathedral of Cornwall, states it to be one of the largest tumuli in the kingdom. Its present height above the level of the field in which it stands is about 28 feet, and its circumference at the base 350 feet. But it must have been originally much larger, as a considerable portion on one side has been removed, its summit being now about 80 feet from the base on the south side, and only 50 feet on the north. Whilst the top of the cairn which was discovered in it, and which was, no doubt, placed exactly in the original center of the mound, is at least 10 feet still further north than the present summit. A tradition has been preserved in the neighborhood, that Gerenius, an old Cornish saint and king, whose palace stood on the other side of Gerrans Bay, between Trewithian and the sea, was buried in this mound many centuries ago. And that a golden boat with silver oars were used in conveying his corpse across the bay, and were interred with him. Part of this tradition receives confirmation from an account incidentally given of King Gerenius, in an old book called the Register of Llandaff. It is there stated that, A.D. 588, Tellio, Bishop of Llandaff, with some of his suffragan bishops, and many of his followers, fled from Wales, to escape an epidemic called the Yellow Plague, and migrated to Dole in Brittany, to visit Samson, the archbishop of that place, who was a countryman and friend of Tellio's. On his way thither, says the old record, he came first to the region of Cornwall, and was well received by Gerenius, the king of that country, who treated him and his people with all honor. From thence he proceeded to Armorica, and remained there 7 years and 7 months, when, hearing that the plague had ceased in Britain, he collected his followers, caused a large bark to be prepared, and returned to Wales. In this, the record proceeds, they all arrived at the port called Dingerin, King Gerenius lying in the last extreme of life, who, when he had received the body of the Lord from the hand of Saint Tellio, departed in joy to the Lord. Probably, says Whitaker, in his remarks on this quotation, the royal remains were brought in great pomp by water from Dingerin, on the western shore of the port, to Carn, about 2 miles off on the northern. The barge with the royal body was plated, perhaps, with gold and places, perhaps, 2, rowed with oars having equally plates of silver upon them. And the pomp of the procession has mixed confusedly with the interment of the body in the memory of tradition. Cornish Dialogue. As the Cornish dialogue peculiarly illustrates a description of literary composition which has no resemblance to that of any other county, I think it advisable to give one specimen. Dialogue between Mal Treloar and Sandry Kemp. 'Twas Kendal Teening, when young Mal Treloar trudged home from ball, a buchan copper oar. Her clothing hard and rough, black was her eye. Her face and arms like stuff from Cairn Kai. Full but she mit young Sandry Kemp, who long she had been token to, come from Ding Dong. His jacket wet, his face rud like his beard. And through his squarted hat his hair appeared. She said, "Oh, Kemp, I thought of thee well lear. Thee's na that day we wore to Buffy here. That day with ale and cakes, at 3 o'clock. Thee stuffed me so, I just neen cracked me dock. Jew said to me, thee mayst depend thee life. I love thee, Mal, and thee shouldst be ma wife. And to ma Sennen, 'tes good to lem ma na." Whether the words were AAL in jest or no. Sandry. "Why, truly, Mal, I like a thing did say. That I would have thee next che widen day. But since that time I like a think dead here. These went why, some one down, I now where. Now es that fitty, Mal. What dost think? Mal od rot the body, Sandry, who said so? Now, fath and trath, I'll na afore I go. Do lem me na the Gossenberry dog." Sandry. "Why, then, Krull said Jew wart down to Wilbog. With he and Taban, and dead make some tricks. By dab ben clay at Jungsters making bricks. And that from there Jew went to Afeway house. And drinked some liquor. Mal, now there's down souse. And Jew to he, like a thing dead zay. Jew wed have he, and I mate go away. Mal. I tell the lubber so. I to will bog. I'll scat his chacks, the imprint, saucy dog. Now hire me, Sandry Kemp, now down and full. Ef the arten hastes, thee shouldst hire the whole. Fust Jew must na, 'tes true as the art there. Aunt Blanche and I went to Galsony Fair. Who overtooked us in the dusty road? In common hum but Krull, the cloppen toad. Says he to Aunt, what cheer? Aunt Blanche, what cheer? Jew makes good coos, suppose Jew been to fair. Why, hiss, says Aunt, ben there a pure spur. I went agon ef not ed been so fur. I bought a pair of shots for Sarah's chield. By this time, lock. We come just to the field. We went to clemmer up the Tembren stile. Ha kept his eye upon me all the while. Says hem to Aunt, then whose es these bra made? Come the waist long, dasn't be afraid. Then moved my side, like a thing. And pulled my mantle, and just touched my ching. How airy, young woman, says ha. How dost do? Says I, Jew saucy dog, what's that to Jew? Keep off, young lad, else these have a slap. Then ha fetched some great big dote figs in me lap. So I thoft, as ha had been so kind. Ha might go by Aunt Blanche, ef ha had a mind. And so ha dead, and tooked Aunt Blanche's arm. Array, says ha, I didn't mean no harm. So then Aunt Blanche and he dead talk and jest. 'Bout dabbing clay and bricks at Perran feast. Sandry. Aha then, Mal, 'twas there they dabbed the clay. Mal. Plays father, Kemp, 'tes true what I do say. And hire me now, pla sure, ha dead Aunt budge. From Auntie's arm till just this side long brudge. And then says he to Aunt, shall we go in? To Afeway house, and have a dram of gin. And trickle mixed. Dependo el do es good. Talk up the sweat, and set to rights the blood. So Aunt did say, such things she didn't choose. And squeezed my hand, and like a thing refuse. So when we passed along by Wilbog Moor, Haw jumped behind, and pocked es in the door. Haw called for gin, and brandy too, I think. He clunked the brandy, we the gin did drink. So when Haw wished good night, as es the case, Haw kissed Aunt Blanche, and just neen touched my face. Now, Sandry Kemp, there's nothing sure in this. To my mind, then, that thee shouldst take amiss. Sandry. No, fath, then Mal, ef this is all and true. I had a done the same ef I was Jew. Mal. Next time in any house I see or near am, I'll down upon the planchen, rat am, tear am. And I will so poam. Sandry. Our captain's there, just by thicky bush. Hush. Now Mally, hush. And as he's here, so close upon the way, I wedn't wish Haw nod what we did say. And jet I deadn't care, now fath and soul. Ef so be our cap'n war to hire the whole. How airy cap'n? Where be going so fast? Jur goin', suppose, jur in sich haste. Cap'n. Who's that then? Sandry, art'n thee ashamed? To cussy so again? Thee wust be blamed. Ef thee stay here all night to prate wide Mal. When 'tes thy cour, thee wustn't come to ball. And thee art a cobby, I tell thee so. I'll tell the owners ef thee doesn't go. Sandry. Why, harkee, cap'n, don't scold poor I. Touch pipe a crumb, jewel gnaw the reason why. Cousin Mal and I been courtine 'bout a year. Hoot up the head, Mal, don't be ashamed, dost hire. And Kroll one day made grief 'tween I and she. But he shall smart for it now, I swear by G. Haw told me lies, as round as any cup. Now Mal and I have MIT, we've made it up. So, cap'n, that's the way I stopped, I vow. Cap'n. Aha. I deadn't just the case just now. But what dost think of that last batch of ore? Sandry. Why pure and keenly gossin, cap'n, sure. I believe that day, ef Frankie's pair weren't drunk, we should had pure stuff too from the sump. But there, 'tes all good time, as people say. The fluken now, ain't throwed es far away. So hope to have bra tummels soon to grass. How did last batch down to Jandour pass? Cap'n. Why, hang thy body, Sandry, speed, I say. These keep thy clacker going till 'tes day. Go speak to Mally now, Jew foolish toad. I wish both well, I'll keep my road. Sandry. Good nighty, cap'n, then I wish he well. Where arty, Mally? Doesn't Haw hire me, Mal? Doesn't go away, why Jew must think of this. Before we part, sure we must have a kiss. She wiped her muzzle from the mundic stuff. And he rubbed his, a little stained with snuff. Now then, there, good night Mal, there's good night. But, stop a crumb. Mally. Good night. Cap'n. Good night. Kindle teening, candle lighting. Squarted hat, broken or cracked hat. Lemma let me know, tell me. Wilbog, wheel, or, correctly spelt, Hewel, is Old Cornish, and signifies a mine or work. Dote figs, broad figs. A cobby, a cobbler, a bungler. Bra tummels, brave heaps, large piles of ore. Appendix. A. St. Piran, Perran Zabulo. It is rather a curious circumstance, says Davies Gilbert, that the word Zabulo added to Perran, for the distinction of this parish, is not Celtic, but through the French sable, from sabulum, a word frequently used by Pliny, as indicative of sand or gravel. The encroachments of the sand have caused no less than 3 churches to be built, after considerable intervals of time, in this parish. The last was commenced in 1804. And in this year, 1835, a building has been discovered more ancient than the first of these churches, and not improbably the oratory of Saint Perran himself. The length of this chapel within the walls is 25 feet, without, 30 feet. The breadth within, 12.5 feet, and the height of the walls the same. At the eastern end is a neat altar of stone covered with lime, 4 feet long, by 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet high. 8 inches above the center of the altar is a recess in the wall, where probably stood a crucifix, and on the north side of the altar is a small doorway, through which the priest may have entered. Out of the whole length, the chancel extended exactly 6 feet. In the center of what may be termed the nave, in the south wall, occurs a round arched doorway, highly ornamented. The building is, however, without any trace of window. And there is only one small opening, apparently for the admission of air. The discovery has excited much curiosity throughout the neighborhood, which has, unfortunately, manifested itself by the demolition of everything curious in this little oratory, to be borne away as relics. Gilbert. Very little is known concerning the saint who has given his name to the 3 Perrans. He is, however, held in great veneration, and esteemed the patron of all Cornwall, or, at least, of the mining district. Halls. B. The discoverer of tin. By an anachronism of 1500 years or more, Saint Perran was considered as the person who first found tin. And this conviction induced the miners to celebrate his day, the 5th of March, with so much hilarity, that anyone unable to guide himself along the road has received the appellation of a Perraner. And that, again, has been most unjustly reflected as a habit on the saint. It may here be worthy of remark, that, as the miners impute the discovery of tin to Saint Perran, so they ascribe its reduction from the ore, in a large way, to an imaginary person, Saint Chiwadden. But Chiwadden is White House, and must, therefore, mean a smelting or blowing house, where the black ore of tin is converted into a white metal. A white cross on a black ground was formerly the banner of Saint Perran, and the standard of Cornwall. Probably with some allusion to the black ore and the white metal of tin. Gilbert. A college, dedicated to Saint Perran, once stood in the parish of Saint Keverne, Dugdale's Monasticon, Volume 6, page 1449. This probably had some connection with Perran Uthno. The shrine of Saint Perran was in that parish, which is said to have contained his head, and other relics. Lysons quotes a deed in the Registry of Exeter, shewing the great resort of pilgrims hither in 1485. In the will of Sir John Arundel, 1433, occurs this bequest, item, lego ad usum parochi sci Pirani in Zabulo, ad clandendum capit s. Pirani honorifice et meliori modo quo scient XLS. Collectania Topica. Et Genial, Volume 3 page 392. For a full examination of the question, did the Phoenicians trade with Britain for tin? The following works should be consulted: History of Maritime and Inland Discovery, by W. D. Cooley, Historical Survey of the Astronomy of the Ancients, by Sir George Cornwall Lewis, Commerce and Navigation of the Ancients, by W. Vincent, D. Phoenicia, by John Kenrick, M.A., The Cassiterides, an inquiry into the commercial operations of the Phoenicians in Western Europe, with particular reference to the British tin trade, by George Smith, Doctor of Laws, F.A.S. C. St. Neot. The following account of this celebrated saint, as given by Mr. Davies Gilbert, will not be without interest. Multitudes flocked to him from all parts. He founded a monastery, and repaired to Rome for a confirmation, and for blessing at the hands of the Pope. These were readily obtained. He returned to his monastery, where frequent visits were made to him by King Alfred, on which occasions he admonished and instructed the great founder of English liberty. And finally quitted this mortal life on the 31st of July, about the year 883, in the odor of sanctity so unequivocal that travellers all over Cornwall were solaced by its fragrance. Nor did the exertions of our saint terminate with his existence on earth. He frequently appeared to King Alfred, and sometimes led his armies in the field. But, if the tales of these times are deserving of any confidence, the nation is really and truly indebted to Saint Neot for one of the greatest blessings ever bestowed on it. To his advice, and even to his personal assistance as a teacher, we owe the foundation by Alfred of the University at Oxford. The relics of Saint Neot remained at his monastery in Cornwall till about the year 974, when Earl Auric, and his wife Ethelfleda, having founded a religious house at Eynesbury, in Huntingdonshire, and being at a loss for some patron saint, adopted the expedient of stealing the body of Saint Neot. Which was accordingly done, and the town retains his name, thus feloniously obtained, up to this time. The monastery in Cornwall continued feebly to exist, after this disaster, through the Saxon times. But, having lost its palladium, it felt the ruiner's hand, and, almost immediately after the Norman conquest, it was finally suppressed. Yet the memory of the local saint is still cherished by the inhabitants of the parish and of the neighborhood, endeared, perhaps, by the tradition of his diminutive stature, reduced, in their imagination, to 15 inches of height. And to these feelings we, in all probability, owe the preservation of the painted glass, the great decoration of this church, and one of the principal works of art to be seen in Cornwall. Gilbert's Hist Corn, Volume 3. Page 262. D. The Sisters of Gleneneoti. By the Rev. R. S. Hawker of Morwenstow. It is from Neot's sainted steep. The foamy waters flash and leap. It is where shrinking wild flowers grow. They lave the nymph that dwells below. But wherefore in this far-off dell? The relics of a human cell? Where the sad stream and lonely wind bring man no tidings of their kind. Long years agone, the old man said, 'twas told him by his grandsire dead. One day 2 ancient sisters came. None there could tell their race or name. Their speech was not in Cornish phrase. Their garb had marks of loftier days. Slight food they took from hands of men. They withered slowly in that glen. One died. The other's shrunken eye gushed till the fount of tears was dry. A wild and wasting thought had she. I shall have none to weep for me. They found her silent at the last, bent in the shape wherein she passed, where her lone seat long used to stand, her head upon her shriveled hand. Did fancy give this legend birth? The grandame's tale for winter hearth? Or some dead bard, by Neot's stream, people these banks with such a dream? We know not. But it suits the scene, to think such wild things here have been. What spot more meet could grief or sin choose at the last to wither in? Echoes of old Cornwall. E. Millington of Penderswick. In the reign of Henry VIII, one Milliton, or Millington, appears to have purchased Penderswick Castle. This Millington is said to have retired into the solitude of this place on account of a murder which he had committed. Mr. Wilkie Collins appears to have founded his novel of Basil on this tradition. In all probability a very much older story is adapted to Mr. Millington. So far from his being a recluse, we learn of his purchasing St. Michael's Mount, whose 6 daughters and heirs invested their husbands and purchasers therewith. That Millington was a man of wealth, and that large possessions were held by his family, is sufficiently evident. St. Michael's Mount appears to have been granted at first for a term of years to different gentlemen of the neighborhood. To Millington, supposed of Penderswick, in Brieg, to Harris, of Kennegy, in Goulval, and, perhaps jointly with Millington, to a Billet or Bennet. Hulls. F. Saracen. The term Saracen is always now supposed to apply to the Moors. This is not exactly correct. Percy, for example, in his Essay on the Ancient Minstrels, says, the old metrical romance of Horn Child, which, although from the mention of Saracens, and it must have been written, at least, after the First Crusade, in 1096, yet, from its Anglo-Saxon language or idiom, can scarcely be dated later than within a century after the conquest. I think this ballad, and several others of an early date, prove the application of this term to some Oriental people previous to the Crusades. Soldan, regarded as a corruption of Sultan. Whoever will fight yon grim Soldan, right fair his meed shall be, is clearly a much older term, applied to any grim Eastern tyrant, and especially to the Oriental giants. It would not be a difficult task to shew that the word Saracen, as used in Cornwall, a tall Saracen. Oh, he's a Saracen, and was applied to the foreigners who traded with this county for tin, at a very early period.